got to call George Garton's first
Oh, right.
senior century, which was
Which
lovely.
is still the fastest century in the competition this season by anybody.
It was. I actually felt really sorry for him that it was in a losing cause.
Welcome to Edgbaston for the Metrobank One Day Cup game between Warwickshire and Surrey. The umpires are just walking out to the middle. It's Mel and Clive, if you do. Not quite Mel and Kim, but...
Good morning, Clive. Yes, Melinda Farrell back joining you today as umpires Jack Shantry and Conor McGarry. It is in their fetching purple shirts. Last time I was watching Warwickshire was mere days ago in Welbeck, where they were beaten by Notts for a game that was, well, one where I felt very sorry for George Garton because he was brilliant in scoring his first ever senior century, but it was in a losing cause ultimately.
So the team news for this game is the All Blacks, as we might call Surrey. It's all in black, apart from the white numbers, are in a huddle, and the Warwickshire batters come out. Surrey have won the toss, put Warwickshire in. Both teams have made one change, both because they've had a player released from the Sunrisers Leeds, who are going rather well in the 100, which is not necessarily great news for the players who aren't in their team at the moment, just in their squad. So Ed Barnard, who was Warwickshire's top scorer in this competition last season, plays his first game in the competition this season, and Tom Laws comes in for Surrey. Warwickshire left out Taz Ali to make way for Ed Barnard from their last match against Somerset, and Surrey have left out Ralphie Albert from the team that beat Northants at Guildford.
Yeah, first time a few players being released. Dylan Pennington has also been released to go play in the 100, and from the 100 to the One Day Cup as well. So first time that's happened. And I think that's a good thing too. It's actually been quite fascinating me to see all the great crowds and sellouts and all sorts that have been happening at certainly some of the smaller grounds. And the interest in this competition actually seems to be really high this year. Ben Stokes factor, I think, has made a difference for Durham games. It's exciting, but we're here and we're excited.
And Tom Laws is opening the bowling for Surrey, and that's Ed Barnard. So the two players have come in, are out there straight away. Ed Barnard's opening the batting with Rob Yates, and Tom Laws opening the bowling. Surrey 2 wins and 1 defeat, so they're very much in contention. Warwickshire 3 away games so far. Unfortunately, they've lost them all. There have been some positive moments. You've already mentioned, Mel, the George Garton century, which is still the fastest in the competition this season. But unfortunately, the results have gone against them. No run there. So does that mean that Warwickshire are all but out? Well, no, not quite. It is true that last season they won 5 and lost 3, which is the best they can do this season, and didn't qualify. However, the season before, they did qualify with 5 wins. Now, admittedly, they also had a no result, but 2 other counties did qualify with 5 wins and 3 defeats. So it can be done, but they have to probably win all the remaining games. So that's left by Barnard. No run. Nice sunny day. The builders were working, whether they're stopping because the cricket's on, I don't know, but they were working fairly feverishly earlier this morning on the new building. The new hotel away to our left.
Yeah, it's every time I've been here this season, it's getting on. They're getting on with it. I need to find someone like that to do my flat.
That's left, there's no run. Yeah. Problem is all the builders are busy here, so they can't do your flat.
Exactly.
So Warwickshire now, they've got all the home games still to go. This is the only one that's been played here. We've got 3 at Rugby School, which will be great. But they probably do need to win them all if they're to progress in this competition.
Oh, yeah, that's one. If you're at home listening, get yourself to rugby. My goodness, that's a venue.
That's played 2 square leg for the first runs of the innings. Ed Barnard is on his way with 2. So, by coincidence, the 2 players that have been, I like these sort of coincidences, the 2 players that are coming into the team from the 100 both wear number 30 on their shirt.
Oh, that is wonderful symmetry. Yeah, we like that. Yeah, those games at rugby were very special last year when I went down there for the first time.
Oh, that's a good delivery. I think Barnard probably, did he play inside the line? It was a good ball, good first over from Laws, 2 runs off it. Warwickshire 2 without loss after 1.
Yeah, I'd never been to see cricket in rugby before, but absolutely fell in love with it, those 3 games down there. It's a beautiful walk from the station as well. You go through little parks, a little churchyard, find yourself at that magnificent school with all the red brick buildings and loads of very, very mature, massive trees, so there was plenty of shade. So definitely, if you are around, what are the dates for those games?
Well, I know the next one is, or the first one is on Sunday, because I'm there for that. I will have to look up the others, but they do come fairly quickly, I think.
It's definitely worthwhile. So there you go. You've got your Sunday sorted if you're around. Meanwhile, it's going to be James Taylor bowling to Rob Yates, and the first ball is treated fairly cautiously by Yates. Now he's captain today then, because actually,
I was just trying to look that up.
It says Rob Yates, and he is.
I think it will be Yates.
Yeah, I think they won't bring Ed Barnard in and make him captain just when he might be yanked out at any time. That'd be pretty unfair on Rob Yates too. He's got that slip in.
Of course, Sam Hain was due to captain the side, captain for the first game, but unfortunately injuries prevented him playing any more.
Yeah, that's a huge blow for Warwickshire, and I just wonder if it might cause him to miss the championship the last month or so, the last block, and that really would be a huge shame. So hopefully it isn't too serious, but certainly rule him out of this competition. And just can't quite get the timing on that Rob Yates.
So Warwickshire play Gloucestershire Rugby on Sunday. And then the following Sunday, they play Lancashire there. And then finally on Tuesday the 11th, they play Kent.
Well, there you go. If you're at home listening, you've got my recommendation. A couple of Sundays to choose from in particular. This is another good, tidy start for Taylor. Trying to keep the pressure on both ends. I tell you, it's also seeing a game at a big ground at Welbeck. They're lovely, of course, all cricket grounds are, but because of the weather, that it was yellow. The grass was yellow, and I've seen so many video clips of the various games being played outside of the major stadiums, which of course have the irrigation, and it's not something I'm used to seeing over here. Oh, there's a bit of bat on that as he drops it down, but that was right on the money.
I am told, however, that it is quite lush, the outfield at Rugby. So I think it'll be nice and green at Rugby. So, yeah, looking forward to good conditions there.
And it certainly is. Rob Yates yet to really get going in this tournament. He's on his way now. That's nicely timed, but not quite enough on it. I'll get a couple though. His scores of 39, 10 and 15 to go with the 3 wickets, as those 2 runs from him brings up round the end of the over, 4 for none.
So 2 in each of the first 2 overs, and I just noticed also, I mentioned the 2 number 30s that come into the team, were both the captains are wearing number 17. There you go. Because that was Rory Burns was chasing that one from Rob Yates. He's wearing 17. So cautious start from Warwickshire, but they got through the first 2 overs without any damage, as that's left by Barnard.
That's a nice bit of kick off the pitch there from Laws. It was leaving him, but just a bit of extra bounce.
I get the impression the teams tend not to get too worked up about power plays in this 50-over competition, whereas in the T20 you'd be trying to hit the ball to all parts now. But power play for the first 10 overs. 2 fielders allowed in the boundary. They're currently at third, quite wide third and quite wide long leg.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We've had wildly varying scores as well. As I guess you might expect, as far as some being played at outgrounds where they might be quite small, the boundaries.
2 bigger scores actually have been at Leicester, because Lancashire made 383 for 4 and Leicestershire responded with 362 for 8. They're the biggest scores so far. Attacking intent from Barnard, but good accurate delivery from Laws. Barnard can only play it back to him.
And that's the thing, actually. It's funny. Sorry, just got something stuck in my throat. When you talk about tactics in one-day cricket, 50-over cricket, and the fact that England were kind of struggling, and some players do admit you forget how much time you've got in this format.
I'm not sure Barnard realised how much time he had there with that shot. There was that school of thought, wasn't there? Oh, you should treat it like 2 2020s, but I think that's now not necessarily the current thinking.
Well, I mean, England were able to do that in their build-up to 2019 World Cup a bit, weren't they? But you've really got to have the personnel.
Barnard gets his 3rd run, down to 3rd. No boundaries yet.
Yeah, it's different if you've got basically all-rounders practically down to 10, and those big hitters as well. It very much depends on the makeup of your team, doesn't it? We've seen quite a few scores sort of in the mid-200s. And the modern way of thinking is, oh, that's not really that much. Actually, it can be a very, very competitive score. But just depends entirely on the game. I love the variety that we've been having.
An edge, but he played it with soft hands, did Rob Yates, and he'll get 2 more runs there. Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire, so they lost their 3 away games. They did post 312 at Northampton with that George Garton century, but that proved not to be enough. And they kept Notts down to a reasonable total, but still couldn't win that. 7 of that loss after 3 overs here, so that was a most productive over so far, 3 coming off it. Should run through the full team. I gave you the headlines on the team news, but Warwickshire, Venetiani, obviously not batting yet. Rob Yates, Ed Barnard, Zen Malik, Alex Davies, Kai Smith, George Garton, Jake Lintott, Ethan Bamber, Charlie Taylor, the 16-year-old, playing his second game, and Ollie Hannon Dolby.
That's another pretty tidy over.
Surrey, Dom Sibley, formerly this parish, of course. Ryan Patel, Adam Thomas, Rory Burns is their captain, Josh Blake, Tom Laws, Nikhil Garantia, Benji Flores, the Australian, Tom Elam, James Taylor, and Yusuf Majid. I do hate it when I see grandchildren of players I remember playing. It does not make me feel old. He's a 3rd generation Tom Elam, after Alan and Mark.
You're not old, so stop trying. It's something when a 16-year-old is playing, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay,
yes.
that makes me feel old.
Yeah. Well, we've got that with Charlie Taylor.
But that's a lot of what we do see in the One Day Cup. An opportunity for younger players around some senior pros.
Yeah, I think that's the key. Some people argue you should just put the youngsters in, but they're not really gaining experience if they're not playing against and alongside senior pros.
Well, one thing I noticed, I was at the Under-19s World Cup in Namibia and Zimbabwe this year, and including at the semi-final between England and Australia. And there was a marked difference between the 2 teams. And we'll bat on that. Only a half-hearted appeal. He's been very accurate so far, as Taylor. And so Australia had 1 player who had list A and first-class experience, and that was Ollie Peake, who's already been talked in terms of the national senior test team, and has played white ball cricket for Australia as well. He was the only one. Whereas for England, the team that they fielded for that semi-final, all but 1 had played list A cricket, and quite a few of them had played first-class cricket. But I think that both list A first-class experience, I think it's massive at that age for sort of teenagers. They all are. And it really told. Ollie Peake had a brilliant game in that, scored an incredible century, came close to taking Australia there on his own, pretty much. Again, the edge, but into clear space. Just 1 run off the over, 9 for none. Now after 4 overs. Yeah, so it was just really interesting. And the England players, they're all the same age, but the England players sort of looked much more like professional cricketers. Whereas the Australians, by and large, they were still sort of kids learning the game. They were, some of them were physically well built, had big hitting power games, whatever it was, but the experience and I guess the game smarts was a real difference.
Laws and all that's in the air. It's going to be safe, and it's gone all the way for 4. Just bouncing in front of the ropes. There is a fielder down there who couldn't reach it. That's Yusuf Majid. And the first boundary of the innings comes in the 5th over there for Rob Yates. It was a slightly risky shot, but he got it square enough to ensure that long leg couldn't reach it.
Yeah, first time we've seen him taking on the short ball. To be fair, they've not bowled really short.
Just going down the leg side. Classic, get a 4 and then a 1. Get the scoreboard moving a bit. Tom Laws, about us. Only 23 years of age, Tom Laws. Is with the Sunrisers Leeds, but not playing for them so far this season. He has played in the 100. But Sunrisers going rather well. And that's a lovely shot from Ed Barnard. And that's raced through the covers for 4. So the first really productive over for Warwickshire. Yes, he's played 10 games in the 100 in total for the Oval Invincibles, who are no longer the Oval Invincibles. They're now
My London.
London, spelt wrongly, yes. There's been some debate about the team name changes. 2 Londons now, London Spirit and My London. And that's another one pulled short. That's gone all the way for 6 from Ed Barnard. He really picked that one up nicely. Warwickshire really getting going this over. It's only the 9th 6 they've hit in the competition. They've hit 8 6s in the first 3 games. But an early 6 there for Ed Barnard, 24 without loss.
Well, they've gone from first gear to 4th or 5th in 1 over. But a couple of glorious shots there from Barnard.
I wouldn't recommend doing that in a car. That's with that single. What's that? That's 16 off the over.
16, yep.
And it's not finished yet. So got a ball to bowl.
Yeah, really, really good over after. Oh, well, this goes back to what we were talking about, the power play and having time in the game. So they've just taken a couple of overs to just get themselves feeling comfortable in the middle.
I need this to be a dot ball, though, because I've already written 16 down for this over. There you go, thank you. But first double figure over the innings. The previous have been 2, 2, 3 and 2, so very different over there. 5 overs gone then, 25 without loss. Warwickshire having been put in by Surrey. Here to sun-soaked Edgbaston.
Yeah, it's going to be top of 29 today, according to my app.
Well, could be worse, I suppose. Did have some grey clouds when I was driving over here this morning. I was getting slightly concerned.
No, I think it's going to be pretty warm one, to be honest. Like it has been for ages. I can't remember the last time I actually saw rain. Very strange.
Well, we had it at home. I missed it. Well, I said, did you hear the rain this morning? Oh. Yeah. All the, because it's the only 50-over game, Metrobank game being played at Edgbaston. It's all the, I would say, unless they get a home semi-final, which is looking exceedingly unlikely. All the Birmingham Phoenix signs are there and colours for the 100. Birmingham Phoenix having retained their name so far.
Yeah, it was actually strange walking in and seeing all the Birmingham Phoenix signage everywhere outside the stadium coming in for this game. So
got the 100 stage, I see there. No DJ today.
No.
Good stop there, by the way, by Nikhil Garantia with a stop. We do have the big screen, though, which has got the score, the batters' numbers, batters' individuals on there.
well, just leans back. And another pull shot brings a boundary. And Ed Barnard, he's not in any mood to muck around today. Anything that sits up. And after they'd been so tight the first couple of overs, just having someone like Barnard, who does like to come down the pitch. He likes to walk down. He likes to use the crease and try and hit the bowlers off their lengths. He's doing a pretty decent job of it so far. And I was going to pick up another couple here too. Lots of vacant space on the leg side. So any time Taylor strays onto his pads, they're going to be doing a lot of running.
Yes, Barnard scored one of 2 centuries at Warwickshire Managed in the competition last season, made 141 not out at Chester Street against Durham. Top run scorer with 358 runs in the competition. Also second highest wicket taker, or joint second highest wicket taker with 9. Taz Ali, top wicket taker last season with 18, but not selected today. Made way for Ed Barnard.
Well, he got 10 of those in 2 games at rugby.
He did, yeah. Good time.
2 fifers.
We may well see him at rugby, but not today.
Oh, that's a genuine edge, but it's too wide. Despite the diving attempt, it's another boundary. They won't mind how they come. They all add up.
Well, we're only in the 6th over. Should they not have a slip in place? If they had, that would have been out.
Yeah, they did have a slip in place earlier. But
I guess that's Warwickshire's reward for hitting a few boundaries. It encouraged Surrey to be more defensive.
Josh Blake it is who's keeping for Surrey today. Now they've got a very fine, deep third position now. But that's quite a conservative safety net position, isn't it? And that's the end of the over. So another good one for Warwickshire now. They've raced to 35 for none after taking their time in the early overs. 6 overs gone.
First change of bowling. So they've got 10 in that over, 26 in the last 2 overs. Warwickshire. It's prompted Surrey to make the first bowling change. Tom Laws, who started very tidy but took some punishment in the last over. He's been replaced by Ryan Patel. One of the more experienced players in the Surrey team. And Laws, 3 overs for 21.
I think they'll very much welcome having Barnard back for a whole host of reasons, obviously. But just to really stiffen up the top order, that's where they've been struggling, Warwickshire, losing early wickets and then it being left to the likes of Kai Smith and George Garton. Jake Lintott got a half century against Somerset.
Tidy start from Patel, so it's played to been off. 42nd this day game of his career, Ryan Patel, 28 years of age. He's actually been scoring runs in the season's competition, half centuries in all 3 games, including 97 against Leicestershire. Again, accuracy. That 97, I think it's Kevin House's spot on this. Has been an extraordinary number of cases, it seems, this season. I'm not going to count them. But players being out for 97 in this year's competition.
Well, Ben Stokes was out for 97 in that match he played before coming back, and he was sent into the wilderness.
Well, this should be the first wicket. Is catch taken by Rory Burns. Rob Yates goes for 10.
The change in the bowling works, and works quickly, and that's just what Surrey needed. After this opening pair of Yates and Barnard were threatening to just get Warwickshire off to a real fly-up, but he gets the leading edge. Yates unable to control that one, and first wicket gone for 35.
Well, a pity from Warwickshire's point of view, because they were just beginning to get going. That partnership was beginning to get going, but they lose their first wicket in the 7th over. Rob Yates facing 19 balls. He hit 1-4 for his 10. And Zed Malik is the new batter in.
Yeah, another start for Yates. His top score of 39 in this tournament, and then the rest of the time he's been out in the tens, if you like, the tens and teens. So Zen Malik, lovely to watch. I really like watching Zen Malik bat. He's a lot of fun, and he can be really explosive as well as very stylish, but he's another, this is why I mentioned the top order for Warwickshire, another one who's made starts, but has played 2 innings, top score of 29, also, that was against Notts, also made 19 against Somerset. So it's been a bit of a common theme amongst the top order. I ideally love someone to just hang around with Barnard for a good while. Well, he's just got a little tickle on that one, enough for them to come through. And what an over that is from Patel. The wicket and just 1 run in the end. A really fine over and good captaincy as well to bring him on after that partnership was just getting going between Barnard and Yates. Warwickshire 36 for 1.
Yeah, the most economic over as well, so most successful so far. It's just that 1 run on the 1 wicket. Taylor is staying on, James Taylor. It's a familiar cricketing name. The ball is 4th over. This particular James Taylor, 25 years of age, formerly of Derbyshire.
How many James Taylors are there? I'm going to have a look on Cricinfo.
You certainly can't sing there's only one James Taylor, can you really? That's single down to 3rd for Zen Malik.
You've intrigued me, as I reckon there are a few. Let's have a look. There's not as many as I thought.
Okay.
On Cricinfo, there are 9 James Taylors.
Okay.
So 2, 3, 4, 5 from England, 2 from Scotland, 1 from South Africa, and 1 from India.
Right. Most common of names in India, James Taylor. I would have thought.
No, wait. I need to know about. I need to know about this player. Full name: James Edward John Taylor. Born August the 6th, 1885 in Dunkirk, France. Died December 26, 1974, Tunbridge, aged 89. He was a wicketkeeper. And here we go. He played for Bengal's Governors 11. And that was his only first-class match.
That one beats the outside edge. Yes.
So
Sense a bit of empire going on there.
Yes. He made 32 runs across 2 innings, and he took 1 catch as wicketkeeper.
And Glad he got one.
Oh, there you go. You never know what rabbit hole you're going to fall into once you start checking out players' names.
I've got to slip in place now of Surrey for Barnard. And maybe that's why Barnard opts to leave that one outside off stump. Having edged one to that area and Taylor's previous over. Well, there was no slip on that occasion, so he got 4 runs for it. Just does a bit of prodding on the pitch. Once you put in by Surrey, so they have to make the judgment on what's a good score on this surface, which is fairly central. In fact, it's very central, really. It probably has been used for international cricket at some point.
Yeah, it is. It is quite maybe just one across.
Yeah. Oh, dear me. Oh, that nearly hit the helmet. That was nearly 5 penalty runs. Thank you very much. It will go down for 4 leg byes. So, having missed with the attempted pull, it's obviously just clipped his pads, and the wicketkeeper couldn't stop it, and it must have missed the helmet by centimetres.
Wow. I'm not quite sure how it did. I'd love to see. I have to look at that again. And on now our wonderful stream that you're watching on today, you probably had a quicker view of it than we did here.
Last ball of the over, the 8th over. No run, so 5 to the total there, although only 1 goes against the bowler. 41 for 1 after 8 overs. Phil Britt's with us here today as well, cast of 3. So I'll bring Phil in for a bit.
Thank you, Clive. Brilliant first over from Patel. Now he gets a go at the new batter in Zen Malik. Oh, first ball, he's completely lost his radar. That was most definitely a wide. By Jack Shantry, I think that is at this end. Giving the signal as we welcome Phil Britt. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Mel. Hi, everybody.
It's been a while. I haven't commentated with you this year.
It's, I think it's since the championship games. I think it was the last time.
Very full, but unable to get it away. I'm not sure that you were here when I was here for that championship game.
No, I think what happened is you did the first 2 or 3 days, and then I did the 4th day.
Ah, okay.
That's what it was.
They're trying to keep us apart.
Absolutely. That ball then, that shot, just caught the little cap on the drainage where the water comes, you know, where they put the water on for the square.
Oh, there's protection in the deep. They'll just get a single. Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, because it bobbled up and it lifted the lid of the cover, which I don't see that. In fact, I can't remember seeing that before.
Jeez, cricket always has something.
It always has something, yeah.
That you've never seen before.
That was close, that one in the previous over there, wasn't it? For the which nearly hit the helmet.
That would be exciting.
I
don't know if I've ever seen. I don't know if I've ever seen that live. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I don't know if I've ever seen that at a game where I've been watching. Seen some odd penalties being given for various things, but
they were going along quite nicely, Warwickshire there, but that one, they lost the wicket to Yates.
yeah, that wicket has just slowed things down considerably. At the moment, Barnard, who has been blazing away, he's at the non-striker's end. But again, time in 50 over cricket, time for Zen Malik to play himself in and just knock it around and find the gaps just like that. That means Barnard's only got 1 ball to face at the end of this Patel over.
I think he came on as a substitute fielder last night at Headingley in the match, but he hasn't figured yet as a starting player in the 100. Barnard.
Dot ball to finish. Another good over from Patel. He's been terrific so far. 4 runs coming off that one. And Warwickshire 45 for 1 after 9.
Yeah, so Patel's just the 5 runs on the wicket from his 2 overs. Taylor going to continue at the Birmingham end. He's starting his 5th over. And Malik has a quick look round the field. Not really any significant change. There's a gap at square leg, which he might look to push into. As Taylor comes charging in, and Malik, up on his toes, just opens the face of the bat and runs that down to Flores, down at 3rd man, and just gets the single. 46 for 1. Malik moves on to 5. Barnard 26. So you covered quite. You were up at Welbeck the other day with Dave Bracegirdle up there, was it? Doing that one?
I was indeed. It's not the easiest place in the world to get to.
No, it's not, is it?
When you don't have a car.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Barnard in, and this one. Barnard in. Barnard waits as Taylor comes into him and runs this away down to backward point. But Grant is round on that quickly and does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, so how did you manage it? Because I'm just thinking, without a car,
I tell you,
is the public transport out there?
So, I was actually in London the previous evening for work. I was hosting an event or a Q&A panel.
Taylor bowls and driven by Barnard, but straight up to a deepish mid-off, and there's no run.
So, instead of coming back to Birmingham, and then it was going to be like a good 3 hours to try and get there in the morning. So I got a late train to Nottingham, which was cancelled, but luckily there was another one. So it was like midnight when I got into Nottingham. Stayed there, and then I missed my train to the closest sort of town by 1 minute.
Barnard pushes this one, nearly gets an edge. There was no foot movement from Barnard. Looking to cut it behind square on the offside. Ball flies through to Blake behind the stumps, and there's no run, and perhaps just a little groan of disappointment from Taylor there.
So I had to get an Uber from Nottingham to Welbeck, which wasn't cheap.
I was going to say,
well, it was about 30 quid.
That's quite a price, isn't it, to get to a ground?
Well, I couldn't see any other way that I was going to be able to get there.
Taylor bowls, and Barnard looking to scoop the ball, runs across his stumps, outside the off stump, looking to flick it over his left shoulder and down to the boundary. In the end, gets a complete muddle, and the ball drops down off his pads back in front of him. When it doesn't work, it's an untidy-looking shot, isn't it?
It always is.
If it comes off, everybody says, "Oh, that's a remarkable shot." But when it doesn't, it looks blooming awful.
So to get home, basically, Dave Bracegirdle was putting out a shout on the stream, and a lady heard him, and so she very kindly, her name was Jo.
Taylor in, bowls and driven by Barnard with no great timing out to a short extra cover. Another good tight over there from Taylor, 46 for 1. And we've had 10 overs. So Warwickshire going along, had a little burst and then lost the wicket of Yates. And since then it's sort of calmed down again. And Patel and Taylor have done a good holding job here for Surrey. So this lady heard Dave Bracegirdle, and listening to Dave Bracegirdle, she was actually wanting to offer. She must have realised Dave wasn't going in the car as well.
Well, he had plans afterwards. So anyway, the lovely Joe drove me all the way to Nottingham, where I was able to get a train. But yeah, I would say it's not the most convenient place to get to, as Patel starts another over. He's tight straight from the start.
I think we played last time I went there was a match about 10 years ago. Is it the pitch which is slightly domed? I can't remember the Welbeck. I'm thinking of the right ground. No, perhaps I'm not thinking of the right one.
Yeah, I didn't think it was really domed. It was very yellow. And as it is in a lot of places, just because of the lack of rain, that's why it's almost surprising to see a green outfield
Yeah.
here.
Well, we've got a complete hosepipe ban. We're not allowed to do any watering of the garden or fill the ponds or anything. So that garden, I haven't had to cut it for weeks.
He's still just happy to knock it around Malik and get Barnard on strike. Now he's got a couple more balls to play with this time against Rishi Patel. It definitely really put the brakes on when Patel came on and took that wicket. Since then, I just found it a lot harder, even Barnard himself finding it harder to be quite as aggressive.
His timing's not quite there, is it, for some of the shots? He's looking to be aggressive, but not quite coming off at the moment.
I mean, his timing was pretty good when he was driving and pulling. And
well, he had that couple of balls. He hit that powerful pull for 6 over sort of long on, but...
actually, that sounded pretty good coming off the bat. Straight to the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, I think that's Gruntler there who did the fielding, and a terrific piece of fielding at backward point. Prevented possibly 4 runs there. So Barnard did manage to get that one away nicely, but straight got a good piece of fielding.
Nice. Really good delivery again. Full right up in the block hole. And wasn't really anything Barnard could do but dig it out. So they're just working their way through it. It's still pretty healthy though. 11 overs gone, 47 for 1.
Yeah, so Patel, just the 6 runs coming from his 3 overs. A bowling change at the Birmingham end. And Taylor out of the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, very economically, just for 16. Tom Laws comes back into the attack, changing ends for him. He bowled his first 3 overs for 21 from the pavilion end, and now he will try his luck at the Birmingham end. And he's on his way to Zen Malik, as Malik waits this wide down the leg side, so he'll have to bowl that one again. 48 for 1. Just the second wide of the innings.
Looks like a nice little crowd building up here today.
Well, I was hopeful that we were going to get a really good crowd. It's the only 50-over match of the season in Birmingham itself. Laws in bowls. This is turned behind square by Malik. I was going to say they'll just get the single. They thought about a second, but it was Garantler was round on it quickly and managed to do the fielding, and in the end prevented them taking the second run. Yeah, with the other 3 games, home games in the competition, all being at Rugby School, for those who don't want to travel, then this is their only opportunity of watching the 50-over match. Laws in bowls, and this one squares up Barnard, who plays it back down the wicket, a little bit in the air for a while there, but perfectly safe, but just got squared up by Laws.
I actually think part of the, oddly enough, the appeal of for some people of those one-day cup games is that they're at the outgrounds, though, and that they do have a bit of a day trip to go to places they don't normally go to.
Rules in and bowls, and this one is played just to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it does give a really good opportunity for clubs to use the outgrounds, and a lot of them are doing that.
Well, like I said, it's also it's got a bit of an intimate feel when you are at those grounds. You're really close. There's no fences separating you.
This one is, again, and Barnard really tries to force this one away, pulling it through the onside, but in the end picks straight up to deepish mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, so there is. It's quite a different feel when you're sort of sitting on a grass mound or a deck chair, and someone's fielding right there in front of you.
This one is down the leg side. Barnard looks to turn it down the leg side, just brushes the pad, and in the end, Josh Blake behind the stumps has to go down to his left and stop that one, which he does. He doesn't take it cleanly, but he prevents the run and doesn't brush the pad, not signalled a wide. So it stays on 49 for 1. We're in the 12th over, 1 ball to go, the 12th over as Laws in again to bowl, and this one, he opens the face of that Barnard and runs it away fine through where slip would have been and down to the boundary. There is a man down at third man, but he couldn't get round to such a fine shot, deliberate shot by Barnard. He moves to 30 and the total goes to 53 for 1. We've had 12 overs. That
was actually beautifully played by Barnard, because that deep third was actually quite fine anyway, but he just managed to get it fine enough without there being any danger from the keeper. It's really, really well played. 50 has come up now for the loss of 1 wicket, so first little milestone achieved. Barnard coming back in. From his perspective, he would like to really go big today and hang around Warwickshire, hoping for that as well. But Surrey will know that Warwickshire have had a bit of a habit of losing wickets in clumps, as Floros is the next change in the bowling. Just a single to start off with. Replacing Patel, who they're obviously saving him for further. He did his job, came in.
Oh, absolutely.
And
broke the partnership, and then kept the runs down and just put a little bit of a hold on things. So what do you know about Flores?
I knew you were going to ask me that. I mean, he's an Australian cricketer.
Yeah, well, I thought, Mel, you'd be able to go, yeah, he was born in just outside Orange.
No, there you go. He was actually born in Canberra.
Oh, okay.
Which is where I went to university. Yeah. He's played his professional cricket in Queensland, which is where most people will know him from. He hasn't played a huge amount, though. He's played 3 first-class matches and 5 List A matches. So it's it's not been a huge amount, but he's 28 years old.
I was going to say, just looking down on him, I've not seen him close up, but he doesn't look like he's a young player.
That one's popped up. No one in sight, though.
He's quite old then to have played so little first-class cricket, isn't he? In this day and age, they tend to get in fairly young.
Well, the fact he's played 5 List A crickets, 3 of them have been this season for Surrey. So he played a couple of List one-dayers for Queensland back in 2025. So, yeah, it was interesting to me to see Ben Flores over here. And that's probably why I say I don't know a lot about him, because he's not someone who you've kind of seen very much of. Actually, Benji is what he goes by, Benji Flores.
Benji Flores, yeah. He's just the one run off him so far, which was that wide, which the previous ball.
Oh, he's pulled that one without really getting all of it, but it's got enough on it. And that is another boundary to Barnard as he clicks along. He was smiting the ball around the place and then kind of went a little bit quiet again after the wicket of Rob Yates. It looked as though he was struggling with his timing, but
wasn't an altogether convincing shot, that one, was it? He got four for
Yeah.
it, but lifted over sort of the inner field, but probably not quite as powerful as he'd hoped.
I had no idea where that went. No idea at all. And that was a good comeback with the fuller delivery from Flores. End of the over, 58 for 1 after 13. Barnard on 34 and Malik on 8. So I'd be interested to find out how he did end up playing. And I almost want, it'd be interesting to find out if he was, I was about to say if he was over here playing cricket, and he was playing in the Sussex League.
Okay,
so that,
right.
I mean, that's been similar. A lot of Australian players do that.
Yep. New over, Tom Law's in outside the off stump and through to... we had a cricketer here with a very famous name, and everybody made the mistake, Ryan Sidebottom, who was an Australian, who was over here playing local club cricket and was drafted in when Warwickshire had problems, and then Ryan was on the staff for 2 or 3 years, I suppose, something like that. But that's how he came to be playing for Warwickshire. This next one down the leg side, and Malik looks to turn it, misses it, and it's signalled a wide, so another one to the total, 59 for 1.
Well, Bo Webster was playing league cricket over here and got called up to play for Essex, and that's how he played his first list day games here before he was playing for Australia. Now, of course, very much a Warwickshire lad.
This opens the face on this one. Malik this time sees what Barnard had done in the previous over, and he thinks, I'll have some of that one as well. Ball just a little bit shorter outside the off stump, and Malik got behind, opened the face, ran it down through that slip area, and exactly the same result. So he gets a boundary. He moves into double figures. He's 12. Barnard's 34. It's 63 for 1 in this 14th over. That was a nice shot again. It was similar, wasn't it?
It was almost an exact replay. You could have been fooled.
This next one, he's forward 2, and with again slightly open face bat, runs it down to backward point. And
now
Grantler does the fielding there, rushing round.
And Yusuf Majid, who's fielding at that deep third position, is even finer now. What that does, it does open up that sort of region behind point.
This next one is worked, and Majid is brought into action straight away. This was again a similar sort of shot from Malik, but he actually this time was got a lot more of it. Wasn't such a fine glide of the ball down to third man, and Majid only had to make 2 or 3 paces to his right to do the fielding. But another single to the total, 64 for 1. Balls again comes in, this time to Barnard, and Barnard goes for the drive, but goes straight to Burns at short extra cover, and there's no run.
And just again not quite getting the timing. I'm quite impressed that Rory Burns has a black wide brimmed Like he's got black floppy.
Yep. He's borrowed it from one of the umpires, I reckon. They've both got the same.
Yeah.
Probably went in and said, "You've got a spare hat."
I actually like it. I like it.
Law's in bowls. This one is played solidly and defensively for the final ball of Law's 5th over. He's been a little bit expensive, 33 coming from his 5 overs, as Warwickshire moved to 64 for 1 after 14.
Well, 16 of those came off 1 over when Rob Yates and Ed Barnard went after him. He's actually recovered reasonably well since then. As I'm going to see Benji Flores continue. Looks like he's very tall from here when he's next to the other players. I'm not sure of his exact height. Oh, he surprised him there. And, well, they've played a few shots in that general area, but that one was not quite as intentional.
No. The others have been quite... those 2 guided shots which went for 4, they were quite definite shots. And but that one, as you say, the ball jumped up at him a little. And in the end, he was... I think it was just hitting the bat and happened to go there rather than played by any intent. He survived it there.
This time he's down the leg side.
Must have just brushed something there because not been signalled as a leg side wide.
And it's interesting now, Barnard 34 off 49. He was basically got up to about 30 runs going at a run a ball. It just shows you how the different phases of this game work. I don't think they want to get stuck like this for too much longer, though.
No.
And they don't get stuck because Barnard does get hold of one.
You got an earpiece to him, have you? Get on with it.
Yeah, it sat up, to be fair, for him quite well. And that deep mid-wicket.
It's like when you say he hasn't hit a boundary for 5 overs, bang, next you can almost set you to it.
I would suggest that the last person that Ed Barnard should ever listen to for cricket advice would be me.
I don't know.
That's a better length, better line.
They come back for 2 there.
Yeah, that's really good running.
Yep.
As he actually played it quite softly. Just found a little pocket.
Because Ed Barnard has been really dominant in this 50 over competition the last couple of seasons, and not being available was a bit of a blow for Warwickshire. Best, good for him to get a 100 contract, but it did leave a bit of a hole for Warwickshire in the 50 over competition.
I just think he's a wonderful cricketer. I really like watching Barnard play. So useful, isn't he? He's always contributing somehow.
I don't think as captain, I don't think he's bowled himself enough. That would be one criticism I would make. I think he's sometimes, when you look and see, he's sort of not been brought on perhaps when he should have been. But that's he won't be the first captain who that criticism could be aimed at.
Now they've just put in a fielder down at deep mid-wicket where Barnard hit that last boundary. And that's why, because he's going short. But Barnard times it so well. He meets it early. And he pulls it straight at that fielder they just put back. So good finish to the over. Bit of an expensive one. And at the end of it, Warwickshire now 75 for 1. So it was that over, Barnard deciding that they'd been stifled for enough. He picked the bowler he was going to target, and it was Flores, and he did it very well.
Yeah, it was having strengthened the leg side. Then the next ball was pumped in by Flores, and it was short, and Barnard was onto it in a shot and absolutely whipped it away into a gap which hadn't been protected.
Well, you just met it early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yusuf Majid is into the attack, replacing Tom Laws at the Birmingham end. So the fifth bowler, which have been used by Surrey this morning. So Warwickshire 75 for 1 after 15. We've got 35 overs of this innings remaining. The outfield is quick, and Majid, who will be bowling, for those who don't know, is going to be in off left arm spin from off about 3 or 4 paces, and his first ball is right on the mark and played gently in front of him by Malik, and there's no run. In comes Majid again and bowls, and this is driven up to long off for 1 by Malik. He goes to 15, 76 for 1. Mills leaving us now.
Yep, I'm leaving you. See you, Phil. I'll be back.
She'll be back in half an hour, and Clive will come and join us. Yusuf Majid gives the ball a bit of a grip in his left hand, throws it, and this is launched high, long and high over long on rather by Barnard, down to the fence and over the rope, and brings up Barnard's 50, which has come off 54 deliveries, and has a beautiful strike there. But Barnard just picking up the timing again. 82 for 1 as Clive rejoins us. Lovely shot, that, Clive.
Yeah, he's had to work a bit, Barnard, but he's looking good.
So Majid had something to think about as he's in. This one, he's just a little bit shorter and pushed through a bit quicker. Barnard dips it out to point, and there's no run.
Okay, they're just picking it up a little bit. 11 off the last over. 7 off this one so far.
Little hop before he comes in, bowls, and down the wicket comes Barnard and lifts this one again over long on for 6 more. And again, that's a big hit because that goes into the row of seats. And one of the spectators has got to get up, I think, to get it.
Watch out where the ball is.
There is a gate there, but he's...
must have bounced back down, I think, because it landed about 20 rows back.
Yeah.
Oh, these cricketers are such athletes. No problem hurdling the wall. Me trying to get over that, it would take me about an hour.
Unless you're a footballer who finds it a bit more difficult jumping over a sign or a wall. 88 for 1. So
Fielder stayed out there at long on, where he's hit those couple of sixes. Not that he would have been able to catch that last one.
Good use of the feet, though, there by Barnard. As the last ball of Majid's over in, and Barnard sweeps, but well fielded, just round the corner, and it's James Taylor who does the fielding. That short, fine leg prevents that going down to the boundary for 4. End of the over. We've had 16 overs, and Warwickshire have moved on to 88 for 1. Just the 1 wicket going, that of Rob Yates, who was out for
10.
Wasn't he? Yep.
That second 6 brought up the 50 partnership for the second wicket. They've now added 53. A bit unlucky with that sweep because you can see what he's trying to do. Either side of the field, and it's gone for 4. We didn't quite manage to get it either wide or fine enough to beat him. But Barnard looking good, and Warwickshire welcoming him back into the side. Of course, he also gives them an extra bowling option as well. But no spin of Taz Ali in the team here, so we might see a fair bit of Rob Yates if they decide they need pace off. Patel to continue. Warwickshire going through a good spell, 24 in the last 2 overs now. Something's put off Zen Malik. The builders are back working again. You can hear the hammering. And most of them on the top floor there.
That's the new building is really beginning to take some shape now, though.
Oh, that's going well wide of the leg side. He tried to slow a ball there, I think. Maybe a knuckle ball from Patel, but didn't quite get it right. And with the wicketkeeper standing up, that's dangerous, but a good quick reaction from wicketkeeper Blake. And just the one wide then. It's not out of the middle of the bat. He'll get a run there. So Malik supporting Ed Barnard well.
Big bonus getting Ed Barnard back for this competition. The last couple of seasons he's been the sort of player of the competition, hasn't he?
That's going to be a single. There's a boundary rider out there on the offside, 90 for 1. That last wide was the 4th of the innings by Surrey. 4th given. I think Ed Barnard reckon there should have been a 5th. A real glare to the umpire when one went down the leg side. But then you always get that now. If the ball goes down the leg side, the umpire doesn't give it. The batter will always have a good chunter about it. If it's the IPL, they could even appeal or review it. No reviews in this game, of course. Nicely played, but again, there is a sweeper out there, so it'll just be a single for Barnard. Patel still pretty miserly. 9 runs have come from his 21 deliveries so far, and he's got the 1 wicket to fall. Canny, experienced performer, and again, good accurate delivery, and Malik plays it well enough, but again, no run.
Albert's on the field. Must be a substitute.
Oh, that's in the air, but that's been really hammered by Zen Malik. That was a forehand into the corner of the court. 4 runs to Zen Malik and moves on to 20. It was aerial, but he hit it so hard, unless it was going to go straight to the field, he was going to be all right.
Yeah, he was in the end, it was quite some way from Albert, who was on the edge of the mid-off.
Good delivery, right in the block hole. But a rare boundary off Patel means they did in the end take 9 off that over, so they're continuing this little run. That's 33 now from the last 3. 31 from the last 3, I should say. On account of the fact there were 7 in that over, I can't read my own writing.
Started to speed up a bit since that little spell where Surrey were able to restrict them to 2s and 3s and over. Majid is going to continue. Yusuf Majid is going to continue. He's having a long chat with Rory Burns, the captain. Burns has sent a man back to the long-on boundary, and now he's sending his mid-wicket back onto the edge, stepping back towards the building site. So we've got a man out on the cover boundary. A long on, in fact, he's brought the long on into a deep mid-on. As this one is a little bit shorter and up on his toes, it fetches it round to that sort of deep.
That one bounced a bit, didn't it?
It's sort of, in the end, he had to sort of pull it round, didn't he? Couldn't get any power behind the shot. It goes through for a single, 96 for 1. About 58. Malik, who's on 20, is dabbing this one away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tom Sibley does the fielding there.
3 other games going on today in this competition. They're all in the other group. This is Group A. All the other games are in Group B today.
This next one sees Malik cutting it to point. And again, a good piece of fielding there by Gruntler, who prevents Malik getting a single. That's a couple of good stops he's made in the last couple of overs.
Go through the scores at the end of this over with the spinner on.
Julian bowls, and this one again is this time much easier one for Gruntler to field. Bounces up nicely for him and prevents Malik getting any runs. This is a tidier over from Yusuf Majid. He hasn't managed to get Barnard off strike, and
Fielder going to the long on boundary for this next one.
Malik drives this one up to long on for a single.
That's good cricket from Malik. You stick your mid on back to long on and I'll take a single too. Thank you very much.
Just a slight change as well. This man's gone back onto the deep mid wicket boundary. There's a man out on the long off boundary, but the long on boundary where Barnard hit a couple of big shots in the previous over, that's unprotected. This one is turned just gently through the vacant mid-wicket area for an easy single. As field comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. End of the over. That's a better one from Yusuf Majid. It's 98 for 1. We've had 18 overs.
That sort of ends the run. Looks like we're having the batters are expecting. We're only 18 overs in. I thought it was usually after. Unless we're getting 3, or they wanting a change of gloves. Oh, it's not a drinks break as such. So that ended that, just 3 off that last over. It ended a run, which actually you can count back to 6 overs. Well, it took 48 in the space of 6 overs. They averaged 8 and over in that little spell, which has got them up. It's 98 for 1. The batters are having a drink. I cause a bit of angst when I refer to one of these drinks breaks as a hydration break. I did it slightly tongue-in-cheek, I must say, but it's a sensitive topic. Some people didn't like the use of that term. It's not a full-on drinks break, because there's only the batters are having one. They decided, the batters said, we're having a drink. Sorry, Holmes, we're having a drink. And so they've had one. There we are.
I think they might have taken advantage of Josh Blake getting a little bit of attention from the physio, the wicket keeper.
Now, when did he do that? Because there was one which went through his hands and almost hit the helmet. So I'm not sure when he damaged the finger there.
Not sure.
But he's going to carry on anyway. He's at the wrong end at the moment. And it's going to be Patel to continue. Be his 5th over. The other scores I was going to go through. So Glamorgan 91 without loss. They're going well. The 19th over at Chester Street against Durham. Essex at 99 for 1 at Arundel. Lovely round after 17 overs against Sussex. Worcestershire, the defending champions who started well, but they're struggling a bit at York. 58 for 4 after 18 overs against Yorkshire. York, of course, was Warwickshire who were the first opponents for a first-team game there. It's played at mid-off. There's no run. It was a terrific championship match, which they won.
Yep.
Tim Ambrose, I think, wasn't it, who saw them home by, in the end, a quite narrow margin.
They've played a couple of one-day games there as well.
Since then, yeah. But the Warwickshire, I think, was the first-team game on that ground.
It was a really great match, that was.
Historically, Yorkshire's games at York have been at a different venue. I think I'm right in saying that's a full toss, but only 1 run for it. For Barnard, he looks as if he wants to go big, wants to maybe bat most of the 50 overs, if not all of them. Warwickshire, with just 1 wicket down, do have good foundations here. Put in by Surrey, remember? Surrey, who are looking for their 3rd win. They'll be in a very strong position if they win this. Warwickshire desperately need the win. It's nicely driven straight to the fielder again. Rory Burns there, the Surrey captain.
I think Warwickshire are back in the position they were in with T20.
Yeah.
They've got to win virtually every game.
Well, I think they've got to win them all, really.
Yep.
History would suggest, as I mentioned earlier, 5 wins and 3 defeats actually wasn't enough for Warwickshire last season, but it was enough for 2 counties the season before. That's a decent shot for one's a sweeper there. But if you look at the table, I mean, everyone is in this group, apart from Notts, there's 100 up. The reason for the applause. And the 100 has come off 118 balls, which means the second 50 has taken 58. The first took 60. Yes, so what was I saying? Apart from Nottinghamshire going well, most teams are beating each other in this group. So I think at the moment, I would say there's a decent chance of 5 wins will be enough. But they need to win all the remaining games to get them, and that will help. As Ed Barnard finds the boundary once again. And that is his 8th 4 to go with 3 6s.
Nice shot, wasn't it? Just picked the spot between cover point and fly slip beautifully. And, lossless protection, not quite in the right spot.
I can't ignore what I said about the number of balls. I completely miscalculated. That's a good defence. It was 112 balls for the 100, so the second 50 took 52 balls. I thought it should be slightly quicker than the first. The first took 60, the second took 52. And it's 104 for 1 now after 19.
So Barnard up to 64 and 22 to Malik. And it will be Yusuf Majid who is out of the attack. I was going to say to continue, but he's not. Benji Flores is having a change of ends.
We talked about Benji Flores earlier. As I say, he was playing league cricket in Sussex, and I think with a couple of injuries, Surrey took the opportunity to sign him. But what is fairly remarkable about him this season, he's played 3 List A games for Surrey, and in every one of them he's finished with exactly 60 runs scored against him. 2 of the games he bowled 10 overs, 1 he bowled 8, but each time he's finished with 60.
In he comes, and Malik digs out a full delivery just outside off stump, runs it down into the backward point area.
He's taken, he's taken 7 wickets in that time, including 4 for 60 of the last game against Northants. Well, I'll be very disappointed if his analysis today doesn't end up.
That must be
60.
pretty much his best performance, isn't it?
He's only played about 6 games, so yes, I would imagine it would be.
As he comes in again from this Birmingham end to bowl to Malik, and Malik is turning it down into the mid-wicket area where Dom simply has to come run. Well, I won't say running, it was more like ambling along to pick it up. And they take the single. It was always going to be an easy single.
Perhaps a slight shame for Dom Sibley that Surrey are playing here rather than rugby, because he has the honour of he was the first player in county cricket to score a century at rugby in a losing cause. It turned out.
That's right. He batted really well, really well. As Flores in and bowls. This is whipped off his pads by Barnard down to deep mid-wicket for another single. Yeah, he was never really given much opportunity in white ball cricket here when in his time at Warwick.
Yes, I think it was initially, wasn't he? And then it sort of faded out. I always felt they slightly underrated him for the white ball. I remember when they had a few injuries in the T20, people said, who could they bring in? And I said Sibley, and I was looked at as if I was mad. But he can hit the ball.
Malik waits, and this one he gets runs down just behind square off the pad. I think that one was, it's just been signalled as a leg by. Another 1 to the total, 107 for 1.
But just going back to Flores, because we come from the Sussex League, I was trying to remember, you'll tell me, you'll remember, I'm sure. Who was the guy that Warwickshire, I think it was the notorious championship match at Chelmsford. And Warwickshire got someone who's been playing club cricket for Ipswich. Drafted him in due to injuries. I'll try and work out who it is.
This one's driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, I interviewed him at the end of one day. He was a lovely chap, and he did reasonably well. It was either last season or the season before. I will look it up. I'll find it, because I'm pretty sure it was the Essex away game, the one where Alex Davis took a lot of stick for not enforcing the follow-on. Wasn't the reason why they lost the game. They lost the game because they were bowled out for nothing in their second innings. See if I can find it.
No, I can't remember. Flores bowls and Barnard digs that one out. That was a good length delivery. End of another over. So we've had 20 overs, 107 for 1. So,
actually, it might have been 2024 because it was Mark Robinson was in charge at the time. So I will look up the 2024 game.
He never played again. Yeah, he played
I think he
one
might have played. He might have played 2 games. I can't remember. I will check. He did a decent enough job. He didn't pull any trees out, but he did a decent enough job, given that he was filling in for injuries. 9 off that over, by the way, so decent over for Warwickshire. Let's see if I can find him. I do apologise to him for not remembering his name, but when I see it, I'll remember it. So we're getting Thomas to come in now. So a change of bowling for Surrey. And we're seeing Adam Thomas, who bowls a bit. Hasn't actually got any wickets this year. He's only got 1 wicket in List A cricket, which was... That was Taylor for him to knock out all 3 stumps then, wasn't it, me saying that? But, yeah, he's a useful extra bowler, I think, for Surrey. But he's a player who I think they think highly of. He's just 20 years of age. Just turned 20 this month. He played 4 games in the Blast. He's already played 4 championship matches as well, scoring a century on his debut. So he's a useful prospect for them. That one got up a little bit at Barnard. He'll get a single for it. Warwickshire ticking along still, as partnership proving very useful. Ryan Patel, by the way, his figures 5 overs, 1 for 19. And Thomas becomes the 6th bowler used, so it gives Rory Burns some options. Here we go. I think it's going to be on here. Let's have a look. Michael Ray, that's him. Michael Ray.
He did play a few games, actually.
Oh, doesn't release the ball there. Thomas, he did everything, including the action, but didn't actually release the ball. Yeah, he played in 2 or 3, and he did all right, he did well. But he'd been playing club cricket in Ipswich when they drafted him in, because they had injuries. $109 for 1. That'll be well, might be 2 actually. And yeah, good call from Zen Malik. Just turned, saw that long leg had been quite wide and had to cover some distance to get to it, so they had time to run a second. Tom Elam down there fielding. And again, they've run the first one hard, but this time. Actually, correction, that's Tom Elam who's just come in there and done a good piece of fielding to keep them down to 1. So 5 off the over. That last 112 for 1. That last 5 overs yielded 37 runs, the most productive 5 over spell so far. And the 10 over spell, 66 compared to the first 10 overs, which was 46. So they have picked the pace up a little bit here.
So 21 overs, approaching the halfway stage of the innings. 112 for 1. It's a steady start without being... Rory Burns is in long conversation with the umpire. Not quite sure what that's about. Obviously, doesn't seem to be any indication that anything different is happening. He's still pointing, still chattering, but no. That's Flores will continue from that Birmingham end, and Malik waits. And in comes this one. Is guided away down to 3rd man. It's Taylor goes racing round, but can't prevent Malik getting back for a 2nd run. 114 for 1. Malik moves on to 29 from 40 deliveries. Barnard going along at almost run a ball, 66 off 68. lots of noise in the background from the workers on the building site. Must be hot in all those helmets and protective clothing they're wearing as Malik digs this one out and squirts it up to Burns at mid-off. Umpires are on the radio with something going on that they want to get. Maybe as a result of, I don't know what any of that was about. Couldn't be ordering drinks, do you think?
Possibly. We're getting close to that stage, aren't we?
Yeah. Forrest in, bowls, and driven by Malik, and he wants the run, but then decides that the ball's being hit too clean. And they decide against it up to mid-on. The tapping all the time of the building site. It reminds me of when they built the pavilion. We had that for quite a while. As Flores comes in and bowls, and this one is driven back over his head. He gets a hand to it, but can't take enough pace off it. He goes to 4.
Slightly risky shot from Malik. This is a really important innings he's playing. He's giving Barnard. This is, as Mel's just pointed out, his highest score of the season thus far. Can he go on?
Yeah, he sort of got started, but not been able to push on at all.
Fairly cheaply at Taunton when they were chasing a big target. What are we waiting for now? It's Adam Thompson's going to continue. Batters are having a chat.
I would have thought that Ed Barnard would be a bit warm in a long sleeve shirt today, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but protects his arms from sunburn, I suppose.
Yeah, so I would have thought he wanted his arms free.
That's nicely placed for a single. Barnard. Almost are on the ball now, 67, 69. And Warwickshire, what do they have in mind as a good total? With all 9 wickets still in hand, we're almost halfway through the innings. If they still have plenty of wickets in hand in the last sort of 15 overs, they might be able to really push on. That's a bit of a streaky shot from Zaire Malik, but he'll get away with it. Another single.
I would have thought on this surface you've got to be looking certainly 275, if not a bit more than that.
He wants a new helmet, I think, Zaire Malik, if I understood the signal there to the dressing room. Deliberate shot for a single down to third. Just ticking along with singles this over.
Just milking along, aren't they? They're going to get hot at the Birmingham end, those people sat out there today in the sunshine.
See, there's a bit of a breeze blowing. The Warwickshire flag is blowing fairly well in the breeze. Close to the scoreboard. I think that will be cut off, so it'll just be the 1. That backward point, no run. Certain generations might tell Adam Thomas to tuck his shirt in. Hanging out, and it's sort of billowing a little bit as he runs in.
Yes.
I think you get fairly short shrift if you did say that to the 20-year-old. Good, that's a good ball. Came in a little bit, I think, to Barnard, who keeps it out. Gets through the over quickly there, Thomas. Bowled those deliveries quickly. Went for 4 runs in total. 122 for 1 after 23 overs.
And I'll make way for Mel to move in back in here. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
There we go, Mel.
Phil Britt, Mel Farrell about to come in. I'm Clive Eakin on the stream for you today. And as we batters again taking a drink. There is one of the Surrey players, looks like receiving a bit of treatment. It's not the wicketkeeper this time. So just one wicket to fall. Rob Yates just after Warwickshire got going, a fairly steady start. They took just 9 runs for the first 4 overs, then took 26 from the next 2 before Rob Yates just got a top edge and was a comfortable catch for Rory Burns off Ryan Patel for 10. That was 35 for 1 in the 7th over. So these two have added 87 so far in about 16 overs. Welcome back, Mel.
Thank you. Well, they've got themselves into a decent position at the moment, Warwickshire. Oh, they'll pick up a couple. Floros, I heard you saying he's gone for exactly 60 in his first two. That is going to be...
I'm going to be very disappointed if he goes for 61 or 59.
We're on Floros watch on this game just to see. I know you do really love your symmetry, don't you? I can understand why. It's a very crickety thing to do. Oh, this is a tight, it's not a tight single, it's a very comfortable one, in fact, in the end. That was really well run.
Yes, Adam Thomas, I thought might get to it, but didn't bend down to reach the ball.
It might have been very interesting if he had.
Yeah.
Then it would have been very tight, I suspect. This has been good from Malik now as well. I mentioned he'd made starts, not gone on with it, but it's Barnard. Okay, can't get it past Rory Burns in his black floppy, which I'm a big fan of. I love a coloured floppy.
Oh, is he about to come into bowl? He just did a really good delivery there, didn't he? It turned sharply on practice pitches.
And then he made a motion as if that one would have just gone flying over the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's amazing what you can tell with the on-field sign language. I'll try to turn that one into the leg side, but I was completely flummoxed. Here he goes again, Rory Burns. With his bowling, and he's rolling. I tell you what, I think he is going to come on because he's rolled his arms around a bit. So we might see the skipper and the umpire is floppy. Well, that's nicely flicked off the hip.
He hasn't actually bowled in the competition yet this season. Didn't bowl in the first 3 games. 2 games at Guildford, 1 at Sedbergh.
When was the last time you bowled?
Question.
He bowled against Glamorgan in the championship?
No, I don't think he did. It's a fair while by the looks of things.
Been. Not this year, anyway.
No.
Ooh, oh, my goodness. Well, he was probably lucky he didn't chop on. Malik, it was quite wide. Just bottom edge. Anyway, end of the over from Floros, and Warwickshire now 127 for 1. 24 overs gone, so going about 5 and over. And only having lost 1 wicket, you would suspect they might be targeting a pretty big score. But it looks like it's been a pretty good pitch for batting.
Is the wicketkeeper coming off here? He's been struggling a little bit, or is he just putting the helmet down?
I think he's just getting rid of the helmet.
Yeah, possibly.
Well,
Got treatment for an injury earlier.
Well, we did see the
No, he's been replaced.
He's coming off. Wow.
And it's Dobson Alex Dodson rather, who is taking over from him. Well, he did receive treatment for a hand injury earlier, and possibly that bottom edge was the last straw for him, as he had to scramble across to stop it. So Surrey changing wicketkeeper. Now whether... No, I should know, but I'm not sure what the rules are on substitutions in this competition. Would Dodson be allowed to bat if they decided that Blake wasn't available to do so? I don't know. Answers on a postcard. Thomas to continue. It's all happening here. It's a dot ball. And straight away standing up to Thomas's bowling is Dodson, who has played in the competition this season. That's gone a long way. Is that going to go all the way? It is. Malik hits that for 6. And crowd approving.
He's really wonderful to watch when he gets going. A lot of style, class about Zen Malik.
Oh, that was a decent shot. For a good stop from Rory Burns there. Diving to his right. That was Zen Malik's second 6 of the competition this season.
Maybe he just needed to get back to familiar surroundings.
Well, we've talked about it quite a lot, but it's such a great story, the way his career's blossomed late on. Having, I did mention it to him, and I think you were there when we both spoke to him after I don't know, it was his championship debut, but certainly early. He pointed out he'd apparently had trials or played in second 11s for 12 of the 18 counties before finally getting his opportunity after work with Saka.
I think that might have been after he scored his maiden century for Warwickshire. Yeah, he's a real poster boy for not giving up.
Absolutely, yeah. On this defender, also maybe a little bit for staying humble, because he did admit in that interview, because he started at Worcestershire, and he did admit that he maybe got a little bit comfortable there and thought he had it made, and it came as a bit of a shock to him when he was released, which made him perhaps do a bit of thinking. We are having an unofficial drinks break. I won't call it the other thing, because some people don't like that. 134 then, the halfway stage. Took 7 off that last over. Just the loss of Rob Yates for 10, but Zen Malik on 46. Ed Barnard on 69. Elsewhere, there are 100 games going on today. There's one in progress at the moment, a women's game at Cardiff, where Welsh fire 118 for 3 with 8 balls to go against the Trent Rockets. But in this competition, there are 3 other games, as I mentioned earlier, they're all in the other group. Glamorgan 139 without loss against Durham at Chester Street in the 27th over. Essex 150 for 1 after 24 overs at Arundel against Sussex. And Worcestershire have recovered a little bit after a difficult start. They were reduced to 53 for 4. They're now 97 for 4. Dan Latigan is still there for them on 52. Of the 100 games today, by the way. Obviously, the Welsh Fire and Trent Rockets men will play after the women's game at Cardiff, and then My London take on London Spirit. It's the Battle of the Londons.
The derby.
The derby, yeah. I mean, I did wonder about having 2 names of the same city, but of course it happens in Australia, doesn't it, with the 2
Melbourne,
Sydney teams?
Yeah,
and
Melbourne Renegades, Melbourne Stars.
So, anyway. Those are the 100 games today.
I'm trying to find out for you what happens. I've got the
substitution rules.
The substitution rules, and
because they've recently amended the championship rules, haven't they? I think I'm right in saying you can't make a substitution after the 3rd innings has started now. I think I read that. I mean, it might be that Blake's all right to bat, but if it's a hand injury, possibly not.
Well, that's not the bit that I thought it would be. It's not necessarily easy to find quickly.
No, fine.
There are a lot of playing conditions.
There are a lot. The last 5 overs, by the way, and I was a bit over early previously when I tried to give this stat, 27 runs without loss. So slightly actually slower than the previous 5, which were 32. The first 5, 25, second 5, 21 for 1, third 5, 29, then 32 and 27. So actually they've kept a fairly consistent pace, as we're about to see the latest Elam from that clan, Tom Elam bowl. He'll be the 6th bowler used.
Malik now 1 blow away from a half century, and it's not going to be that one. I had the setup already, Clive. It was not to be. And he has 1 half century in List Day cricket. Oh, he almost ended there. A bit of a swipe at that one.
I wonder whether he actually thought that had hit the stumps, because it took Ed Barnard to persuade him to run through for a single. The applause there, by the way, is the century partnership between these two.
Well, it's been something that Warwickshire would have liked to have seen earlier, a 100-run partnership. There haven't been many, particularly from the top order, but that is superb from Barnard. He just picked the gap, gave himself a little bit of room, and creamed it through the covers.
Yes, they've had 1 top order century partnership. That was for the 3rd wicket against Northants between Thea Wiley and Sam Hay. And the other century partnership they had was for the 7th wicket, George Gartner and Ethan Bamber against Nottinghamshire.
Oh, tries to back away again, almost comes undone. Yeah, it's been central to their woes early season in this tournament. Barnard coming back at a very good time. Sweeps hard, but there is a fielder out at deep backward square leg. Right now, Malik is still 1 blow away. That last one was a bye. So he's still on 46. And he is still on 46 at the end of the over. Have to wait a little bit longer. Warwickshire 140 for 1 after 26. Normally in 50 overs, you sort of have as a benchmark, don't you, teams wanting to double their score after 30 overs. Particularly, I say that particularly when they have a lot of wickets in hand, because that's pretty key to it, how many wickets are down. So I reckon they will be targeting a 300 plus score,
yeah,
for sure.
Adam Thomas's 3 over spell, which went for 16 runs, has come to an end, and Ryan Patel is returning 1 for 19 in 5 overs. It was he that got the wicket of Rob Yates. And that one floats in towards the leg stump. There'll be 2 runs there. Fairly wild throw, which nearly hit Zen Malik.
Yeah, really well run again. That ball almost seemed to stay still in the air. Patel's very canny with his change of pace.
On a off stump. Tried to guide it down. There is an opportunity there. 3rd is up. So if you can get it fine enough to beat that fielder, the runs. It's also definite opportunity for the ramp shot, which Barnard has tried once, which didn't work out terribly well.
Yeah, it feels right. It does. It's brilliant when it comes off,
right,
and it just looks a bit silly when it doesn't.
He was trying to hit that towards a long off. Ended up at mid-on. Dom Sibley there doing the fielding. Ooh, he hobbling slightly there, Dom Sibley. Might just tweak something as he fielded that. A little bit of stretching. going to be cut off. It's in the air momentarily, or a slight misfield, but I don't think that's going to cost anything. It was always going to be a 2, and Adam Thomas gets the throw in. Must be a bit distracting fielding there, right in front of the building. Work.
Well, I mean, we can see the building work because we're high up and look straight over the fence.
No, but I bet you can hear it.
I bet you can, yeah, you're probably right.
That's a single.
They're busy little beavers today. You can see all the high-vis overalls and lots of machinery. It's a very busy work day today on that site.
I haven't seen the crane in action much. Big white crane.
That would be distracting if the crane was going above you.
That's right in front of the work for another single to Malik. They're almost beating a tune in there now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's pretty noisy. We're just noticing more and more people coming in as well over them making their way up to the Hollies stand. Beautiful day. If you're watching this on the stream and you are in Birmingham, you might want to consider coming down and spending an afternoon in absolutely glorious sunshine. As Elam begins a new over, it's a nicely played reverse sweep, but they've got Yusuf Majid, I think that is there in place for exactly that shot. Protection both sides of the wicket for the sweeps. That one is played just in front of James Taylor, who's fielding just at that short, fine position. That's going to be wide.
It's a 5th wide of the innings.
And just smothering one. He's not in any hurry, Malik. He's on 49 at the moment. Very much grown into his innings. And that'll do it. Just a little single brings up a half century for Zen Malik. It's only his 2nd list A century. He's been fine support for Barnard, an important contributor to this partnership. He's entertained along the way as well.
62 balls, just 2 4s and 1 6, so he's on a fair bit of running.
Oh my goodness, down the pitch comes Barnard, and that went exactly the opposite end of the ground which he was planning, trying to loft it back over the bowler's head, and ends up squirting an edge. 4 runs is still the result. He's played a few deliberately. Very, very fine outside the off stump, but a couple have been unintentional as well. All worth the same on the scoreboard. Clive?
Absolutely. 150 came in at 166 balls, so the third 50 took 54 balls, the second 52. Again, they've been ticking along at about a run a ball for a while now.
150 up in that over, which finishes 155 for 1. Barnard on 84, Malik on 50.
Yes, actually took 9 from that over.
And it shows just how much Barnard, so he mentioned he was going at about a run a ball for the first part of his innings, up to about 30 runs, and then he was at around 34 off 49. He slowed right down sort of after the wicket of Rob Yates. He's 84 off 86 at the moment.
So Adam Thomas, having had up 1 over rest, is back in to replace Ryan Patel. Thomas bowling his 4th over, 1 run off the first ball.
Yeah, Rory Burns just rotating. You get the sense Ryan Patel is brought in to make something happen.
Yeah. Yes, obviously hoping for a wicket there, Burns. It didn't come. You had to go around the long way round there, Mallet, to get past the bowler and get that single. Warwickshire building nicely. Certainly have potential here. They can fire in the closing overs. Ooh, that one. I'm not sure what he was appealing because he didn't catch it, the wicketkeeper. So well, that one nipped back. There have been 1 or 2 that have misbehaved, seems to me, Mel. You think?
Yeah, a couple that have, particularly, I think, from this end when they're bowling from the members' end, the pavilion end. Extra bounce.
That was an accurate delivery from Thomas. He's doing a decent enough job. He's got a little bit less than a run a ball at the moment.
Well, he hasn't taken any wickets so far this year. He's been in terrific form with the bat. He's been not out twice in the 80s and got 57 against Leicester. So 3 half-centuries.
Oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot from Ed Barnard. He's managed to bisect a couple of fielders there inside the circle for 4. Good, orthodox and effective cricket shot there from Barnard, and moves on to 89.
He played a similar shot very early in his innings. It's got such a great foundation for the game in all of his first-class stylishness.
Don't think he's going to get one there because I think the umpire's about to signal a leg by.
Yep.
Come with a thigh pad, he does. But the team get the run, which means it takes 6 off that over. 5 go against the bowler. 7, I beg your pardon, off the over. 6 go against the bowler. The score, I did a match. Did one of these, what do they call them? I forgot what they call them now, but where the first class county plays one of the national counties. Did a game at Herefordshire. And it was very well set up there, and they had a scoreboard directly opposite us. But I'm sure someone was listening because they always change the scoreboard just as I've given the score.
It's so quick
every
here.
time.
It's particularly quick here. Actually, I mean, I love the scoreboard here in that it's really clear and easy to read, and it's kind of iconic, housed in the old building. But I do have one problem with it. As Majid starts another over, and
what's your problem with it then?
Right. Tell me what the bottom line says, right?
Yes, yeah, all right, fair enough, yeah, I'm with you on that one.
It says Warwickshire lead by 163.
Which is true. No, yes, I see what you mean there.
You can't have that for a first innings. That's nonsense. Technically correct, but nonsense. Oh, just fooled there with full delivery outside the off stump. It'd be some statement from Barnard coming back and scoring a century, wouldn't it? By the way, so using the angle there, that is a brilliant stop. Rory Burns is like a cat in the covers, a cat with a very, very good arm. Oh, meow.
And I think he was chuffed a bit, sir, that you also scored a direct hit with the throw.
That's what I mean, a cat with a very good arm.
Yeah. Probably would have gone upstairs if there'd been an upstairs, but not out.
Superb bit of fielding. They've just done really well hitting the vacant pockets. Lots of 2s at their run, not getting bogged down at any single point. It's like sensible cricket, isn't it? Keep it ticking over, put bad balls away. Makes it sound so simple. Of course it's not. Here's another gap that Malik finds.
Yes, they're sort of going along nicely in sort of 4th or 5th gear. They're probably about 68 miles per hour down the motorway at the moment. Before they accelerate, although of course you wouldn't accelerate beyond 70, obviously, but in cricketing terms you would.
Oh, there's the gap again. Not quite going to get to the boundaries. There's a sweeper out there.
Perhaps to show the Autobahn, because then you can do that. So they're going along
The
about 67
Autobahn.
on the Autobahn, and then they can 6 off the over.
168 for one. Or like when you go into like the outback, say if you're in Australia, if you're driving to Alice Springs or Kings Canyon, there's no speed limit when you're out there. So I've done that before, driving to Kings Canyon, Alice Springs. Yeah,
Sounds nice.
what you've got to be careful of is the cows, because when you see, we nearly crashed into them because my friend was driving, and when you're going really, really, really fast, faster than you normally would, you suddenly realise it takes you a lot longer to actually slow down, to decelerate and stop the car. So yeah, there was some screeching tyres and black marks, I can tell you, and a very, very irritated looking cow.
Just to give you an idea, though, how they're pacing the innings, the last 10 overs, 61 without loss. The previous 10, 61 without loss. Patel's come back into the attack, so they're sort of taking it in turns here. Thomas and Patel, 1 for 26. This is his 7th over.
Perhaps trying not to let them settle. The only problem is they actually look settled no matter who's coming on to bowl. I mean, this is... How many times have we seen Barnard play an innings like this, in the championship, or just really, really good cricket up? And so, Surrey, they've got to find a way through.
I mean, they'll be scoring now. The last 6 overs have got at least a run a ball in each over. And that'll be a run a ball there for Barnard.
Oh, that's risk-free cricket too. There's been... Only I can think of, I don't know, maybe a dozen times when there's been what's looked like a bit of a riskier shot or a ill-judged swipe.
Biggest partnership of the season and the competition thus far now for Warwickshire. That's now on 136 as Zem Malik takes a score 171 for one. Good setup for a good game, this.
Yeah, I think we are, because it looks a good pitch for batting.
That's a good shot from Barnard. He's beaten. Even Rory Burns couldn't stop that one this time, and that will go for 4. And so Ed Barnard closing in. Maybe giving a message to Sunrisers Leeds, as he should be playing in their first team. Unfortunately for him, they batted rather well in the last game, so there may not be a vacancy from that point of view.
Yeah, that's tough, but he's doing exactly what he needs to do, isn't he? It's all he can do.
That will be wise. That wasn't the most elegant bit of cricket we've seen today.
Just after I was saying that we hadn't seen many wild swipes, that goes in that category. Oh, that would have been... Well, he wouldn't have been out on 97, though, which is, as you observed,
true.
that's the score, isn't it?
It would have been a bit of a sickener to have got out like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Doesn't get a run there. So have to be patient looking for what would be his 6th List A century of his career. His 87th List A game, of course, played lots for Worcestershire. Captained the team last season. Right, he captained the team, I think, the last couple of seasons in this competition before becoming the county captain this season. And that will be 99. Zem Malik was keen to turn around and give him his century, but Ed Barnard was thinking, I'm not getting run out on 99, so he stayed where he was. End of the over, 9 off it, so they're still going along nicely. 177 for 1, and Phil Britt will come back in. Press that button, Phil, and then I'll press it when you come in.
There's a lot of buttons being pushed. as always, in the commentary box, high above the ground. Beautiful, beautiful views today under that blue sky over this wonderful ground. As Majid is going to continue from the Birmingham end. And that will be the run that brings up 100 for Ed Barnard. Unwanted this week in the 100. Very much wanted by Warwickshire today here at Edgbaston. It's been a fine century, coming at a little better, a whisker better than a runner ball. And welcome home is what they're all saying out there. Welcome home, Ed Barnard.
Yeah, a big miss, really, Ed Barnard. Good for him to get the 100, but Warwickshire really suffered without him.
Yeah, just...
be asking, can he be released for all the other games?
I bet you there are some people out there in the ground. So the 6 list day century, as Clive said just before he went off.
Yeah.
Oh, that is absolutely smoked down there. Not quite. It's half smoked. I thought it was going a lot faster than it did. And I'll just get a couple. It was a lovely looking shot.
It looked initially as though it was going to go all the way, and then it plugged a bit like a golf shot, didn't it? And all the pace went out of it.
There must be wind blowing this way.
Well, yeah, the flag would argue against that theory.
Oh, dear. Well, he just seemed to come off the bottom portion of the bat. Rory Burns patrolling that area. The cat prowling. So good in that position, either in the covers or at mid-wicket. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, it's that come off. I think it's come off the pad as he's gone down for the sweep. And yes,
yep.
It's a signal to leg by umpire Conor McGarry. $147 now, this partnership. Oh, and they've got him.
Yeah.
Just after he gets his half century, Zem Malik departs. That is a much needed breakthrough as far as Surrey are concerned, as this partnership was threatening to take Warwickshire very deep into a very big score. But it is the second wicket to fall for 182 runs, and no wonder they look delighted and relieved. But fine innings from Zem Malik. First time he's made 50 this season for Warwickshire in this tournament.
Was he bowled or stumped? I thought he was stumped, judging by the fact he was given out by the square leg umpire. Actually made the decision, so he must have toppled over after he played the shot.
Yeah, nice bit of work with the gloves as well.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know the Dobson, is it, or Dodson? Dodson.
Yeah, Dodson, who came on for Josh Blake in the 24th over.
So are the rules in this same as...
I've been going through to try and find out what happens batting-wise. Clive's been looking at it as well, and we don't think that Dodson can bat. But hey, he's made a fine contribution so far.
Yep. With
a neat bit of glove work that's seen the end of Zem Malik. Vanjani is the new batter in.
So Adam Thomas is going to have a bowl from the pavilion end. And he'll be bowling to Ed Barnard. I was going to say the Warwickshire skipper, but of course it's Rob Yates, isn't it? Yeah. So Thomas in and bowls, and this is run down to short third man for a single. Brings Vanish Jani onto strike. he'll be anxious to get some runs as well. He's got plenty of runs in the second team this season, but looking to try and turn this into runs in the first team. Thomas on his way as the sun goes in, and it's going to be Gianni off the mark with a ball just run down to third man for a single. 1-8-4 for 2.
So I mentioned that the doubling of scores at the 30 over mark. So Warwickshire were 168 for 1 at the end of 30 overs.
This next one is pushed into the onside and no run.
So my maths isn't great, but I make that 336, which would be an excellent score.
Yeah, that would be one, I think, which you think you should be able to defend. Thomas in bowls, driven. Patel does the fielding again. Not entirely cleanly, but enough to prevent the run being taken. Barnard remains on 101.
That, of course, depends on the having. Often it depends on having that late order or late over launch. Oh, there's that ugly one that you don't like, Phil.
I don't like it. That was not quite as bad as the first one.
No, I think the idea is there.
Twice he's tried it. Twice he's gone for that scoop shot. That one wasn't quite so extravagant as the first one, but again he missed it. And when you get out to this, it looks awful. Thomas in bowls, and this is a runaway to point, and there's no good tidy over from Thomas there. 184 for 2.
Yeah, it's exactly what Surrey would have hoped from him as well after making the breakthrough. Just try and squeeze a little bit, slow that run rate down, pile on a little bit of pressure, see if they can eke out another one quickly. Of course, they'd love for it to be Barnard, but they'd also settle for opening up an end and getting Gianni as well, seeing if they can force a mini collapse of some sort.
Yep. If they could get rid of Barnard and have two batsmen in together who have got to start picking up the pace, it makes it difficult.
And that one is only going to get a single. There's one fielder out on the deep on the offside. They've got a couple on the leg side in front of the building site, and another fielder down at long on.
There's a reasonable crowd in today, just looking around.
Well, I think it's often deceptive looking out
Yep.
this way because a lot of members are on this side, and in fact, if I stand up and look outside to my right, there's quite a few there, even in the upper stands. It's nicely played by Barnard. Just a single though.
A gentle reverse sweep, wasn't it? It was
Yep.
just flicked rather than with any power. Surrey can push a few overs here. They could, without a lot of runs, they could just get themselves back in, and that 300 plus score might just start to look a bit more difficult.
Well, they've been on such a long run. Get through for the single. They've been on such a good run of scoring at more than a run a ball in consecutive overs going back.
Yeah.
So the 24th from the 25th over. Oh, that one's gone. See you later.
It's gone all the way over long off. Good use of the feet by Barnard. Came down and launched it over the top. He's waited for that one. And that's taken him on to 108. He's brought run a ball, exactly run a ball. That's brought him back level. 193 for 2 after
Yes.
34 overs.
So from the 25th over to the 32nd over, basically they were going at better than a run a ball or better. And then all of a sudden with that wicket, it slowed things down until that 6 from Barnard. But he's just found a way to then release the pressure once again. And I don't think he'll feel that he can allow them to get bogged down like they did when Rob Yates was out, which they did for a while, which was fair enough when you're in the early stage of the match. But at this point here...
Well, they've just had that strange rule where the captain now can choose between the 2 balls which he wants to bowl the last 16 overs with. So they dispatched the 2 ball, 1 ball at each end, and they just have 1 ball to bowl the last 16 overs with. And the other one is rolled off the pitch. And Thomas will continue to bowl, and Gianni drives this down the ground, but only up to Elam, who's at mid-off, and he can't beat the fielder. Nice solid looking shot, but didn't bring him a run. He's 3 not out. Managed Gianni. As this one comes up at him a bit, and he has to quickly adjust and runs it down to short third man. Just another one of those which pops a bit. But he gets away with it. Gianni moves to 4, 194 for 2. Brings Barnard on 108. Back on strike as Thomas into him. And we're seeing yet another a scoop shot, which fails.
Well, not only that,
He very nearly got stumped.
he almost got himself stumped by falling over.
Yeah.
I don't know that one's actually come off for him yet.
Perhaps that one ought to go in the box until it's actually been perfected a bit and just carry on playing some nice cricket shots. As Barnard waits, and he goes to sweep this one off just outside leg stump. It's going to run away down towards the boundary, and it will be pulled up with a big... that's the way to field them, put with a boot. Stops the ball. I think, were they signalled as leg buyers? Yes, I think they were. 196 for 2. Yeah, Barnard stays on 108. But the fielder got round there. He was starting to look like a man running through mud, heavy mud up there as he got to the ball, and he put his foot out and stopped it going over the fence, over the ropes. Well done to him. This one is chopped into the floor and quickly called through by Gianni for a single as it was picked up by short third man, and Barnard gets another single. He goes to 109 off 111. He's sort of going in little bits and starts. 1 minute he hits the ball so clean and you think he's fantastic. Then he struggles to actually get the shots away a bit.
He was trying to cut one there that was probably a bit too close to his body.
This one turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. End of another over from Thomas. 197 for 2. We've had 35 overs. So this is really the point where the push should start, and if Warwickshire want to get up to that 325, 330.
Yep, still plenty of wickets in hand, 8 of them to be exact.
Yep.
And I do think that they'd be looking at pushing up and towards that sort of 330 mark. It can all come unstuck, of course, with the loss of a few wickets, but Barnard, while he hasn't always been fluent, he's ridden the difficult patches and put a lot of bad balls away. It's been a really good innings from him. And getting great support from Zen Malik earlier. As we see Elam. Oh, had a big swat at that one.
I think that's James Taylor back into the attack.
Oh, it is James Taylor. Sorry, Elam, yes, because he's bowling. He's not bowling.
Either that or he's decided.
He suddenly changed.
There's no future in this spin bowling.
Yes. So I did do that thing where I looked at the scoreboard and the scoreboard had it wrong. And so did I as a result. Yeah. Should have. That was a definite clue, though. again, he goes for the big Yahoo. And you can see he wants to really get on with it now, these last 15 overs.
Yeah.
I've been talking about gears, but just from Warwickshire point of view, I think they'd like to just make sure that he's there for another 5-10 overs even. Yeah, that's one shot we've seen him play quite a bit, but they have got that deep third very fine.
He's not had a huge amount of batting over the last few weeks, Ed Barnard. He's obviously gone to the 100, which has only just started. But in the T20, because he was batting down the order, and Warwickshire actually got quite a lot of runs with the Websters and Haynes and at the top of the order. There wasn't a huge requirement for Barnard in this year's competition, so not had long at the crease in the last couple of months.
Oh, it manages to get on top of that with the pull. It'll just be a couple. Managed to get past the diving Adam Thomas. Brings up the 200 for Warwickshire. And you can hear how happy the crowd is about that. It's not been a happy start to the One Day Cup for Warwickshire. It's certainly been a good start to this match here today. Just 2 wickets falling on their way to 200. Still plenty of time, plenty of wickets. Just angled his bat enough to get another single. Vanchjani, of course, is another Saka graduate. We were talking about Zen Malik earlier. And I actually am going down to London tomorrow because they're having their own sort of Saka 100, if you like, or Saka T20 Blast, I guess it's more like.
Yeah.
But they've got a draft system for a T20 competition, so it's run as a draft. Oh, down the ground. There's no one down there. Wouldn't have mattered if they were because it's over the rope. Barnard's been itching to get a big shot in, and he does finally collect cleanly. Great way to finish the over for Warwickshire. 207 for 2 now after 36. Yeah, so I'm going down to basically sort of host the auction, if you like.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, for Saka. So it's going to be streamed live as well. So if anyone is interested,
So what's the auction for?
well, it's a draft. It's not really an auction.
Oh, I
it's a
see what you
draft
mean. Oh, right. Okay.
Auction. I
You're
should
selling
get my
people.
yeah, I should get my terminology right. Yes, it's a draft for Saka's T20 tournament.
Right.
We did this last year, and so it's the battle of the podcast this time because there are 3 teams, team selectors. It's going to be Yaz. Who's Yaz representing? I think the final word. Nick Friend. It's on for the cricketer. We've got a podcast with Nick. And Cameron Ponsonby, I think, is selecting for the Wisdom podcast.
Benji Flores back into the attack. His first ball is driven by Yanni back to extra cover, and there's no run.
And so, anyway, they've got all the information, got some incredible information. Made me quite excited about the talent that's still out there in Saka.
Yeah. So how many are now playing in first-class cricket?
I'd have to check. Or it's more professional cricket.
Right, rather than first class.
Yeah, it's in the. I think it's in the 20s now.
Wow. Flores in bowls. That's going to be runs down to third man, but it'll only be one of them.
Yeah, so Dr. Tom Brown has done a brilliant job. You have to say, with 20 graduates in a really short space of time, it's the most successful cricket academy in the country.
Yep.
We're seeing a couple of their players.
What have
today.
got 2 or 3?
They've got Vanch, they've got Zen. I think they might have
I thought there was
another
another
one.
But certainly those 2.
Yeah, there's plenty of them floating about.
Yeah.
Anyway, if anyone
That's
out
very
there
good.
is interested in having a look, it's on Saka's YouTube channel, which is Saka UK.
And what time is it?
It's on from 6 till 8 tomorrow. We're doing it live from Lord's.
Okay.
Yeah, so it should be a lot of fun. The information I've been sent an information pack with little bios on all the players, and look, there's some exciting talent there. It's
So you're actually running the auction.
well, the draft, yeah.
draft,
I
okay.
say running.
Forrest in, and the wicket comes Barnard, but has to readjust the shot, and in the end just runs it up to deep mid-on and scampers through for the single. 209 for 2.
Yeah, so I think it's probably more accurate to say I'll be fudging my way through the draft as best I can.
I'm sure you'll be fine. As Flores in, and this is pulled to mid-wicket. And, there's no run, 209 for 2. Right, sorry, just having a read of some instructions which we've got. As Flores, who's only had 31. Oh, speak too soon, because that is lifted hard and high and goes right two-thirds of the way up the polished stand, and then bounces all the way back. And a young man, probably about 7 or 8 year old, has the pleasure of throwing the ball back onto the field. And Johnny hits his first 6. He goes to 14. Picked that up beautifully. Just going to say Flores was just 31 so far, but in his 1 ball to go, and he's 6 over. He's heading towards that 60 again. He's keeping that. He's obviously got one eye on the on those figures. Well,
That was a mighty blow.
now, but that was a nice pickup from Johnny. As Flores is into him again. This one he doesn't repeat the shot. He runs it out and Burns at extra cover comes charging in, and on come men with some new batting gloves and a drink, and I think Ed Barnard is probably on 117. He's probably deserving of a drink.
Yeah, fair play. In long sleeves as well, as you mentioned, but that's sensible sun
Protection.
awareness. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing which I found, we've just come back from Dorset. We've been down on the coast for a week, and some years ago you went down there and everybody was sort of lying in the sun, and now the number of people who wear t-shirts on the beach and don't, sort of get themselves burnt. I think this message has really got home to a lot of people, but it's taken a long time.
As someone who has grown up in Australia and who has also survived a rather scary run-in with melanoma, I am very, very much an advocate for being safe in the sun. It's first ball from Taylor. They thought about taking a second, but wisely settled for one. Yeah, the number of times I've had when I've been in Australia and had British or Irish people come and stay, and you warn them and say that first time they go to the beach, just make sure that you cover up and you've got a hat and you wear sunscreen. And inevitably they don't, and then they come back like raw lobsters. And that is just carved away. Played it late. Ran off the bat beautifully. And it's another boundary to Barnard. And this really has been a statement innings for the Warwickshire man.
121 he's moved to with that boundary off 117 balls. And what a difference he has made at the top of the order for Warwickshire. I think that whilst it's good news for Warwickshire today, it's something that might just be having a look at this for the remainder of the 100 to say we would have him play.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Straight past the bowler. Beautifully timed.
Actually, that wasn't Barnard, was it, who got those boundaries? It was Gianni. They got it wrong on the scoreboard.
They have, you're right. Of course they have.
Crediting it to Barnard,
yes.
but it's Gianni getting the runs.
It is.
Unless they, during the drinks break, unless for some reason Ed Barnard said, can I have your short sleeve shirt? Because I'm getting a bit hot in my long sleeve one.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think
there's a bit of retro work required. They're correcting it. They've taken Barnard back to 118.
Yeah, and Gianni's now on 22.
Yeah. Two lovely shots anyway, so far as Warwickshire are concerned. Consecutive boundaries.
Oh, he got it past the cat like Rory Burns, who rolls on his back and puts his feet in the air because he knows that there's nothing he can do about that.
I wonder whether Burns actually got a finger to that, because it did take some pace off it. It still went. Burns is now lying on his back. Somebody's come over to have a look to say, what's the problem, Skip? He's still lying on his back, clutching his hand. He's getting sympathy from Adam Thomas. The physio has now come out to see him. That's the last thing Surrey want, is to have another injury.
It certainly is, especially to an important player as their captain, and someone who's probably arguably the most experienced in the batting lineup. Might not even be arguably.
So these last couple of overs, Warwickshire have been able to pick up the scoring rate, and they've given themselves a fantastic platform for the last 10 overs.
Well, Vanchjani coming in has really played exactly the sort of innings that you would want someone to come and play at this stage, because he's taken a load off Barnard. He's got 26 off 17. So Barnard can just continue and wait for those bad balls and put them away. Gianni is taking the most aggressive route at this point. Still got quite a bit of batting to go too. Alex Davies in next. Kai Smith, exciting young player. Garton, who already has a century in this tournament, and I can tell you he batted absolutely tremendously.
Bamber got a half century, didn't he?
Yeah, Bamber did. Lintott is there before Bamber. He got a half century in the last match against Somerset. So they're middle to middle lower order has actually been doing okay in this tournament. It's been the top order where it's been lacking, and today that's where the runs have come. So I
think it was the last game. They put plenty of runs on, because the match you did against Nottinghamshire, they got a decent score, Warwickshire, but just weren't able to bowl the opposition out.
Yeah, that was Jake Lintott bowled really well in that game, but they were struggling to find a way through, and really, well, Kyle Verena in particular, sort of their last part of that game.
I think the same sort of thing happened in the first game at Northampton, that they got a decent total, but again, weren't able to bowl the opposition out.
Right, Burns is okay, and we're back in action, and so is Vanchjani with just the single. It was a gentle pull in the end.
Yeah, I think the only time that the Warwickshire batting in the competition, they've only had 3 games, so it's not that many games, but was the last match against Somerset, where they got well beaten in that game. So the runs have come, but it's been getting the wickets, which has been their problem. But they really are in the last chance saloon, I think. They've got to win every single match, really, the last 5 to hope to qualify. So far, it's played 3, lost 3, and not great start. Barnard, who is doing his best, 118.
A bit of a slower delivery that couldn't really get any muscle on. End of the over from Taylor, and Warwickshire now 230 for 2 after 38. And I am going to make way for Clive, and we'll see you in a little wee while.
So we have got 12 overs remaining, and Warwickshire will be looking for something. Oops. Just excuse that as Mel just leaves us with her tiger feet, takes all the equipment out, and
Mud, 1974, I think.
exactly. Yep.
Yeah, good stuff from Warwickshire. Can they build in the closing overs?
Tom Laws back into the attack here. He's bowled 5 overs so far without success. Not for 33. He's having a go. He's had bowled up to both the Pavilion end and from the Birmingham end. And he's back on at the Pavilion end to bowl to Ed Barnard, who's on 119. Barnard goes for a pull, looking to launch it over sort of deep cow corner area of the ground, but misses it, and it goes through Dobson behind the stumps, and there's no run.
There is a members' forum being held here today, and you can follow that on the stream if you're not here at Edgbaston. So we'll wrap up fairly quickly at the end of the first innings, and during the interval there will be a members' forum. I think they're probably quite relieved that Warwickshire batted well so far today ahead of that.
This next one is cut away beautifully by Barnard through backward point and down to the fence. He moves on to 123, 234 for 2.
So as I say, you can follow that on the stream, and then of course we'll be back for the second innings. Warwickshire needing this victory. Yeah, they got 282 against Nottinghamshire. They batted reasonably well, though, on an out ground. They did only lose by 3 wickets in the end.
And they didn't do too badly in the first game, did they?
Against Northampton, they did. They
Against
made a big
Northampton,
total
yeah.
there. That was the one where you thought that.
This next one is launched away for 6 over deep backward square leg. Picked it up beautifully. Laws was really sort of too short and going down, drifting down towards leg stump, and picked up by Barnard. It was almost a bit of a gift for him. So he picks up another 6, 129. He's on 240 for 2.
So
Rory Burns has a quick word with the bowler.
6-6, so he's just come into the team and he's already top 6 hitter this season for
You said
Warwickshire.
it was 9 before today.
It was, I think it was 8 before today. Let me just double check. Yeah, it was 8 before today.
This is a full toss, which is pushed back down the ground, down to long off.
He's also, having just come into the team, now the top run scorer for Warwickshire this season.
Which is what he's been for the last 2
Yeah.
seasons, certainly. I've got a feeling he was one of the top wicket takers as well.
He was joint second last season,
Yeah.
although Taz Ali was well ahead of the field.
Yeah. Well, he had a couple of 5s at rugby, didn't he?
Yeah.
And this, he goes for this reverse sweep. It's not so much a scoop shot this time, although it was kind of, in the end, it was a reverse sweep scoop, but it doesn't matter because whatever it was, it didn't work.
No, but you can understand why he's going for it with long leg up and third up. If he does manage to make any sort of contact with it, it's likely to go to the boundary.
So far, he's tried 4 times without it actually hitting the ball. This next one, he pulls away in the air, but one bounce over the ropes through mid-wicket for 4. This is an expensive over from Laws. 245 for 2 after 39 overs, and Barnard has now moved to 130. How many band 4s has he hit?
As Johnny hit that 4, but
Sorry, it was Johnny, wasn't it?
yeah. He has hit 13 fours and 6 sixes. Yeah, very good over that. So the last 2 overs now have yielded 30 runs. They've both gone for 15. So this is good stuff from Warwickshire. Taking advantage of all the wickets in hand. They've got 11 overs to go. I mean, look, 10, it's asking a fair bit, but 10 and over from here. I've just put the air conditioner on, by the way. It does seem to work. I think we assumed it didn't work, but I've just put it on.
Have you cracked it?
Well,
that's good.
I only said that because Phil was fanning himself there because of the heat.
Well, I've just been up in the press box upstairs, and it's absolutely idyllic up there. But as you walk in here, it's about 20 degrees warmer.
Flores then into the attack. 245 for 2. 11 overs to go. 10 and over from here would take them to beyond 360, but they might even have ambitions for more than that as Barnard hits that one down to a long leg for yet another boundary. 134. What's his career best? Career best is 173 not out, Ed Barnard. And I wonder, and I'm not going to look it up, actually it might have been him if they got 170. Did he open the batting when he got that 173 not out?
I think he's
because I was wondering who was the last batter to have batted through the 50 overs of an innings for Warwickshire, but that might be the answer. That's hit off his toe, so long on for a single. 250 up. Yeah, sorry. 250 for 2. Where are we now? Oh, 40, 240, 236 balls, I think. I didn't get my arithmetic really accurate last time, but I think that's right. I'll double check that. As Flores comes in. That'll be another run onto the total. 236 balls it is. I got that one right, which means the 5th 50. Oh, I never marked the 200, so I can't give you that.
I
was
can't
a bit careless.
help you
Well, I can. Let me count back. It would have been in the 36th over.
Yeah, they lost the wicket in the 33rd on 182, but that's where I can help you.
That was played into the deep. Well, it would have been about 211 balls, the 200. We should make that one 25 balls for the 5th 50. They are motoring now. The last 4 overs have gone for 10, 8, 15 and 15. This one so far has gone for 7 with 2 balls to go. And of course, we keep saying Flores has to finish with 60 on his analysis. He's got 44 at the moment. Attacking intent there from Jani. He had to improvise in the end, and it ended up being a fairly streaky shot, but it's got him the desired result. He's got 4 more. So really good effort this from Vanish Jani.
Yep.
It was important that Warwickshire continued despite the loss of the 2nd wicket. And the 21-year-old has done that, and it's on the back of a difficult time opening the batting, just 13, 1 and 9 in his previous 2 games. Did play 1 T20 Blast game where he scored 26 at Northampton. But he's doing well here. That's a good ball, which he's dug out. Oh, the ball's gone all over the place there. Spun off the bat, but it's the end of the over, so it's another double figure over, 11 off it. 256 for 2 after 40. The last 5 overs have gone for 59 runs, by some distance their most productive 5-over spell. In fact, the last 10 overs is 88 compared to 46 for the first 10, then 61 each for the next 2 blocks of 10, 88 for that 10. So they got 88 from the last 10, or they'll probably hope for more than that, but if they did get that, that would take them to about 344.
Yep. Yep, which, if Surrey were to chase that down, well done to them. It's going to be Ed Barnard to face, and Tom Laws, who took a little bit of stick in that last over. He will remain. We've got a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, Patel out at long on, and there's a man at deep square leg, and 2 men out on the cover boundaries. as this one is bowled wide outside the off stump. Big swing at it from Barnard, but no connection.
Close to the blue line there, I
say,
think,
it
but
must have
just inside.
So a dot ball to start with for Laws.
So he's not found it easy coming back to the side. 48 runs off his 6 overs up to now.
He's in and bowls, and this one is hit nicely away through the offside. It'll only be a couple of runs, the ball on its way back to the bowler. Johnny scampers home comfortably, and the total goes on to 258 for 2. Barnard moves up to 138.
Tom Sibley doing the fielding in the deep. Did it pretty well.
He's first one of the. He was back here earlier in the season, wasn't he? Have we played Surrey?
We have,
no.
yeah.
Forgot so long ago. This one is clipped down. Beats the dive of short third man. And comes off the bottom of the bat. An interesting shot. It was. I think he was looking to scoop it, but in the end it caught right off the bottom end of the bat. Ran along the floor. Evaded the short third man, and they come back for 2, so Barnard moves into 140.
Yeah, James Taylor did a job there, and he might have thought he should have done better, but he got something on the ball, which did at least stop it going to the boundary.
Laws in and bowls, and this one is cracked down to Burns, who can not quite cleanly take it, but prevents at deep mid-off. Prevents the run. Barnard looks at the sky to think, I missed out there. That should have been 4 runs.
Looks like he's recovered from that hand injury that Burns suffered.
Yeah.
A little earlier, doing some fielding, although he did fumble that one, so maybe it's a bit of pain still there.
He's in and bowls, and this one is lifted. This could be out. It's into the outfield. It's a man underneath it, and he's taken the catch, and that is the end of Ed Barnard. For 140 off 130 balls, and Tom Laws gets his first wicket, and Surrey's third. 260 for 3. Warwickshire, terrific innings from Ed Barnard, coming into the side, released from the 100 and opening the batting today, and he's set Warwickshire up for what's going to be, or should be, an impressive score.
Yep, it is actually the highest score by anybody in the One Day Cup so far this season, unless anyone's beaten that elsewhere today. Tom Sibley judging the catch well, coming in from the boundary, with an excellent innings from Barnard. Now it's crucial that Warwickshire build on that. They've lost Barnard, they've got 9 overs to go. They've got to be thinking 350 now. As George Garton, of course, hit that superb. So it's still the fastest century of the competition this season, unless anyone's beaten it today. The one at Northampton, so he'll have some confidence, but it's very important from Warwickshire's point of view that they continue on. Good partnerships, a good work from Vanish Jarni to share a partnership of 78 for that third wicket, following that stand of 147 for the second wicket.
So just one ball in this over to face.
Did you cover that most exciting moment of the game in this season's competition? After 34 overs, when the umpire calls in the fielding captain and he has to choose what
the
ball.
Yeah, we were saying about it. Yeah, they throw
with.
one ball, he has to choose. I don't quite get
Well,
that.
I think the idea is that the ball is to give the bowlers a little bit of respite, I think, to make sure the ball isn't too new in the latter part of the innings. I think that's the theory behind it. They're doing it in international cricket as well, so it's choosing the 50 over format.
Went through that. Here's the final ball of Law's 7th over. He's in and bowls. Oh, and Garton is a big shout for LBW. Ball evades Thompson's gloves, and they get a leg by. That couldn't have been a million miles away there.
Might have been a bit high, perhaps.
Yeah.
But that over does claw things back a little bit for Surrey. Just 5 runs off it with the wicket as well. Only 4 go against the bowler. I was at a showcase game between Herefordshire and Worcestershire recently. And they went through all this rigmarole after 34 overs, chose a ball. next over, someone hit the ball straight into a hedge. and
get
the
the
umpire
other
said, no, just use this one. Just toss the original one that they rejected for the rest of the innings.
Where was that played at?
That was at Eastnor.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
It was great. I had a great day there. Well looked after by Eastnor Cricket Club.
At the foot of the Malverns.
It was just opposite the entrance to Eastnor Castle.
Yeah.
Actually went to see a bit of national county it's called these days, cricket there in the last few days, where Herefordshire were fairly well beaten by Wiltshire. Anyway, George Garton faces his second ball and gets a single off it. We've got Tom Elam coming in. And Surrey will hope that wicket loss will slow Warwickshire down. But Vanishjani is well set. So they'll probably want to get him out. They can get him out, and that might make it tough for Warwickshire.
Did Hereford not play on the race course?
They play. I'm not sure they do play there these days, but they do travel around. They don't have a single ground.
It was the longest walk you've ever had to get a duck.
I have a feeling they don't play there anymore.
Okay.
I might be wrong on that, so don't quote me. They certainly play at Colwell.
Yeah.
There'll be one run, I think, although Johnny ran it hard, hoping there might be time for a second. There isn't. Sorry, probably settle for singles now. I mean, if they could keep it down to a run a ball from here, that will still take Warwickshire beyond 300, but maybe within range. Well, not even a single there. Good accurate bowling from Tom Elam. I think I'm right in saying son of Mark, grandson of Alan.
Gosh, the third generation.
Yes, yeah. That's going to be 2 runs. Just makes me feel even older than I do when I see Brett D'Oliveira play. Because I mean, I didn't ever really remember Basil D'Oliveira as a cricketer. Know of him, of course, but I never really saw him. Whereas Alan Elam, I think I do remember a little bit.
I have to say, Clive, sadly, I do remember him.
No run. Oh, there is Rory Burns. I wonder if his hands are still troubling him, because that was an uncharacteristic error from Rory Burns, which has cost a run.
He's been able to restrict them to singles and a couple of 2, but so far in this over, Ian.
Last ball's going to be important. Oh, he's gone for the sweep there, not got hold of it. So just 5 of the over, that's the same. Last 2 overs have both gone for 5. But Warwickshire still have 8 overs to go, so even 8 and over here would take them to 324. The highest target successfully chased anywhere this season was against Warwickshire, the 313 that Northants chased down at Northampton.
Yeah, that was with Northants on their first game after their success here in the T20 on the Saturday, wasn't it? They came up, Warwickshire came up against them. Laws back into the attack here. Oh no, he got this one down the leg side, wide signalled. Garton couldn't get anything onto it.
Tom Wall's looking at gas, but again, that's fairly standard practice now from bowlers.
Yeah. Unless they go running across the stumps, but generally, if you anything down there, you get punished.
7th wide of the innings, that was.
He tries again, in he comes and bowls. This is turned away off his pads by Garton, and they will get a couple of runs down to long leg for come back comfortably for 2, 269 for 3 in the 43rd over. Garton moves on to 6.
He used 7 bowlers, Rory Burns, so he has plenty of options in the closest edge. This is Law's 8th over. He'll have bowled more than anyone so far.
He bowls, and again he's onto leg stump, and again Garton plays it with soft hands. They think about coming back, or Garton particularly thinks about, and in fact they will now get that through overthrow, which Rory Burns again wasn't able to stop. And I wonder, Clive, whether he has got a problem. He's just
well, it's about 3 or 4 errors he's made since he suffered that injury, and maybe just hasn't got the confidence in his hands at the moment, if they're stinging.
Garton gets his 2, which he had in mind all the time, but it looked like it'd be restricted. This one's again down the leg side, and again that will be signalled wide, much wider than the first one.
Tom Law's annoyed with himself. What's the cut-off time 2:41, so they should be okay. You do have to go pretty slowly, I think, to hit the cut-off time in the 50 over format.
In and bowls. And this is driven down the ground. It'll be just a single as Elam comes in quickly and does the fielding.
Just in case anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about the cut-off time. So the rule is a time by which the fielding team have to be ready to bowl the first ball of the final over, and if they're not ready with a cut-off time, you used to get run penalties, but these days you have to bring an extra fielder inside the circle. But I don't anticipate that being a problem for Surrey.
Balls, and this is the reverse sweep, scoop, and it's bounced away for 4 runs, and Gianni picked that up beautifully and got it away. And when it works well, and goes into an unprotected part of the ground. Gianni moves on to 41, Warwickshire moved to 277 for 3, and 2 balls to go in the 43rd over.
So they got going again this over.
Laws is a little bit expensive. It's just in 2 balls to go in his 8th over. He's already gone for 63 as he comes in again. And this is in the air. It's going to bounce in front of Thomas out there, and they get 1 run. For a second I thought it was going to carry out to the boundary.
Well, Gianni will feel it should have sailed well over his head.
Yep.
That was a gentle full toss, not quite high enough to be called no ball, but he'll feel he missed out there, Gianni.
Brings the left-handed Garton, who's on 9, into play. He waits and he strikes that cleanly down the ground. And Elam comes in off the long-on boundary, and there is 1 to the total. 279 for 3 after 43 overs. 10 to Garton, 42 to Gianni.
Yeah, good over for Warwickshire. Took 13 off it. 7 overs to go. 350, I would think, will be their sort of score they may well have in mind. As Garton won't go right. No, Sibley does well to get round and stop that, but they'll have time for 2. They'll even think about a 3rd, and Gianni was quite keen, Garton less so. So they settled for 2. Tom Elam continuing. Oh, the reverse sweep slog. He's missed it. Not LBW. Because it's come off the bat.
Yep.
Run awarded.
He might have been...
Or it might be the glove, just due for the fact that he's wringing his left hand a bit there. Gianni.
Might have been a touch high then as well, judging by that, perhaps.
That was a good ball, that from Elam. Gianni was looking to play it down the ground, but it just almost yorked him. He had to improvise. Keeps the scoreboard moving, though. It's a good innings from Vance Gianni. 43 now for him.
Garton in the side at the moment, just as for his batting, still not able to bowl, I don't think, is he?
No, I think that's right. Yeah. But he's doing well with the bat. Give that 1 innings.
Yep. Yeah, and he's also a fantastic fielder.
This has been a good over from Elam thus far. Just 5 runs off it. After a fairly expensive over at the other end. Elam is He's 1 for 37, one ball shy of 6 overs. Keep it down to about a run a ball. That will damage his figure slightly, though. I don't think. Or will it be cut off?
Yep.
Oh, good stop. Good stop down there. Ball was bouncing awkwardly, so it is just 2 runs in the end, which means they got 7 off the over. 286 for 3. 6 overs remaining.
So they'll still have an eye on 340, but just going to have to put the foot on the gas a bit. Batsmen have a chat in the middle, and we are going to see Ryan Patel back into. No, it's going to be Benji Flores back into the attack.
I think he's bowled 7 so far.
Yep, for 48.
Well, he's only allowed to concede 12 more runs, and then he has to stop.
He has to stop when he reaches
'Cause
60. He's not allowed
he's
to bowl.
Exactly. People are just tuning in. He's gone for exactly 60 in all 3 of his games so far in the season's competition.
Snatch the ball out of his hand when the 60th run comes up, and somebody can finish his over off.
I'm a bit late in the day for this, but I've finally spotted his number, and I'll remember now because he's got a black floppy hat. But it was Tom Laws that made the very good stop at the end of the last over.
This is a full toss from Flores, which is going to go for, well, that's a remarkably fine piece of fielding. I think if we'd have had the cameras on it down below us, it might have found he was over the rope, but as there are no cameras.
Yeah, I think it was all right.
I think he was
parried
all right.
it in.
Yeah. It was Patel. It was Elam down here
Yeah.
below us who did the fielding, running along down from long on down and diving across and scooping the ball back into play. So 2 runs off the first ball. This next one again is foolish, played outside the off stump and just take a single this time. So Gardner's gone to 17. Warwickshire move on to 289 for 3. Brings Jarni back on to strike. He's on 45 from just 30 deliveries. As Rory Burns has another chat with his Australian bowler, Flores, 0 for 51. And it's got the field scattered to most parts of the West Midlands at the moment. It really is about as far as you can possibly go from the bat, in the one-day match.
I think they just remembered they had one too many fielders out, so they brought
one
square leg
yeah.
back in.
Flores in and bowls, and this is a good full delivery, which runs off the pad of Jarni and squirts out to backward point, and they get a single. So 290 for 3. That's a much better delivery. Rory Burns decides that for the left-hander, he doesn't need to be at mid-on. He needs to go to mid-off, which he does on the edge of the circle. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players on the edge of the circle, and we've got 6 out. So no, that doesn't add up, does it? 5 out, and the wicket-keeper of the bowler, that's the 11. Yeah. Flores in bowls. This is driven by Garden. Elam comes chasing round, won't prevent them getting back for a second run. 292. Garden goes up to 19.
If you can't get boundaries, if you can run a few 2s,
Yep.
I'll keep it moving nicely.
Flores turns. 53 off him so far, so still looking for his first wicket. Comes in, bowls, and this one is hit back over his head. He's a tall man, he jumps up trying to stop it, gets a hand to it, but it's Burns who has to tidy up, and Garden gets another single. He goes to 20. 293. One ball to go in this, the 45th over, which will leave the last 5 overs as a Warwickshire with plenty of wickets in hand can have a real go at it. As this next one is whipped away, but straight out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And it's Majid fires the ball back in. End of that over from Flores. It's 294 for 3 with good 45 overs. Mel will join you, Clive, and I shall take you through to the end of the innings.
Splendid. 8 off that last over, 38 off the last 5, so didn't quite maintain the pace they did when Barnard was there the previous 5, going for 59. So, well, what can they make off the last 5 overs? 350 is looking a little way off now. Still get there, have one really big over. He should have stopped that one really, the bowler, Elam, who, to be fair, did save 2 runs with a brilliant stop on the last over, but he's conceded, he's given those 2 back there a little bit.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Mel.
Afternoon.
Lunch vouchers are here. I'm having the one that's got Michael Atherton's name on it.
I've
always wanted to be Michael Atherton.
I deliberately chose the one that was blank. I just want to be me. Oh, the crane's working, by the way. Oh.
Oh, so it is. Yeah.
These 2 are working as well. In the middle, Garton and Jani. Another 2 to the total. And brings up the 50 for Vance Jani. He's another who, like Zem Malik, has come in and made an invaluable contribution to this score. 50 coming off just 34 balls. He's played some mighty shots in there as well. Took pressure off Barnard, I felt, when he came in as well. Scoring quickly. And now we're taking Warwickshire home. Can't get that one though. George Garton, well, coming in, he was carded to come in below Alex Davies, but you can understand why they've promoted him up the order for this part of the game. Another single on offer. Garton, of course, coming back from that stress injury, the stress fracture, and has been playing as a batter only and making some really important contributions. That fine 100 up in Welbeck that was ultimately in a losing cause. And that one is a wide, and of course, coming back from the blood clot problem that he had a few years back as well. That wide has actually brought up the 300. So it's a really good position to launch an assault in the last few overs. Yeah, so it's wonderful to see Garton back playing, doing what he does, and is just going to be a single there.
270 balls for the 300. First 100 took 112. Second 100 took 102, and the third 100 has taken just 56.
I can't get that away. That was smartly bowled by Elam, just using the angle around the wicket, going across, pushing across the batter. Jani only able to get the single to finish off the over. So 302 for 3 with 4 overs remaining. Do you know, what did I say? I said, did the calculations at the 30 over mark. They were 168 for 1. So you doubled that, you got 336.
Which is very good arithmetic.
Things, I was not very good at maths. Humanities were my thing at school. But I reckon that's pretty much, might be right about there where they finish off.
I was all right at arithmetic. It's when you started talking about angles and...
Well, that's geometry, not arithmetic.
Yeah,
so there's your problem.
But it's part of maths. That's the problem. It was all part of the maths exam. I think I was quite lucky. My O level had lots of arithmetic in it, not too much geometry. That was a long, long time ago, though. I just like having said that. Slight correction on arithmetic earlier. 274 balls for the 300. So the third 50 came in 60 balls. Could they add another 50 before the end? Flores, who can only go for 5 more runs, comes in. Oh, that's another full toss. And this time he's not got away with it. 1 bounce 4 for Jani. He bowled a high full toss at the start of his previous over, which was well hit, should have gone for 4, but for a very good stop from Tom Elam, but nothing was going to save him that time.
I wonder if it's just a slower ball coming out, not quite coming out right. But he's on 59 now.
He's going to spoil it, isn't he?
You're going to be very, very upset if he does not go for exactly 60 runs.
Yeah.
Spoils the symmetry.
Little skip at the end of his run-up, leaning forward. Oh, was appeals for LBW. Well, that's come off. It was attempted reverse slog. He obviously got something on it because a run has been awarded to the batter.
He was turned almost completely around. Well, he was turned around by the end of it. It didn't look like it was anywhere near his pads, but just couldn't get the clean connection. There's plenty of vacant space behind the keeper. Fielder at short third and short fine as well.
Hasn't really come off that shot for Warwickshire today. Once or twice it has, but
very rarely.
Not too often.
That's well bowled.
Precious dot ball at this stage. Garton leans on his bat. Batters will be under a little bit of pressure here. They need to. I mean, Johnny's already got 57 or 39, so he's going well, but they can't afford to swing and miss it too many.
Well, the other problem, aside from their top order batting, has been that at times their bowling has lacked penetration. They would give themselves the best chance, of course, if they've actually got a big total to defend. It's already good.
Again, it hasn't worked, that shot. I do wonder whether... I understand why they're going for it, but when it's not working, maybe just go back to plan A.
Well, look, it just highlights the fact, doesn't it, about how difficult it is to play that shot. Makes it even more admirable when it comes off. Getting yourself into unusual positions, trying to access different parts of the ground. And the very best make it look easy. Anything but.
Well, there we go, the orthodox shot. Won't get him 4, though. It will get him 2.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding on the boundary by Yusuf Majid.
Hammering's still going on nicely there.
Oh, they really are. This is the most workers I've ever seen on the site. Today is obviously a key day. Busy, busy bees.
That'll be... they're going to come back for 2. It's good running. That's very good running. It was Gianni was going to the danger end. It was he who judged it. They needed that, really, because but at this stage, with the wickets are now 9 off the over, I say that's the minimum they would want. But if they can match that for the last 3 overs, that would take him to 338, 311 for 3.
That would take them just past the half,
wouldn't it? Yes.
336, just past. There's something about that, isn't it?
Well, as you say, if you've got wickets in hand, then doubling the score from 30 overs is a reasonable ambition, I would say.
Well, there's someone actually, I remember commentating on a match, and as we see, Elam in for another. Oh, that's a good ball. And all that Gianni could do in the end was just jam his bat on that. He managed to get the single, but really well bowled. I think he's worried he might have hurt the toe of his bat. Someone did the numbers on all ODIs in the past sort of, I think, 20 years or something like that, and it did show that equation was about right.
Bold.
Got him. Well, the previous delivery was an excellent Yorker speared in, and he follows that up with another one. So that is the end of George Garton's fine cameo, 25 off 22. He's played a part, but that might just slow things down again. And it was well bowled by Elam, getting the spinner coming in at the end and being really accurate with his Yorkers.
Yeah, second wicket for Elam. And Garton was actually only on strike because he'd done really well to run the single the previous ball. It was clever running because it was Jarni who was running to the danger end because he obviously was out of the blocks a little slower. But Surrey didn't throw there because the bowler wasn't there. There was no one covering, so he was able to get through. So that was clever running for Garton, but then unfortunately for him, facing his out next ball. So Alex Davies, not a very familiar position for him to come in so late in an innings.
Yeah, really unfamiliar. Usually batting up the order. Has seemed to struggle with a bit of fluency, I think it's fair to say, this year in general in his batting.
So this is hardly the ideal situation for him, is it? But there we are. Kind of in a no-win situation, however.
Well, they've still got Kai Smith as well, Jake Lintott, Ethan Bamber. They can all find the boundary, clear the rope even.
Yeah, to be greedy, they could do with one more big over. They've got a couple of overs to go after this. They can get at least one of those overs to be very productive.
What do you reckon, Alex Davies? Just try and clip the ball somewhere and get down the other end?
Yeah, get Jarni on strike would make sense.
Oh, well, that's exactly what he tried to do, but that is another cracker from Elam. He's been directing those full deliveries very well from around the wicket. And you can see there, Vanchjani desperate to get down the other end. Alex Davies just couldn't quite get enough on it. There's only 2 balls remaining in the over now. He has a bit of a languid swing at that one. So Vanchjani now on strike, but only 1 ball remaining in the over. So that's a really good job for Elam at this stage of the innings. He's done about everything that he can in this over. Just a single to finish. It does mean that Jarni will have the strike from the start of the 49th over. So only 2 overs remaining, but really, really terrific over there from Elam at this stage.
Just a 3 off it, which at this stage of the innings is a fantastic effort. Obviously, the wicket helped. I note he's got an older brother. We're talking about the Elam clan, an older brother, George, who had played second 11 cricket for Surrey, and this season has played 1 second 11 game for Worcestershire. So there we are. But it's Tom at the moment who's managed to break through. Flores, having ruined that record of going for exactly 60, he's gone for 64. It's been punished by not being given a 10th over, unless he bowls from the other end. Tom Laws is coming in to bowl his 9th over. He has gone for 65. With a little bit of pace on, and Jarni on strike. I feel this could be a big over. This could be the difference between, I mean, whatever happens, they've got a decent total, but could make a big difference this over. Make this another double figure over. Push to score. At one stage we were looking 340, even 350, but now maybe 330 is would be decent from here. Jarni, well, as he moves across the stumps, Jarni, but he hasn't got that away. Just the 1 run.
He was trying to access that leg side, but Laws maybe saw him and pushed it wider, and so he had no power in the end behind the shot. So this has been good from Surrey so far at the death. Just managed to put a little squeeze on, put the brakes on Warwickshire.
Oh, just going for the scoop. It doesn't come out. At least the slight error from the wicketkeeper does allow them to get to the other end for a bye. Oh, which is confirmed by the umpire. But, such a difficult situation for Alex. If the batter is not in the best of form,
and also not a noted like come out and belt it from ball one. Yeah, it's a tough situation. But you don't want to ruin his confidence by then bringing in someone like Kai Smith or Ethan Bamber, do you? Jake Lintott.
Well, it'll probably just be one again. Will they risk a second? Nope. Warwickshire have been restricted to singles in the closing stages. Will they regret that at the end of the match? Time will tell. So they've got a decent total on the board, but they'll want more, especially, as you say, Mel. Bowling has been a little, in the T20 as well, they've taken a little bit of, well, they found it difficult to contain teams at times with the ball. Well, it's come off that time, the scoop shot for Alex Davies.
There we go.
So there we go. So he's got a bye and a 4 playing that shot. I do remember when it's funny if we think about it, the reverse sweep we take for granted, but when the reverse sweep was regarded as a what are they doing type shot, Warwickshire and the Dermot Rees captaincy did it a lot. And when a batter got out to it, there's the usual chuntering. So the team actually worked out how many runs they'd got for wickets, and they came up with something like 200 for 1 or something, playing that shot over the course of the season. So
I mean, if you look at how much batting has changed.
Yeah. Let's play that with one hand, Alex Davies. We'll get another single.
That's all that matters.
So they've taken 8 off the over, 1 ball to go. If Johnny could find a boundary off the last ball of the over, it would have been a decent over for Warwickshire. It's got them beyond the 320 then, and a good final over can get them beyond 330. Which I think they would have settled for when Surrey put them in.
I think you're right. Oh, there
it's come
we
off
go.
for Johnny this time. Eventually rolls on the ropes for 4, so they do get 12 off the over. In the end, 326 for 4, 1 to go.
Hey, and it's so rarely come off throughout the entire innings, and then twice in one over, both Alex Davies and Vanch Jani managed to pull it off.
We're going to have to finish quickly at the end. Just a reminder, there's a members' forum taking place here during the interval, and it will be streamed, so you can follow that. So we're going to finish fairly quickly. So I'll say it now. I mean, for the last 10 overs, for the first 9 of the last 10, if you see what I mean, 70 runs. It's a little bit less than they would have liked. They got 88 from the previous 10, but let's see what they can get off the last one.
Well, Elam, he's bowled well at the death to this point. Final over. Oh, my goodness. Well, it's the shot of the moment at the end. And Davies has just got another boundary from it. The innovation, that one along the ground. He's gone aerial before.
I don't think I can have missed the stumps for very much, could he?
No, high risk, but at this stage, they're still only 4 down in the last over. There's a time to take a risk, and for someone who's not normally go out and blast from ball 1, Alex Davies, he's doing pretty well. It's going to get all the way as well. He gets it directly between the 2 fielders. So this has been an incredibly good late cameo from Alex Davies. He moves on to 14 for 8, and Warwickshire 334 now.
Maybe just playing a late cameo is exactly what he needs at this stage, when
exactly.
his confidence might not be at its highest.
Well, he's got free license, hasn't he, really, to come out at this point. Just go out there and get as many as you can, as quickly as you can. It doesn't matter how they come. That'll be another 1 to the total. 3 balls remaining. Vanch Jani, well, he's 65 from 44. Just how many can he pump from the last 3?
9 from the first 3 balls from Davies.
And that one is going to fall short. And they won't take the risk of letting it go through for a boundary. It's Tom Sibley out there. And so just the single.
Yes, a bit earlier in the innings he might have tried to catch that, but right now it's just about stopping it.
Oh, wow. Alex Davies does it again. And it was Nicol Garantler who just lost his footing a bit. And that enabled the ball to get through. Just lost his footing as he shifted weight. And, well, that's taken it past the 336 has gone.
Yeah.
340 for 4.
And he's already on 19, Alex Davies.
Yeah, off 10. This has been terrific stuff from former skipper. Has a bit of a wild hack at that one. So it'll just be the single to finish, but it's a very good total, an excellent total for Warwickshire. Sent into bat, they put on 341 for 4 with Davies on 20 and Jarni on 66. The last batters out. We've seen a century from Ed Barnard and also a couple of one half century from Zen Malik. We're going to dive off very quickly. We'll bring you the rest of the details later, but we know the members forum is coming up, so stay on the screen if you're interested in finding out more of what's happening here at Edgbaston with the Warwickshire Bears. And we will rejoin you for the chase when Surrey will have a target of 342.
We are live.
Yep. Better.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Members Forum with Chief Executive Stuart Kane. Many thanks for joining us. Good day so far for the Bears. Let's hope that continues. We have a list of questions submitted by yourselves, so I'll fire them at Stuart in the first part of the forum, and then we'll open up to the room. So just pop your hand up and Stuart will answer all your questions. Stuart,
before you do that, can I just say welcome? A bigger crowd than normal, so apologies we haven't got enough chairs. But we don't normally get this good a turnout, so thank you. That's appreciated. And it is quite ironic because it's the first time we're live streaming it as well, because we wanted more people to be able to see it. Which is why Brian and I have tried to sort of iron our shirts today and go combing what's left of our hair.
Yeah.
But you will be live streamed, so any swearing, abuse, legal cases, just be careful.
I have combed my hair, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time in 2026, so it's a compliment to you. Let's go for the questions in no particular order. These are just as we have received them. Stuart, is the club happy with the layout of fixtures for 2027? How come is it that we have such a late international fixture again?
I think most people have seen the fixtures for next year. I think there's a couple of things. Firstly, it's down to the vagaries of the international schedule sometimes, but with the Ashes, we did ask if we could have one of the later Ashes just to make sure that Dennis Amy's stand was open in time for it. So our Ashes test is the 8th, I'm just looking at the date, Thursday the 8th to Monday the 12th. Then we've got the finals day on Saturday the 17th of July. Then we've got the Women's ODI, England-Australia on the 20th of July. So that's going to be a pretty few weeks in July for us. And then we've got a men's ODI, the New Zealand one, on Tuesday the 14th of September. So I don't think that's particularly late. Is it sort of mid to late July? I do think it's going to be busy, as I say, that couple of weeks in July. And when we qualify for the quarterfinals in the Blast next year... That wasn't meant to be a joke, by the way. Then we'll just have to see how things pan out in terms of the quarterfinal for that. But I think it'll be a good year next year. Men's and women's Ashes plus New Zealand and a sold-out finals day.
Thank you, Stuart. When can members expect to receive more information on 2027 membership options and the subsequent ability to be able to purchase tickets for the Ashes and other 2027 fixtures?
We've talked through the membership for next year with the members committee already. So I think Marina, Ibrahim are here from the members committee today. We've got a board meeting on the 14th of August where we'll go through it with the board. And then hopefully pretty much soon after that, you'll start to get some information in the post and on the website about both the membership packages of 2027, but also getting your Ashes tickets.
Stuart, attendances across the board seem to be falling, especially at T20, Blast and 100 games. What do you think this is down to?
I think you're going to miss the afternoon's play if we spend too long on that. I mean, the Blast does need a shot in the arm. There's no getting away from that. It has suffered over recent years, and I think we've got to accept as a game that the 100's taken the shine off. But I think what we've got to do now is double down and work really hard at getting the Blast back to where it is and what it was. For me, that is the authentic form of white ball cricket with 50-over cricket that we're playing today. So the Blast is the recognised global competition format. It is county versus county, which is still really important. And it's a great chance to see some of the best white ball county players in action, putting them against their competitors from other grounds. So I think we've got to start thinking about how do we get the heritage of the Blast across better? How do we get the county versus county across better? How do we give it more visibility on television? Because Sky aren't broadcasting that many of the games. How do we get the streaming out more? Can we get a highlights package out on free-to-air television, for example, on Channel 5 or Channel 4 on a Sunday after each round? So I think there's quite a lot we can do to rebuild the Blast. And I think what's good is the ECB have recognised it now needs to be done. So I think there's going to be a lot of work over the winter when it comes to what we do to relaunch the Blast next year. The 100, you've probably seen some of the press. I mean, our game here, the first game was probably a couple of thousand less than the first game last year, but the game on Saturday will have 4,000 or 5,000 more. So I think it's pretty balanced in terms of where we are with the 100, and I think the day of the week has a big impact on the 100. So we'll have to see how that one goes.
Is the club aware that there are quite a few errors in the current yearbook? How can we ensure that this will be addressed for future publications, and why has this been allowed to happen?
Well, no, we weren't aware. If there are, then people have got to let me know, or let the information email address know, and then we'll try and rectify them. Phil Britton, the club historian, puts it together with Matt, the head of media. So I can ask them to have a fresh look at it, but they do check it every year. So if some things have slipped through, then let us know what they are, and then we'll try and remedy it.
Stuart, do you accept that over an extended period of time the men's Warwickshire team has significantly underachieved, and that members are becoming increasingly frustrated by this?
Not as much as we are. I mean, if you think we invest heavily in our men's and women's cricket. And I think what we're trying to do, a number of counties have talked about this, are trying to define what does success look like, because we can't say we're going to win the Blast, the County Championship and the 50-over tournament every year. And you look at teams like Northamptonshire, they seem to focus a bit more on their white ball this year with the T20, and they did well as a consequence of that. So I think it's how you define success. Warwickshire should be competing for the Blast and the County Championship. And I think if you look at where we are, we're 5 points adrift in the County Championship, so we're still in a shout with that. And we had some bad luck really in the Blast. We lost Gleeson, that was a big miss, and we lost Dan Mousley. It frustrates me that England fixture, England A and Lions tours on top of the Blast. Then we have to think about that and factor it in to some of our thinking. So I don't think we were going one game away from qualifying for quarterfinals day in the Blast. We're still in with a shout in the Championship. The 50 over is always difficult because we lose players to the 100. You've seen we've got some injuries, but it's quite a good chance to have a look at some of the kids that are playing now as well and give people a chance to play. So yeah, we haven't actually won the silverware we'd like, but I think we're competing. We just need a little bit of luck and a bit more consistency in certain places, and I think we're there or thereabouts.
Does the board of directors or the executive leadership team currently contain any individuals who have experience of playing first-class cricket? If not, do you think this would be beneficial?
Absolutely, yes. A cricket club. But the high performance framework that sits around it. So I think there should be ex-cricketers on the cricket committee, and if you think Jeetan Patel's on there, Ian Bell was on there till recently, but he stepped down because of his commitments to franchise cricket. We're currently speaking to a couple of other ex-players about them joining their cricket committee. So what you will have is 2/3 ex-players or ex-professional cricketers that will be on that committee. Plus then we've got Dan Ashworth, who's a technical director at the FA, and Claire Marie Phillips, who was recently the performance director at Coventry City that helped get them promoted to the Premier League, and she's now moved on to McLaren F1 Racing to try and help develop their high performance environment. So I think if you get two really strong ex-cricketers that know what it means to be a Bear, have played for England, have played for their county on that committee, supported by two of the world's best high performance specialists to help advise and act as a critical friend outside of cricket, I think that's a pretty powerful lineup.
Did the club make any attempts to sign an overseas player for the Metro One Day Cup campaign?
Being honest, no. We focused on the county championship. We've got two overseas players coming back for the last rounds of games for that, because I think we're still in with a shout on that. And we did make a conscious decision to try and play some of our younger players to give them a chance, and you've seen us take on Richard Garlick. It's someone we've looked at a couple of times, and it's a great chance to see how he can perform in that environment. So I think we've saved our overseas budget for the county championship, and you saw in the Blast with us bringing Usman Tariq in that we were trying to bring quality players in there.
Thank you, Stuart. three questions in one here, really. During the Blast campaign, we were short of spin options, having let Jake Lintott go out on loan. Now, during the One Day Cup, we look short of batting, having let Hamza go out on loan. In the opening game of the One Day Cup, Theo Wiley scored a half-century and then was dropped. Can you explain the logic behind all of these decisions, and what is the plan moving forward?
I think if you look at the One Day Cup, as I mentioned, if I'm just looking at the list here, we've lost Dan Mousley, Richard Gleeson, Ed Barnard. Barney's back today, great. Jordan Thompson, Chris Wokes to the 100. Michael Booth, Keith Barker, now Sam Hain, all injured. I mean, that's not far off a starting 11 in its own right. So I think we are, like many counties, restricted in the options that we can put on the field for a 50-over game. I think that's what we're doing now, showing some of the youngsters I mentioned about. Hamza Sheikh, we wanted Hamza to stay, but he didn't want to, he wanted to go. So do you keep a player who isn't going to be the future, or do you let someone that could be the future play instead? And we decided that it was best to try different players and try different sort of scenarios and see where we land. So I think the 50-over cup is the perfect competition to do that. So I think with players injured, with players missing, with a chance to sort of blood some youngsters, we're putting together what Westy and the coaches think are the best squads for different games to test different sort of combinations.
Just one more on this list, ladies and gents, and then we'll go to you. So pop your hand up and a microphone will be brought to you and you can ask a question. Last one from me, Stuart. Why does the men's Birmingham Phoenix team look so weak this year? Could we not have replaced Jacob Bethel with someone stronger once we knew he was unavailable?
The Birmingham Phoenix question. Do you want me to spend time on that? No. Shall I answer it or not? Yeah. I mean, for Beth, we had 4 days to replace Bethel, and about the same for Mustafizur Rahman. Mustafizur got injured out in Zimbabwe, playing with Bangladesh, and then you saw Beth. He played on the Sunday, and he had a problem with his knee. So we only had limited time, and if you think in the auction, some of the world's best players are there, but those players have gone 4 days before the start of the tournament. So it's difficult to try and find replacements. And for Mustafizur, he was an overseas player, so we had to find another overseas to replace him. So what you're looking at really is a domestic replacement for Beth, and then an overseas replacement for Mustafizur. Ben Joash has played in the final of the MLC. He's a world-class white ball player. And if you think Weatherall, he again had a great tournament for the Hampshire in the T20. So I don't think we've signed them with lesser players. They're just probably less known players.
Thank you, Stuart. Ladies and gents, any questions? Yes, sir.
We got the new website and improvement on the app, and I agree it is an improvement. But I was just looking at the latest news on the app, and it reads, Hain looking forward to leading Bears into one-day competition, dated the 20th of July. It really needs to be updated on a better basis than that. And just a supplementary point about the yearbook, it really is a comedy of errors. I do advise you, Stuart, to have a read through it. It's a good read.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the yearbook. So again, if there are issues with it, then someone please tell us what those are, and I'll get Phil Britton to check it again, because as I say, Phil does read it through, and everyone knows Phil's pedigree and history when it comes to the Bears. So if there are problems with it, let me know what they are, and we'll try and fix them. In terms of the app, I don't know what's happened there in terms of the news feed and the story. I'll have to check that with the digital guys. But thank you for acknowledging the website is a bit better. One step in the right direction.
Afternoon. You mentioned the live stream a bit earlier on, but is there any chance we could actually get the live streaming for the beginning of the match? You have a message up there saying it will be available when the match starts, but the last 2 matches, by the time the actual video icon had appeared and I clicked on it and was actually watching cricket, we were 2.3 overs in 2 matches ago and 4.3 overs in on Sunday. Now, YouTube put the live stream up about 30 minutes before the match starts. Can we not make it live so we can at least log on and be ready?
Yeah, again, I didn't realise that. I mean, when we're playing away, we're reliant on the home team's stream. So it's not down to our technical team to put it on and to be ready for it. So you can probably see in the quality of the broadcast, some teams invest more in those streams than others do. So I don't know if there were particular problems about those two first 50 over games. I'll have to check with the team.
Well, you can go on YouTube and you can watch the stream, so it's certainly been made available on the internet. It's just that we haven't livened the link up to it.
Yeah, but I don't know that they have to provide us with the link.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether they were that preoccupied about getting on their own channel and getting it onto the YouTube, and then they've sent it to us afterwards. But I'll have to try and look into that.
Okay, thanks.
I have a 100-related question. Does the club have any say in which matches are broadcast on terrestrial TV? I ask because our match against Trent Rockets is being broadcast, but it's on the same day as we're playing at rugby. So everybody who goes to rugby won't be able to see it, which is a bit disappointing for those of us who do want to watch both.
Yeah, we don't pick the games, to be fair, and I'll be honest, I wouldn't imagine that the BBC and Sky look at the wider cricketing landscape when putting their schedule together. So it's something we can push. It's a fair point to say, actually,
Why can't I buy an ice cream on this ground today? It's one of the hottest days of the year. Every other county ground appears to be able to have concessions where you can buy tea and coffee and ice cream. Literally every other ground, I think, on the circuit.
Welcome back to Edgbaston. Hope you enjoyed the members' forum during the interval. A reminder here that Warwickshire posted 341 for 4, so Surrey therefore needs 342 to win. Ethan Bamber's going to open the bowling. Dom Sibley is one of the opening bats. Who's at the other end? Anyway, we're about to get underway. And that's defended by Patel. I'm Clive Eakin. And with Miss Mel Farrell.
Afternoon. Good to be back.
Could be a good game, depending on what sort of fist Surrey make of the run chase.
Well, it looked like it was a good pitch for batting. A couple of surprises, a few that had a bit of extra bite.
That one not out of the middle of the bat from Patel. Warwickshire were cautious in the first few overs.
Yeah, they were. Rob Yates and Ed Barnard early on. Only went for, we're going two and over for the first couple of overs.
That's a lovely shot for 4. Good start then for Ryan Patel, who has got 3 half centuries in this competition for the first 3 games, including the 97. So he's someone that Warwickshire would very much like to get out quickly because he's been in very good form. Well, that was a lovely shot for 4.
Certainly was. And that's the difference, though, when you when you're batting first, when teams are batting first, they can go slow, build, take on the big overs. There's a bit more pressure on the chasing team.
2 slips in place as Patel leaves that.
And when they're going, we know they're going to have to go more than a runner ball from the get-go. It's a little bit different. And you mentioned those 2 slips. This is what having a big score on the board allows you to do. We mentioned that Warwickshire have struggled a little bit at times so far in this competition to get penetration. So 2 slips in.
That one will go straight to Ed Barnard at mid-off. Ed Barnard making 140, which is at this moment in time the highest score by anybody in the One Day Cup this season across the all the counties.
And just a little
starting the innings needing not far short of 7 and over.
And that's what I mean about that that different kind of pressure on a chasing team, is because you have those early overs where you're trying to get yourself in, and then you see the score, the run rate required climbing up towards 10 and over very quickly. So ideally for Surrey, be getting a couple of big overs in somewhere early on. Ollie Hannon-Dolby will be opening the bowling from the Birmingham end with his stacks and stacks of experience and tall, lanky figure. Little wobble of the arm. This distinctive run-up, and that's not going to get past the diving fielder. It's well stopped in the end. That's Sibley off the mark as well. We went down and had lunch. You impersonated Mike Atherton exceptionally well, I thought.
I might get an extra portion with his name on the ticket. It didn't work.
But it was really busy down there.
It was. I'll tell you the story. Actually, I was walking around the ground earlier. I don't know what this says about where youngsters are with cricket as it is now. And as I walked around, there was a game going on the pathway there involving some youngsters. But I'm saying youngsters, I'm talking probably early teens, perhaps. One of them was wearing a Birmingham Phoenix shirt from the 100. One was wearing a Punjab Kings shirt from the IPL, and one was wearing a Warwickshire T20 Blast shirt.
Oh, well bowled. There's that nice extra kick out of the pitch. If there's a player who can get something out of it, it'll be OHD in his 6'7" frame. I felt like that where you got the occasional one to misbehave was when they were bowling from this end, but he, OHD that is, prefers bowling from that end, doesn't he? Always seems to bowl from that end most of the time.
The Birmingham end.
That one might have just nipped back slightly, but well dealt with.
I remember on a particularly hot day in the championship, they had a sort of umbrella, practically a patio for him in the corner, just down where he went to field. There was an umbrella there shielding him from the sun, supply of drinks.
Oh, I love that.
Every time he went down after each over.
But yeah, it's funny you say that. I mean, kits are a big part of it now. They are a big attraction for kids. And parents might say they're a drain on the wallet as well. Do you know how they chose the? Is that the end of? No, they're just changing over for right left. Of course, still one ball remaining. I've ever told you how they picked the colours that the Big Bash teams play in?
No, go on.
So they got a big colour palette of loads and loads of different colours, and they gave them to a whole heap of kids and said, tell us what your favourite colours are. That's well stopped. Zem Malik, with the throw as well. And the end of a tidy little over there from OHD. Although Hannah Dolby's too long to say, so I've got to admit, I do revert at times. Yeah, 3 off that over, 7 for none after 2. Yeah, so and the most popular colours, so they got the kids to pick their favourites, and they got the 8 most popular colours, and they then said to the teams, these are the colours that you've got to work with. Okay. And they sorted out who was going to have what. And I actually think that is super smart. Because who are you sort of trying to appeal to with the T20 format? And I actually like the fact that the Big Bash, they're bright colours. See, I'm not happy about too much navy and black. I like to see a few brighter colours.
So Bamber Boy to Sibley. Straight back to him. We'll just talk through the Warwickshire innings because we didn't really have time to summarise it earlier. They put in by Surrey. They got off to a steady start. They had 2 big overs after a slow start. They took 26 off overs 5 and 6 before Rob Yates was out in the 7th over. Just got a bit of a top edge, and Rory Burns took an easy catch. Ryan Patel took the wicket. He was out for 10, 35 for 1. Still 2 slips in place, Sibley leaving that. But then a big stand, big partnership of 147, which built the foundations of the innings between Zen Malik and Ed Barnard before Malik was stumped by Dodson, who'd come on actually as a substitute wicketkeeper, and that's something we'll watch out for. Josh Blake went off with a hand injury, whether he comes out to bat, and Rory Burns too seemed to be struggling a bit with his hand. Obviously he stayed out there, so I presume it's his intention to come into bat. I just wonder whether that could impair him. Anyways, Ed Malik was stumped off Tom Elam for 58, 182 for 2. But Ed Barnard went on to make a magnificent 140. I should say Malik faced 73 balls, 3 4s and 1 6. But Barnard 140 off 130 balls, 14 4s and 6 6s. And that was 260 for 3. And there were contributions really from everyone else. Oh, that's the inside edge of Sibley. And I'll have to hurry but they get through for the run there. So George Garton, 25 of 22 balls. Didn't actually score a single boundary in his 25, Garton, before he was bowled by Elam. But Vansh Jani, who came in at number 4, excellent 66 not out for him, 45 balls, 8 4s and a 6. And Alex Davis improvising with a series of scooped and dabbed shots, hit 20 not out of just 11 balls. That's whipped away. There's a fielder down there at 3rd, so that's just the one. 22 extras, 2 byes, 11 leg byes, 9 wides, a fairly high wide count. 341 for 4, and the bowling is quickly. Tom Laws 1 for 76 off 9, James Taylor 9 for 41 off 7, Ryan Patel 1 for 34 off 7, Benji Flores none for 64 off 9, disappointingly, they needed him to be 60. Yusuf Majid none for 22 off 3. No run there. Adam Thomas was actually the most economic bowler in the end in terms of runs per over, none for 26 off 6. And Tom Elam 2 for 65 off 9. 9 with that loss after 3 here, 2 from that over.
Yeah, another good one. A very tight start. Just be interesting to keep track of that run rate required. I'll try and do that as well, because at the moment, so it's already up over 7 now. Of course, there's a long way to go, and one good over, particularly early in the innings, can change everything. I mean, you mentioned that earlier, a couple of overs where they got, what was it, 26 off 2 overs? 16 off one of them. It completely changed the start, which had looked to be very cautious until that point. Yeah, 11 double-figure overs in the innings, including that 16,
15 off the final over there, or actually 3 15s in there, and 1 16. I've got a delay here because what's going on?
So Alex Davies is taking the gloves. Kai Smith was keeping at Welbeck, I know. So you've got a bit of a luxury when you've got two keepers like that, haven't you? Two good keepers in the side. Kai Smith, of course, is a young gun coming through the ranks. Alex Davies, the experienced hand. It's an important late flurry of runs from Davies as well. And gets hold of this one. That one's going to go all the way. Straight into the Hollies stand and up the steps. Well, that was smoked. It's got all of that one. First real opportunity. It was in the slot, really.
Yeah, Warwickshire had 8 sixes, of which Ed Barnard got 6. We're down to 1 slip now.
And that's all it takes, isn't it? It's just that little battle, but yeah, all of a sudden forces a first change in the field.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good response though by Hannon Dolby. Fair bit of gardening going on now. That's the spot, says Patel. I don't know why they do that. He's basically saying to, it's almost like he's saying to OHD, here you go, right here. Bowl here, this bit here.
I also wonder whether it ever makes any difference tapping the bat on. Is that actually...
Oh my goodness, that is another nasty little delivery from OHD that came back in on him. Had him in all sorts. There it goes. He's gone and tapped the same bit there. It's like why don't you just put a flag in the pin?
Maybe he's tapping at the wrong bit. Maybe he's trying to induce.
It's just like the flag in golf. It's all right. Plant it here. Can you put it here?
Perhaps he's trying to induce Hannon Dolby to bowl one too short.
It's a fuller delivery. It's just defended, but this has been an excellent over bar. The first, was it the first one that went?
It was the first one, yeah.
First one. And that was in the Hollies. And since then, it has been really good from Hannon Dolby. So nice little contest between this pair early on in the chase. Yeah, that's a really, really good comeback from OHD after being pummeled for 6 first ball. You can't ask for too much more than that. So a nice contest developing early between these two. Sibley will take strike against Ethan Bamber.
Playing his 30th List A game. Took a couple of wickets against Somerset. She's got 3 in the competition so far this season. That's a good shot from Sibley. I think the ball's going to win that chase, or might just be brought in. Well chased. Let's get them down to 2 in the end.
Yeah, that's a really good fielding. We're well backed up as well by Malik. Made sure he was on hand to fire the ball back in. Yeah, Bamber, I mean, he has been really impressive, I thought, or was really impressive early in the championship. this year.
I should say just so George Gartner was and chased that down. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, you're all right, of course. But yeah, white ball bowling's a different beast. Oh,
that was a good one though. I've got a couple to beat the bat so far. Warwickshire are desperate for early wickets, but real pressure on.
Doesn't matter what colour the ball is if you put it there.
Yeah.
A lot of responsibility on his shoulders as well. He's often seen as the leader of the attack, having come from Middlesex.
Have you talked to him about his socks lately?
Do you know what? When we were in Welbeck, now people are going to wonder if they haven't heard this. Ethan Bamber likes novelty socks. Okay, I discovered this. And so I always ask him, what socks is what? I'm like, what do you got today? And he'll show me. And he was wearing navy socks at Welbeck. And I said, that's a bit boring for you, isn't it? And he said, well, these ones wear better. He was finding that the other ones were not wearing as well when he was bowling. But he did say, but they match. And I don't mind if they're a bit boring if they match. So you know, I can't believe you. Yeah, and you asked me if I'd spoken to him about his socks, and I actually had. Every opportunity. He's a cracking guy.
That's pretty accurate over so far. I say so far. Oh, we've got one ball to go, 2 off it so far. So as is often the case, the last ball will be crucial in terms of who wins this over, so to speak. Bamber still has the luxury of 2 slips in there. Fielders on the boundary at wide third, back of square leg. And that will be just a 2-run over. Good over from Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, really well bowled. Keeps the pressure on.
"17 without loss after 5. And the target is 342.
It's a big old target. It did look like they were going to get to 350 at one point, and then we were thinking, maybe 340, 330 even. Well, they ended up in the middle of that. So Hannon Dolby, having been pumped for 6, first ball of his last over, and bowled 5 dot balls. And it's going to be a dot to start off with. So I'll be happier with the start of that over.
In the other games, which are all in the other group, and Glamorgan have gone well at Gosforth. I think I said Chester Street earlier. It's actually played at Gosforth, which I think Warwickshire did play at a few years ago. Glamorgan 326 for 6 in their 50 overs, and Durham in a bit of bother 43 for 3. This is Nibs playing in that game. Let's have a look. Will Rhodes is. He's batting currently. Oh yeah.
Beats a field up. It's a lovely shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. So Patel again on the charge, taking on Hannon Dolby.
He took 1 for 64, Ben Stokes, but he was out first ball.
Oh, first baller. And a lot of people would have gone there to watch him too, you know. That's the way it is. But I actually think it's a great thing. If him playing sells a few more tickets, great. I had no idea where that ball had ended up. He was looking back towards deep backward square leg before he realised it was at his feet.
I do feel sorry for the other bowlers because it's just the way it's no one's fault, but it's just the way it is. If Ben Stokes takes, if a bowler takes 7 for 32 and Ben Stokes takes 3 for 64, it's the 3 for 64 that ends up getting all the news.
Yes, I can see that. I mean, I think a lot of players will enjoy playing against him as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
has playing with him.
Well, I asked that. I remember when Warwickshire did Worcestershire. I did, forgive me for talking about the neighbouring county, but I did their game at Southport, and of course, you got Jim Anderson playing there.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson. That's the one.
Sorry, yeah. It's been that long ago. But him playing, and yet I spoke to a couple of the young Worcestershire batters, and they were just so starry-eyed about playing against Jimmy Anderson.
Well, think about how many young players are playing in the One Day Cup. It's not going to get through Garton's there. So them getting to play, you know, a lot of them probably haven't even met Ben Stokes. Might not have any reason to have met him, and so for them to play against him, I did it like very unscientific poll. I just asked the question on X. You know, is there anybody who is anyone thinking about going along because Ben Stokes is there? And a few people were a bit indignant about it. You know, it's not about one player, it's about the team, and that's fair enough. Really well bowled again, on the money is Oliver Hannon Dolby. It's another tidy over, 21 for none. One boundary, but some people did respond and say, actually, yeah, for away games in particular, fans from other counties saying, yeah, I'm going to go along to this game or that game. And you know, that's I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I'm
trying to remember. It might have been Dan Mosley. I don't know whether it was his debut or certainly very early in his career. We went down to Chelmsford, and he was, you know, it was a complete. It might have been his debut. And of course, Alistair Cook was playing for Essex, and again there was just that excitement about playing against such a big name. Ethan Bamber continuing his fourth over. Oh, hello. That's. He didn't do that in the county championship all that often, Dom Sibley, when he was here. Terrific shot for 6.
Well, it wasn't over pitched, but Sibley just came down the track and turned it into a ball that looked like it was over pitched. Just got to it, nice clean swing straight down the ground, and I don't think Ethan Bamber would particularly like that. Question is how he responds.
He wants the ball replaced after that. Just toss it to the umpire, just checking it. That's okay. The other scores, Essex 316 for 6 at Arundel against Sussex for a 5 without loss. And Worcestershire might be in a spot of bother. They were all out for 230, right at the end of 50 overs at York, but Yorkshire 25 without loss in the 7th.
So they were looked in more trouble. Did someone score some lower order runs?
Yes,
Matthew Wade.
Henry Cullen.
No, Henry Cullen, good. Oh, I like Henry Cullen.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Henry Cullen scored 70. The player who hit the winning runs, of course. Matthew Wade did get 53, not out. Cullen hit the winning runs in dramatic fashion at Trent Bridge in the final last season.
He certainly did. He's actually a very lovely young man. Henry Cullen. Oh, that's popped up. Bamber can't get to it. Yeah, because I think he actually got a half century in the previous game as well.
He did,
I think.
Yeah, he did. I've met his dad for the first time recently. He's quite a lively soul. Yeah. So Surrey making a steady start here. They've got a big target to chase, so at some point they're going to have to do some fairly spectacular batting, but right now it's about giving themselves foundations. George Garton couldn't quite stop that. He'll chase it down and keep them down to 1. They might have got 2 there, but they didn't risk it.
It almost looked like it, as he bent down, it almost looked like it came off the wicket end or something.
It did, yeah.
I tell you, that was something that was notable at Welbeck. It was quite rough, the outfit. I think exacerbated a bit by the dry weather, and that was tough fielding for both sides, like the ground fielding, because the ball would bobble up. So I'd say the Warwickshire players right now out there fielding will be quite grateful for a pretty smooth outfield in comparison.
Ooh, He just lost his second slip, probably in the might have been at the start of this over, Bamber. That might have gone to second slip. Whether Patel would necessarily have played the same shot if there'd been a second slip is another issue altogether, but that could have been a second slip chance, as it is 1 run. Again, he hasn't done quite as well as Hannon Dolby when Hannon Dolby was hit for 6 off the first ball and then didn't concede another run, but he has reined it in quite well after seeing his first ball go over the ropes, and it ended up going for 8 in the over. 29 without loss. 7 overs bowled.
Yeah, I think ultimately both Patel and Sibley quite happy to just settle themselves in. Just one poor over from Warwickshire changes everything dramatically, and they're both very, very experienced and well aware of that. And they may even wait till we see the change-ups in the bowling. Still a slip in. Rob Yates, the skipper, settles in. And that one should be, oh, not quite. Thought it was slower off the bat than it was in the end. That was a dangerous attempt at clearing mid-off. Just made it in the end.
Yeah, it looked like Ed Barnard was going to get that, didn't it? But as you say, I think it travelled faster than it looked at first. And at one point, it looked there might be a very straightforward chance of Barnard, but in the end, he was stretching and unable to reach it.
Might be a bit of encouragement, though. Well, encouragement only for Patel, because that next ball's full and wide, punch through the covers.
Good shot, right in front of the building work. Nothing's gone into the building work today, disappointingly.
It is a bit disappointing, but that's back-to-back boundaries for Surrey, so unless Oliver Hannon-Dolby can rein things in here, this could be that bad over we were talking about.
Come round the wicket.
Even though one of them, well, could easily have been out. I think it was only not very much in it.
Round the wicket, sending a sweeper out in the offside, bringing third in.
Straight away goes to that sweeper on the offside. Now, all of a sudden, Patel's now 26 off 27. So he's already caught up. And Dom Sibley, he's one big hit away from going at pretty much a runner ball. Alex Davies might not be captain anymore, but he's having a bit of a say in where the fielders are. Not convincing, particularly clean, but it's enough for a single.
Yes, they've got a few captains out there, haven't they? Alex Davis, previous county captain.
I think, was that a no ball signalled?
I haven't seen a free hit signal, so
No, I just
it's been
thought
a confusing gesture from
Conor McGarry. It is at that end. I thought I saw him holding his right hand out.
Well, if only Hannon-Dolby had shattered the stumps there, then we would have known. I don't think it was.
No.
So he's not gone
Well,
down as such.
just an odd hand gesture. Tell you what, that air conditioner unit's labouring behind us. I made you turn it down to 18. I know you thought it might be too cold. I said no chance. There is no chance. Doesn't get any timing on that one. So after 8 overs, Surrey 39 for none.
Yep. First double figure overs of the innings. 10 off it, 18 off the last 2 now. What should we do with the wicket? If the Bamba's going to continue.
I think this could be the last from Bamba. Well, we'll see.
Well,
because
Ed Barnard's getting ready.
He's getting ready to bowl.
I say there are quite a lot of captains out there. So you've got Alex Davis, the previous county captain, Ed Barnard, the current county captain, and Rob Yates, who's actually captaining the team today. Oh, that's a slow bounce. Is he going to get away with that? Umpires looking at each other. Yeah, they're happy. Good ball.
Yeah, very good ball. Yeah, that's a fair bit of experience there, isn't it?
Yeah. Of course, they have had Sam Hain captain. He was captain at the beginning of the competition, but sadly he's got an injury. He's now been ruled out for the rest of the competition. Have he made 80 in that first game?
Yes, that's a huge blow for Warwickshire. But you say that. You look at the Surrey side and all the players, the first choice players that they have lost, and the fact that they've won 2 out of 3 games so far. And
yeah, but no one ever feels sorry for Surrey, let's be honest. Good stop there by George Garton.
I didn't say I have to feel sorry for them. I'm just saying that they have done well in spite of that.
Is it about 15 players or something from them involved in the 100?
It's a lot. Oh.
That's off the inside edge. That was close hitting the stumps. And this, despite the fact they've lost their name in the 100. The Oval Invincibles are no longer known as the Oval Invincibles. I never liked the Invincible name, though. I thought that was a bit... I mean, you're not invincible, are you? Because you lost.
But you can't really call yourselves the Oval Invincibles, although a lot of people did every time they lost.
And decent ball didn't get up. Game nicely poised at the moment. Haven't got a Duckworth-Lewis score up there, have we? Not that it's going to come into play, but it's quite interesting to know.
Yeah.
Sometimes where they are in terms of the Duckworth-Lewis stern. That'll be 4. He tried again, just one too many banged in short from Bamba. No one on the long leg boundary. So 4 runs to Sibley.
It had been so tidy up until that point. But rather than being short, that one kind of sat up just at that perfect height for Sibley.
Looks like Surrey are going to win the power play. Warwickshire were 46 for 1 at the end of 10 overs. Surrey are only 43 without loss, and they've still got 7 balls of the power play to go. Just took the pace off that one, Bamba. Good delivery. So, again, just the one scoring shot, but it was a 4. 43 without loss after 9 overs. And it looks like Ed Barnard is going to replace Ollie Hannon-Dolby. None for 23 in his 4 overs. Hannon-Dolby. Well,
Ed Barnard.
I mean, if he gets 6 wickets now in this game, then I think there'll be representations to Sunrisers lead saying, you don't need him, do you? You don't need him.
Well, he's... How many times have we seen him do it? Oftentimes making contribution in one skill set or another, but sometimes both. That's nicely carved but well stopped in the end by Kai Smith.
Wicketkeeper by trade, of course, Kai Smith. That was a good diving stop. Well, it was important that Surrey got through the early stages without losing wickets and getting themselves started. Got the requirement down to less than 300 now.
It's all run. But Warwickshire won't mind that, keeping them to singles, get them hitting to ring fielders. But at the moment, the run rate, a bit over 7 run rate required. It's whether or not they can, but they also can't afford to just let them keep going with 2s and 1s. That's why we saw those 2 slips in earlier for the opening bowlers, but they just weren't able to eke out a wicket. Yeah, that's nicely driven. But Zem Malik patrolling on the boundary. I tell you, he was a player, Jeff Welbeck, and it was really difficult fielding on the outfield there. Zem Malik is like an absolute rocket in the outfield. Very good fielder.
Yeah, I think a pretty decent field inside at Warwickshire at the moment with this team. Surrey fielded pretty well.
Oh boy, that popped up. Could so easily been a return chance.
We bought Phil Britton, and Phil will come and replace me, whether he likes it or not.
Thanks, Clive. Captain of the commentary team. 2 balls remaining in Ed Barnard's over. Cracking drive from Patel. Just sliced it through the offside fielders. And that brings up the 50 for Surrey. They get there without losing a wicket. And there's opening partnership already showing signs of being quite dangerous. Patel on 32, Sibley on 19.
Yeah, going along nicely, aren't they?
They certainly are. Phil? And dot ball to finish. But 8 runs coming from Ed Barnard's first over. 51 for none. At the end of it, I'll just see who comes on to bowl. It's been Ethan Bamber bowling from the members' end, the pavilion end. And he's going to bowl, yes, he's going to bowl a 6. Do sometimes see that. They do sometimes kind of front load with Ethan Bamber, don't they?
Yep.
Extra overs out of him.
Yeah.
He's indefatigable. So much energy, desperate to do well. A player who I think sometimes coaches have had to pull him aside and say, stop, you've got to stop training so hard.
Yep.
Stop training so hard, because he's
well, you and I know this, Mel, don't we?
I don't know
We're
what
quite
you're
often
talking about.
told we mustn't work so hard and out there doing the physical fitness. Here's Bamber in and bowls, and this is cut away at the point, but there's no run. Backing up Sibley there was that was Patel backing up. I was going to say, I thought got that wrong. It wanted the run, but Sibley wasn't going to go anywhere. Looks very solid, Dom Sibley.
I think that is a word that's been used to describe him often, which is why he was seen as perhaps unfashionable in the test team.
That's a nice straight drive, and they will get a single this time. Barnard picks it up, throws it back to Davis, and the ball then bounces and moves away from Davis. It was like a leg break to Davis, and he was left floundering at empty space. Unfortunately, the bats had both decided there was only a single in it and didn't take advantage of the what probably would have been possible to get an overthrow. Anyway, it's just a single taken. 52 for no wicket, and 32 to Patel, who's on strike, the left-handed Patel, and Sibley, who's on 20. Bamber in his 6th over was in runs in, bowls this down the legs. Oh, and he's played on. He's gone for a sweep, and he's turned it back into his stumps, and Bamba has got a wicket. A little bit fortunate, but it's the end of Patel. He's come off his pad as he went to pull it, came back off the body and dropped back into the middle or the leg stump. And Patel has gone for 32, and Warwickshire get their first breakthrough.
Yeah, really important one for Warwickshire, because the partnership was starting to look quite dangerous. And Ethan Bamba, there's just reward for keeping him on for that extra over.
He's been very successful, hasn't he, in the time he's been here at Warwickshire, at Edgbaston, a year and a half now, but really done him good, and it's been a big bonus for Warwickshire to have him.
I think the fans here have really taken to him as well. You can just tell, he's so enthusiastic.
Yep.
But Patel, it was a really good start from him. He played some terrific shots and showed the menace that exists if he hangs around. They still have to deal with Sibley, who hasn't scored at quite the same pace.
And Adam Thomas has got runs, so he's just coming to the crease to replace Ryan Patel, and taking guard. And a little bit of a bonus wicket, because it wasn't, in fairness, it wasn't the greatest of deliveries. But I suppose in the book, bowled Bamba, that's what it'll be. Nobody will say that it came off his thigh pad and back into the stumps. As Bamba is back over the wicket to bowl the first ball, and forward comes Thomas and runs it up to Ed Barnard, who's at mid-off.
Now, one thing that may be a factor in this chase as well, if people weren't watching earlier, Josh Blake, the Surrey wicketkeeper, had to leave the field midway through Warwickshire's batting innings and picked up a hand injury. We don't think that they can have a substitute batter for him. So
this next one is run to backward point. No run.
If he isn't able to retake the field, then effectively Surrey could be 2 batters down.
Yep.
So we haven't got any word about what might happen. Whether or not he, if they save him to the end, one of those will bat if needed type situations.
Yeah, I've had no information on it at all, so can't help with this next one. Again, Thomas defends, and it's a good over so far from Bamba. In fact, that was his final ball of the over, his 6th over. So, nice tidy over, and round of applause from what is quite a decent crowd. I was quite surprised when I went into the members area during the interval, just how many people were in the members area.
Yeah, it was absolutely packed. We mentioned that when we came on. Just to finish off that point, though, so Josh Blake was carded to come in and bat at number 5. So we'll keep our eye on that and see if he does come in then. And if he doesn't, maybe that's a sign that his hand is not okay. Barnard's first ball, just the one. So brings Thomas onto strike. Was quite economical when he was bowling. The most economical, actually, of the Surrey bowlers. Manages to get on top of that one without really getting behind it. Oh, it's been in really good form Adam Thomas. 3 half-centuries in the tournament so far. 2 of them in the 80s and undefeated. 82 against Lancashire and 83 against Northants. Good full delivery from Barnard.
Yes, you've made some very useful runs in the 2 victories they've had so far in the competition.
Well, he also has a highest list A score of 162 and an average of almost 43. So handy player.
It's a real opportunity for some of these young Surrey players to get into the first team with this one-day cup and show just how good they are. Great depth they've got.
I think it's also the match, how much they learn from match situations, different match situations where they're playing under pressure as well. Oh, that was almost a shout that quickly dissipated, and that's going to be 4. Oh, hands on heads all around. It wasn't a leg by, there was some bat on it.
Yeah, he got bat on it. I think that may be why they were, although it always looked as though it was going leggish. But certainly Barnard seemed to think he was a little unlucky.
More runs on the leg side. The end of the over with Surrey 60 for 1 after 12. So going at exactly 5 and over. There you go. My math's been on fire today.
Tough one that though, wasn't it, to work that one out?
Hey, you know how bad my maths was, which is actually a really unfortunate condition in this game.
So Bamber's going to start his 7th over. That wicket he got in the previous one may well have bought him an extra over. And Tom Sibley, if he runs now, he's going to run straight into the back of Malik, who's fielding at a very, very straight mid-on. This one, though, is launched away over extra cover. He won't get 4 with it. They won't even get 2 because good fielding down there by Gianni, wasn't it?
Yep.
Vance Gianni down
Vance
there.
Gianni.
Got the ball back in very quickly to the bowler's end. And Thomas was looking to turn for a second run, but realised the ball was actually on the way back. And sensibly, Sibley would no chance of getting home for a second run. This little scoop is working this time, and going to run away down to the boundary, down the leg side for 4 runs. So Sibley just timed that nicely. It was just sat up nicely for him, and he picked it up off his legs and flicked it away fine. So well, 65 for 1.
We talked a lot about those shots behind the wicket, the number of times they didn't work early on for the Warwickshire batters before Alex Davies and Vance Gianni showed how to do it.
It took until about the 48th over to master it, didn't it?
But well, Dom Sibley gets it right first up.
And it's not a shot you'd associate with Dom Sibley, not normally. However, this next one he will get runs for again, down to steep square for a single. 66 for 1.
I feel a bit for Dom Sibley just in that. I do feel like he's one of those players everyone's got preconceptions about, and maybe some of that's fair too. But then at other times, like, because it was felt that he wasn't dynamic enough, probably why he didn't play for England longer.
His record wasn't that bad though.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't, and perhaps it was something that
just didn't really fit the mould, did he, which was being created.
Yeah, and maybe he would have, done better in Australia than some others.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well.
Interesting times though now, trying to see what England will look like under a new captain and coach.
It's going to be runs again for Thomas, turning it again down backward of square on the onside. Just scamper through for a single. 67 for one. I thought the building site had quietened down, but the men have that just must have had an afternoon break, because they've all suddenly reappeared on the top again.
Yeah.
And the banging started again, so we've got that for probably another hour now, hour and a quarter.
Oh boy, they certainly did just get noisier. Meanwhile,
I would imagine this is probably the last ball of Bamba's spell. He's in and bowls, and it's going to be another run behind the square on the onside. Takes the total on to 68, and Bamba's 1 for 28 from his 29 rather from his 7 overs. So
yeah, it's a pretty fair effort. First
Yeah,
up with the
yeah,
new ball.
yeah.
7 overs, 29. So just over 4 and over. And he did go for back-to-back boundaries at one point in
There you go.
the early part, but
You've got your James Taylor coming. Sorry,
Charlie
Taylor. I've got James now. We've talked about that so much. How many Charlie Taylors have played the game?
Oh, I'm going to find out. What can you tell me about? I mean, this is his second game.
Yeah, he's 16.
Yeah.
I got to say, I don't have a fat lot on about him at all.
So played in that game against Somerset. Big moment at home. Oh, and that's a great way to start off if you want to impress the Edgbaston fans, and you can hear they like it. So in the game against Somerset, he bowled his full complement of 10 overs, none for 69. So he's yet to take a wicket. He made 10 not out in the chase.
I'll tell you what, he has a definite look of him running through there of Chris Wokes.
Well, that's a comparison.
Well, just looking at his the way he comes in and the way he delivers, there's a definite look of him about it.
Well, earlier this month, oh no, we're still in July. He played for England under-19s against South Africa. So take another single. Took 3 wickets in the test, including 2 for 12 in the final innings. One of the matches, 2 for 12 of 6 overs, which is pretty impressive. So it was in the draw against South Africa under-19s. Played in a ODI as well. Oh, that's great fielding. Oh my goodness gracious me, that's not great fielding. That is ludicrous fielding from George Garton.
Just, if anybody was going to do it, George Garton is the man who can do that.
Oh,
Wonderful
casual as you like. Turn around, fling it at the stumps and watch them explode.
And the bat is trying desperately to get, but he didn't even really get close to getting back. He just stood there almost in disbelief that he'd gone. Well. We were talking about George Garton and how useful. He can't bowl, but what a wonderful fielder he is. And he certainly produced some magic there.
Yeah, that was outstanding fielding from George Garton. He's very tall and he's got long arms, so maybe that gives him a little bit of extra whip in the throw. Means he has to get further down to pick up the ball, though.
He's got a good eye, though. Wonder what he likes the darts, because if he can throw a cricket ball that accurately, wonderful.
So Thomas.
Yeah, 8, run out for 8. And there was no need. Well, we haven't got the option of going upstairs to review that. It was he was about 2/3 of the way down the wicket when he hit. So that's a bonus wicket, isn't it, for Warwickshire? It brings Rory Burns in to the wicket to join Dom Sibley.
Well, when you consider that Warwickshire lost their second wicket with 182 on the board. So we were talking about how their first 10 overs, they were actually going better than Warwickshire had in the first 10 overs in terms of not losing a wicket and also being ahead when it came to runs. That, gosh, a couple of wickets really does just tip things the other way.
Again, it makes that question about whether Josh Blake can bat or not even more important.
That one was aerial, but safe. He's got some wheels on him, hasn't he, young Charlie Taylor? 16 years of age. And he might not have actually taken the wicket, but I'm sure that it buoys you when there's a run out in your over.
Yeah.
You're in amongst it, aren't you?
Yeah.
And also, you get to bowl at a new batter. Burns is at the other end. It's Sibley back now. Big shout of no. Comes straight away, and that's because George Garton is fielding. And you don't want to chance that arm. End of the over. Second wicket falling in it. And Surrey, 70 for 2.
Good over, though, from Taylor.
Yeah, it is something that I really love about this competition. I love seeing a Charlie Taylor come in.
Yep.
You're watching them for the first time.
Well, this competition's brought a lot of new players who, to people's attention, who have subsequently gone on and sort of developing into really top cricketers. You know, we saw Kai Smith come through playing in this competition. We saw, I think Jacob Bethel was one of the early things for Warwickshire was with this competition. Switching of end for Ed Barnard. He's in, bowls to Burns, who defends it into the offside. So it's Ethan Bamber, good opening spell of 7 overs, getting that 1 wicket. I think that's a little break.
I mean, there's no reason to panic for Surrey, but they want to get a couple of good overs in.
Yep.
It's tough, of course. Burns, new batter at the crease, so much experience. But if Josh Blake can't bat and they're effectively 70 for 3, which we can't confirm at this point in time, then there might be in a wee spot of bother.
Mind you, these two can cause a lot of damage, can't they?
They sure can.
This one is driven up to mid-off. Taylor does the fielding. Taylor's at mid-off. Bamber at mid-on. And Yates, who is skippering the side, is round at short extra cover.
That run rate just creeping up towards run rate required 8.
I think that was more in hope than expectation there from Ed Barnard, his appeal for LBW. As Burns tried to whip it away through the leg side. $70 for 2. We're in the 15th over. Barnard in. It's played into the offside. Yates does the fielding.
Really good over so far, this.
See the crowd in the Hollies stands.
I
It's
do
bit
see
by
them.
bit gone further and further back They were quite well spread through down to the front, but they've all gone into the shade now.
I don't blame them.
I don't either. The guys at the Birmingham end must be roasting. This next one is just played gently into the onside. Malik does the fielding. There's no run. Another good tidy over. So just put the brakes on a bit here, Warwickshire.
Yeah.
70 for 2.
It's been very good. Taylor's first over only went for 2. And you see another one added to the total. Another boundary added to the total.
Well,
it's just a good little period though, and good opportunity now for Charlie Taylor to come back. Only given up 2 the first over. There was a run out in there as well, and they don't chance Zem Malik's arm either. And George Garton doing the backing up.
terrific experience for him to bowl against 2 former England openers.
Yes, absolutely. 2 Test openers.
Yep.
This is what we were talking about with Ben Stokes playing in the One Day Cup as well. But yeah, this opportunity, 16-year-old, and he doesn't really get through that one. I don't think there was as much pace on it. He almost had to slow down his shot. Decent short ball. And you think too, he's up there and he's got Oliver Hannon-Dolby throwing in the ball. All the experience that he's got. It almost gives the older players, the senior players, an extra role in that they're kind of nurturing this next generation.
Warwickshire side this year, particularly today, has only really got Taylor, who's inexperienced. When you look at the rest of the side, there's a lot of experience in the Warwickshire side, far more than on the Surrey side, where they have a number of young players coming through, all of them getting great experience.
And this time he's just gone a bit too straight coming around the wicket. And so that's the first boundary that Taylor concedes. And the first one,
Burns was
for
quickly
Burns
onto
as well.
that one, wasn't
Yeah, he was quick onto it. All his experience. Burns and Sibley, how many times have we seen them batting together? That's better. Better from a teenager.
I think they've come up pretty much together through the Surrey setup as well, Burns and Sibley, haven't they? And then obviously Dom Sibley came to Edgbaston for 3 or 4 years, won a county, part of the team which won the county championship, then went back to Surrey and won 2 on the trot or 3 on the trot.
Yeah, that's good recovery from Taylor after conceding the boundary.
Yeah, that's still tidy enough though, just the 8 runs coming from his opening 2 overs, so that's really perfectly acceptable.
Oh yeah, you take that any day of the week. 76 for 2, Burns on 6, Sibley on 30. Partnership of 7.
Just moving forward and runs it away to Garton at backward point. Having seen Garton in action, he decides quite rightly there's no run there.
That's what good fielders can do.
Yeah. This one is shorter and Burns goes to pull it and doesn't really, in fact he almost threw the shot too early and the ball hits the bat quite high up on the bat, lobs out in the air, perfectly safely in the end, behind square on the onside, but his timing wasn't really there for that one. He gets a single. A busy day here, Ed Barnard. He's in, and that's driven nicely by Sibley, and he beats the infield.
That's actually well stopped by Charlie Taylor.
Yeah, he took the pace up, isn't he? And
Well,
it helped a lot.
well, it was Charlie Taylor who actually reeled it in.
That's is that? Let's have a look. That's Yates who took the pace off it, and then
Yeah, Yates took the pace off it, and Taylor managed to prevent the boundary.
Again, simply on the move forward, using his feet well. I think the last time these sides met in this competition when we were at rugby school, Dom Sibley batted beautifully for his 100 a couple of years ago. But all to no avail, they just fell short. Barnard in, Sibley goes for that scoop shot, and it works beautifully. Goes up in the air over the top of Alex Davis' head and down to the boundary for 4.
See, it doesn't look silly at all, does it?
It doesn't when it's
It
played
looks
like
terrific.
that.
Looks terrific. Incredible position that he gets into, timing, the awareness, and executes it perfectly.
So Sibley moves on to 36. And Surrey moved to 83 for 2, with 1 ball to go in the 17th over, as Barnard is in again and bowls.
Every time the ball goes towards George Garden.
Stop. No.
No!
They could do with about 5 people all wearing George Garden's face out there.
No, just get them all in long sleeves under their
Put number
t-shirts.
7 on their back.
That's though what I was going to say is we get ready to start a new over with Surrey on 83 for 2 is that's what good fielders do is they can limit the number of runs not just by actually fielding well, but there's a double effect on the fact that when the ball goes near them, batters are more hesitant to even take the risk. It's a double whammy. Taylor starts a new over. That one will just be scooped up in the outfield. That's Johnny is prowling out there. And unfortunately, cricket's traditionally been really bad at having proper metrics on fielders. So you always hear someone say, oh, so-and-so's worth 20 runs in the field. But I've never been very good at measuring it. I wonder what George Garden would be worth. Nice little skip down the pitch. It'll only get 1 though. Baseball's better that traditionally, or going back a lot longer, at being able to really measure what someone is worth in the field, like exactly how many runs they might save or what they might do and how quick they are off the mark and how fast they can get to any ball. Cricket's been a bit slower with that.
Do you not think there's enough facts and figures and stats without measuring the speed and the saving effect of the fielder as well?
I think that it's starting to happen more now because you look at T20 and how valuable that is. You know, if you've got someone who can save 20 runs in T20, I mean, that's a guaranteed 20 runs on your side.
So long as they hit the ball at him and he's in the right position.
I guess that's the thing about good fielders is they don't always have to be in the right position.
Good captaincy as well, perhaps.
No, I think it's quite interesting because one thing I always say is that a good fielder sometimes is unfairly treated in that something will go down as a drop because they manage to get to the ball when other fielders wouldn't be able to get there. whereas it doesn't go down as a drop for a fielder who's slower and doesn't actually get to, fingertip to the ball. This is, as Clive mentioned, a really good fielding side.
I've seen some pretty awful drops in the 100 so far this year, though, which aren't anything other than pure drops.
Oh, wild swish at that one. This is good stuff from Charlie Taylor. 3 overs bowled and just 10 runs coming from them, and he gets a little pat on the back from Ethan Bamber. He's telling him good job.
I think Clive's hovering for you, Mel.
Oh, time for me to get out and go for a while.
Well, I very politely put that. So, Ed Barnard's going to start his 5th over from this pavilion end, and there we go. He's in, and this is whipped away down to deep square leg for a single by Sibley.
Sorry about the mic rattle, it's just the on-off switch is quite a way away. So, wasn't able to switch it off. Yeah.
86 for 2.
Sorry, they're just trying to keep themselves in the game here, aren't they?
Yeah.
Make sure they're still there, and then with maybe 20 overs to go, they can see where they are and see what they need to do.
Slow one. This is launched into the outfield and will go over the ropes for 6. Picked up beautifully by Burns and lifted over long on for 6. Just about cleared the ropes. Nobody down there, so it was a perfectly safe shot.
His first 6, Surrey's 3rd. Warwickshire hit 8. 6 of them from Ed Barnard, who's bowling now, so he's been involved in 7 of the 6s in this match.
The ball's inspected as it went into the concrete. This is short now. This one's in the air, but it's going to drop safely. It's whipped back in by Johnny. He came in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, but the ball dropped down well in front of him quite safely. But another single to Burns, who moves on to 15 from 20 deliveries. Dom Sibley has gone to 38. Using his feet quite well, Dom Sibley. As, this one he flicks away through mid-wicket. It'll only be a single. As Jake Lintop returns the ball to him. One more to the total, 94 for 2. And the target is 342.
Just a fraction under 8 and over now. Somebody's moving behind the bowler's arm, it would seem.
Barnard in short, and helped round the corner by Burns. Whoops. Slight slide down there. Trying to see who that is down there. Kai Smith, I think.
It is.
And almost for a second he thought he was going to be yorked. Just looking at Barnard, he has a slightly weary look to him, and he's perfectly entitled to feel weary on a hot day. He's been out there most of the day. Sibley will get another single, just tucking it into the onside. Taylor does the fielding. But, another over ticks by, 96 for 2. We've had 19 overs, 16 to Burns and 40 to Sibley.
Yes, 10 off that over, the 6 obviously helps. That is just the second double figure over of the innings. Warwickshire had 10. Elsewhere, the women's game in the 100 saw a comfortable win for Trent Rockets against Welsh Fire in Cardiff. One with 70 balls to spare by 8 wickets. In this competition, 3 games, all in the other group. Durham looking trouble, even though they've recovered a bit. But this is Taylor coming in. Hasn't completely got hold of that Sibley. Look to play it down because there's 2 players on the boundary there. And we'll take the risk. Total 103 for 6. Still need another 224 in just under 30 overs to beat Glamorgan. Good game on Arundel with Sussex are chasing quite a big total, 317 to win, but they're 78 without loss in the 14th. And looks like Worcestershire's unbeaten record may be going. Yorkshire 92 for 2 in the 19th, chasing just 231 to win. There's Garton again with a throw. This time they would have been in anyway. And he doesn't hit, which is a bit disappointing.
Yeah, he's failing. A fantastic run out, wasn't it?
It was. One stump to aim at. No chance of it being out any other way. And then a direct hit. Sweeper in play here on the offside, so Sibley turns to look for a second, but it was well fielded by Jake Lintott running in. We'll see him ball, no doubt, before too long.
So I thought Jake Lintott had actually moved to Kent, but he's obviously just gone on loan.
Yeah, he's announced he's leaving at the end of the season, hasn't he? So I assume it was a loan move. Rather like Hamza Sheikh is a loan move to Leicestershire, even though he's going there permanently at the end of the season. Could have done with some of his runs this season. Warwickshire, he's Lintott in play again. The 100 will come up. Comes up in 118 balls. So the second 100 took second 50 took 59 balls. The first 50 took 59 balls. So a consistent pace. Warwickshire brought up there 100 and 112 balls, so 6 balls ahead of what Surrey have managed. Simply on to 43 with that.
It's been a nice tidy spell this from Taylor, from Charlie Taylor. One ball to go in his 4th over. Just that one boundary so far.
Alex Davis asking for a helmet. Some of these might indicate that Lintott's about to come on, unless he's planning to stand up to one of the seamers. Good last ball from Taylor. End of an over which went for just 5 runs. So 20 overs gone, 101 for 2. That set of 5 actually went for 31. The previous 5 went for just 19, but they got going again a bit. Sorry, 31 of that 5. We're actually going to see Rob Yates in to bowl a bit of spin. Sure, see it's billowing in the breeze. There's a bit of a breeze blowing. Actually, just for a moment, a bit of cloud cover.
Yep.
Some respite for the builders there on the top floor. Most of them are on the top floor of that building.
Well, I was saying earlier on, having to wear hard hats.
That's because they're worried about the cricket ball flying in there and hitting them.
And to wear their high visibility jackets. Pretty warm work, I would have thought.
I think I prefer to be on one of the lower floors when the crane's in operation. I'd be petrified of that thing swinging around. Although it'd be fun being in it, doing the driving.
Oh, I don't know. You've got to get up there first.
Yeah, there is that.
I don't think I'd fancy that. And then realising that you...
What on earth possessed people to go on that bouncy thing on finals day?
No idea.
T20?
No idea.
Oh, that was, I suppose that goes down as half a chance. Davis actually, I think, tried to anticipate that, didn't he?
Yep.
He moved across and ended up sticking a paw out and couldn't quite hold on to it.
It was definitely off the bat. He moved straight away as he saw what was happening. Really good work from Davis, but just couldn't hang on to it. So another single to Sibley.
Which end were you leading on, this one or the other one?
This one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still, I got him there before you for that one.
That's all right.
Number 17 bowling to number 17, by the way.
I was still up in that crane, Clive.
Yeah.
Yeah, you imagine getting all the way up there and realise you left your sandwiches down on the floor. Here comes Yates, and this one is, again, turned round the corner, very fine, and along the deck there was no chance this time of Davis getting down to take it. And they get a couple of runs to Burns. So, Rob Yates just...
I'll say it again now that Mel's back in the room, because she'll like my going for the symmetry again. Number 17 bowling to number 17 right now. We like that, always like that. With number 71 behind the stumps.
Yates in, that's cracked away into the offside, but again, just for a single as Lintott runs round, tied it up, keeps them down to 1. 105 for 2. In the 21st over, Sibley, who's on 44 faces. There's Yates into him, and he comes down, he'll get more runs, again just pushing the ball between the short mid-on and square leg down to Lintott, who's down on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It starts his run, then stops his run, his walking. This is hit in the air behind the square. Lintott's got to chase around to get to it, which he does, and then he keeps them down to 2. But, made a good bit of ground there, Lintott, to restrict them to 2 runs. So last ball of Yates over, which again is played aerial this time. Around the corner. They think about the second, but in the end decide against it. So end of another over. 109 for 2. We've had 21 overs.
8 off that over. Sorry, just looking to stay in the game. Be in a position to have a go later on, perhaps. And Charlie Taylor is continuing, so this will be his 5th over, just 15 from his first 4.
Do you know anything whether Chase Simmons is injured or?
I don't know.
Haven't seen him at all this season. Just wondered, because he's once or twice played in this competition.
Burns coming down the pitch there's going to get... Oh, it was a collision there. Well, in the end, it's an easy 2. As, well, they're apologising to each other, but...
Yes, it was your ball, your ball.
Jake Lintott and Ethan Bamber getting each other's way.
Between them.
It might have been, if one of them managed to pick it up and get a throw in quickly, that might have been tight, but they get the 2 comfortably in the end. Oh, what a catch! It's George Garton again, for goodness sake.
And the first wicket for Charlie Taylor.
Well, Garton diving to his right. That's a superb catch to go with the run out. Who needs to bowl when you can do that in the field?
Yeah.
But yeah, big moment for Charlie Taylor, as you say, to get that wicket. And Garton just taking an absolute blinder. And Rory Burns has gone.
It was an absolute corker. It really was. In that backward point position. He got hold of it well, but couldn't control the shot, and a terrific moment for young Charlie Taylor. He's deserved that wicket. He's bowled really well in this spell, and with the aid of an excellent catch. And Warwick should pick up their 3rd wicket. 111 for 3.
That's what I should keep doing, chipping away at these wickets. And another day, Rory Burns gets 4 for that, but not today.
Warwickshire. Josh Blake is coming out to bat.
Yep. Tom Sibley has a chat with him. Warwickshire will probably still be bottom of their group at the end of this game without trying to work out the net run rate. They started a fair way behind the teams above them on net run rate. They might have overturned it, but I'm not going to bother trying to calculate it at this point. Point is, they'll be on 4 points if they win. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself, by the way, here. It's a big if. But if they did win, they'd be on 4 points and would join Kent, Northampton, Gloucestershire on that total. They would be... It's 4 points for a win, by the way, and 2 points for a tie. I have no idea why. Why don't make it 2 points for a win and 1 point for a no result or tie? I don't know. But it isn't. It's 4 and 2. It was explained to me that in the T20 Blast, the women get bonus points, and that's why they have 4 and 2, but we don't have bonus points here. Anyway, I'll get off that particular hobby horse. The point is they would be then 4 points behind third place. The top 3 qualify, 2 groups of 9. Taylor in again, and 2 groups of 9, as it has been for the last few years. Top 3 go through, so the group winners go straight to a home semi-final. The second and third place teams play each other in, whether you call it a quarter-final or an eliminator or a playoff. It's entirely up to you, really. So Warwickshire are looking for the top 3 place. They would be 4 points behind third place if they win this. Surrey starting the day in third. That'll be 1 for play. Now, they will have played a game more than everyone apart from Leicestershire and Surrey in the group, so still have a lot to do, but it just underlines, I think, that if they did manage, and again, this is a whopping huge if, but if they did manage to win their last 5 games, including this one, chances are it would be enough. I'm going to suggest the way the group's panning out.
A lot of ifs in there, Clive.
Yeah, I did say that. To win the competition, they probably have to win 8 in a row. So, but can be done. I think the point I'm making is they're not quite out of it.
No,
as long as they don't lose this.
Well, it was like the T20, wasn't it? They got themselves into a dreadful position, had a good run, and all could easily, with one more result, have qualified.
Garden fielding again. They will get 1 this time. So, did they get that over in the end? 5 off it. And applause for Charlie Taylor at the end of the over, in which he got his first senior wicket. First of, hopefully, what will be many, although you must never take those sort of things for granted or put too much pressure on players, but hopefully Charlie Taylor will have a bright future.
114 for 3, 22 overs gone. So remember the target 342. So we still require a further 228.
Yeah. It says on the scoreboard there.
Yeah, but I'd rather do it myself and trust that scoreboard.
It's a little over 8 and over now required. Sibley maybe holding things together here.
Rob Yates starts a new over. This first ball is driven to Malik at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Got a slip in place, which is a bit of a luxury in the 23rd over.
But I just feel he may not be, if he's got a problem with his hand. Oh, he's got that one away. It's drifted onto the leg stump, and Blake swept it and has got enough on it for it to run away down to the boundary. So Pup controlled it, kept it on the floor. And yeah, it's just guilty a little bit to the left-handers of drifting onto the too much onto the legs. The field just goes back again, ready for him as he comes in. Gives that plenty of air and a little bit of turn there, but well played forward by Blake.
Welsh Fire's men currently in action, including Chris Wokes, who finished 4 not out as Welsh Fire posted 122 for 7 in their 100 balls against Trent Rockets at Cardiff.
Generally speaking, the scores have not been spectacular, have they?
There's been 1 or 2 quite big ones. There was a big one yesterday with Sunrise's chase down over 180.
Yes, that was a good chase, and they did it with 12 balls to spare. This one is swept again, but round the corner, and there's no run. Yates in balls, and Blake will just flicks the wrists, and the ball turns behind square on the onside. With no power, they get a single off the final ball. Very quickly bowled over from Rob Yates.
Yeah, 5 off it. And pushes the required rate up a little bit. And
8.26 it is now.
well, Charlie Taylor's carrying on, 1 for 20. It's been his 6th over in an uninterrupted spell. And he's going to come round the wicket, looks of things, to the left-handed Blake.
Isn't there a limit on how many overs he's allowed to bowl as a 16-year-old?
No idea. That's bump ball. I think that probably only applies in red ball cricket, doesn't it? Because you can only bowl 10 anyway.
Well, you're not allowed to do it on Saturdays and Sundays for clubs cricket, and they play white ball cricket a lot of. I don't think it matters what colour ball you're using. I think it's the actual.
Well, one almost gets through. 1 run. $190, 120 rather, for 3. The target 341, 144, scored by Ed Barnard. And we got good support. Zayn Malik making a half century, so did Vanish Jani, who finished not out. Deliberate shot from Sibley for a single. I wish he'd played some of these funkier shots, Sibley, at Canterbury a few years ago when I had to commentate on his double century. I mean, no fault of his, because it was a very flat and quite slow pitch. But boy, was that hard work commentating on that. I was part of, I think, a team of 3 commentators. Maybe another single, which means I commentated for 2/3 of the day for the first 2 days. Didn't describe a single wicket. The only thing that made it moderately more interesting was there was a bit of a race on between him and Marnus Labuschagne to be the first to 1,000 first-class runs. And what made it all the more interesting was we had to clarify whether some runs that Sibley had got against students at the start of the season were first-class or not. So I was going around to the scorers, and we were trying to work out the scorers, weren't entirely sure. We did work it out eventually. That was a quickly run single. And then it got to say, of course, Labuschagne's hitting 4s and 6s all over the place wherever he was playing. Sibley was hitting singles and singles and singles. So the race was on.
And who won the race?
He won it by a few minutes, I think. But that was hard work. That was hard work. Didn't play too many ramp shots there. Good ball from Charlie Taylor.
Good way to finish that.
Yeah.
What I think will be the end of his spell.
He went for 4 runs.
Very good.
So, yeah. Rob Yates has a chat with him.
Yeah.
And 1 for 24 off 6 overs. Charlie Taylor. 16. He bought in 2009. 2009. Goodness me.
We were doing this then. In 2009, we were
Yeah,
probably commentating and
Yeah, I'm well into it by then. Yeah.
before the Warwickshire feed.
It's continuing to Sibley, who rather like that game of rugby school actually, is kind of holding the Surrey innings together. He made that. This could be tight. Oh, well taken by Yates. When he made that first century by a county player at rugby school. That was a high-scoring game, wasn't it? Surrey,
Yes.
I think, just
Yeah.
missed out, didn't they?
Yeah,
On the run
just fell
chase at
short.
the end.
Yeah. I think had he have stayed, he got out just before the end, I think. And had he have stayed there, I think they would have won it. He was hitting straight sixes there, wasn't he? And, ooh. Let me just watch that again.
That was Garton again, wasn't it?
That slip. Let me just
I
look.
think
Goes for the reverse. Ooh. It dropped and went down by his boot, and he quite got a hand to it. I don't think he did. It was a close one.
Here we go. I knew I'd written some stats about cricket at rugby school somewhere.
Yeah, it was Garton. It's in and bowls. Oh, and that one is off the outside edge and runs away, and that probably will run away down towards the edge. It's going to be pulled up just inside. Really well stopped. In the end, it's just 2 runs. There's a long chase there. I think that Dom Sibley thought he was going to get 4 for it, but it doesn't matter. He's brought up his 50. It's come off 59 deliveries, and he moves to 51, 127 for 3. So well done to Dom Sibley.
That match we were talking about, he made 149, first century at rugby school, and Surrey fell 3 runs short of Warwickshire's total.
There's going to be more runs tucked around the corner for Sibley. That's Yates. There's 1 ball to go. Mel will come and join you at the end of this over. And
I think I should correct myself, it wasn't the first century at rugby school, it was the first by an opposing player. I'd forgotten that William Porterfield got one. In 2015 against Sussex.
oh, right.
That was in the One Day Cup. Since then, since Dom Sibley's, Alex Davis and William Luxton have been the other century makers. So we're having a little break for drinks. So the situation here is sorry, 128, 129 for 3. Josh Blake 10, Dom Sibley 52. They have lost. Ryan Patel, after a 50 partnership for the first wicket, Ryan Patel was bowled, or rather played on, to Ethan Bamber for 32. And Adam Thomas brilliantly run out by George Garton for 8. That was 69 for 2. Rory Burns then brilliantly caught by George Garton to give Charlie Taylor his first senior wicket, and he went for 26. Elsewhere, that's just while we've got this little break. Durham 150 for 6, so they're recovering a bit, but they still need 177 or 23 overs to beat Glamorgan at Gosforth. Sussex 103 for 1 now, need 214 more and 31.2 to beat Essex. And Yorkshire appear to be going along comfortably at 118 for 2. Need another 113 in the second half of their innings to beat Worcestershire. Mel is back.
I am back. Speaking of Worcestershire, I've had a couple of text messages from the great Frank Watson.
Ah, yes.
who anyone who has ever watched a Worcestershire game or listened on BBC Radio will know Frank
or
Watson.
club call if you're old enough.
Yeah, well, Frank, of course, our colleague on many occasions. He sent me a photo of Charlie Taylor, aged 8, in Frank's first bowling
did he
lesson
teach
with
him?
him. Yeah, he did. And when Phil Britt said he looked a little bit like Chris Wokes, he was on the money, because Frank says he modelled his action on Chris Wokes. You won't be able to see at home, but I'm showing
Brilliant.
Clive a picture of a young Charlie Taylor mid bowling stride, and there you go. We've just seen him take his first
So
wicket.
it's all down to Frank.
It's all down to the great Frank Watson. There you go. So Phil was on the money about Chris Wokes. I think he's bowled really well as Charlie Taylor today.
It looks like Jake Lintott's going to replace him.
Yeah, a bit of left arm spin now on offer, I should say. He bowled really, really well in Welbeck when I was up there the other day. It was one of those things whenever he came on to bowl an over, you felt like something was about to happen. He took 3 for 55 in that game as well. Did really well. Then took 3 in Warwickshire's loss to Somerset. So he's taken 8. No, they're there is only 2 games actually. So he's taken 6 wickets in 2 matches that he's played this competition. And Warwickshire would be delighted if he was able to continue that trend, chime in with another 3 here. That would get them well on their way. Bowling to Blake, who tries to hammer that away through mid-wicket, but doesn't really get hold of it at all.
Those 6 wickets make him quite comfortably Warwickshire's top wicket takers so far this season.
Yeah, they've been able to sort of wait to introduce him, and he just the introduction of quite canny left arm spin at this stage, always a boon.
It's a shame he's leaving at the end of the season.
Yeah.
It's been a good, hopefully that'll work out well for him, but it's been a good story really. Coming again, another player came late, from a relatively late age, came into first team cricket.
Oh, immediately that he's on, just things start to happen.
Yeah. Initially his place was almost on a part-time basis while he was teaching in Taunton. But actually earned himself a place in the 100 for a couple of seasons.
I think he's also, we were almost combining his teaching. I know he's been working with some of the women in the Warwickshire Bears setups as well. Some of the spinners. Oh, just pushes that one a little bit quicker across the right-hander.
I mean, it's sort of the issue. When you've got a big squad, as Warwickshire do, it can be difficult to keep players happy. They've lost Hamza Sheikh, who they wanted to keep. But
not a problem Surrey seem to have.
Well, I mean, they lose players. They lost Tom Sibley to Warwickshire at one point for exactly that reason, that he wasn't playing as many games as he wanted for Surrey. And good over from Jake Lintott. And it's a problem for Warwickshire that particularly, they might want to play certain players in certain competitions, but players aren't always happy with that. Adam Hose left partly because he, they wanted him. They played him in the white ball games, but he wasn't getting into the red ball team, and he wanted to play some red ball cricket, so they lost him. Moeen Ali, going back a few years, one of the more famous cases of a player who they couldn't keep happy and so lost. So just 2 runs off that over.
2 singles.
Yeah, so where's that going? That's going down to final. Did that come off the bat? It's going to go for 4. It did come off the bat.
Yeah, even Ollie Hannandolby's long legs couldn't get him there in time.
So they're hanging on in there, Surrey, despite the loss of those 3 wickets. Tom Sibley leading the way for them.
Now the run rate creeping up towards 9 and over now.
That's in the air. I think it's going to be safe. 1 bounce 4.
Oh, that'll help. That will help that required run rate as far as Surrey are concerned. Just a big heave across the line really from Sibley. Well, if he can stay out there and play an innings like Barnard, then he's done his bit. But what Barnard had was partners at the other end who scored quickly.
And also after he was gone, players continued to do pretty well. Yeah, they need to play around him. At Sibley on to 62. He's turned that to a full toss and got 4 for it. Bold work from Blake. There's a slip in place for him and he charged down the pitch, and that's 4 more.
Really confident shot.
And this is proving an expensive over for Rob Yates. In fact, this is the most expensive over of the innings thus far. 13 have come off it. There's still 2 balls to go.
Yeah, they haven't had that one big over at all, have they?
Long on. Staying. Oh, no, he's running. Oh, hang on. Have they got enough fielders inside the circle? Oh, maybe they did, because Long On was running to see if he could get into the circle, but it must have been okay. A single scored anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did.
I think the umpires didn't see that. He was trying to get into the circle. Was Charlie Taylor, and Warwickshire got away with one there.
Yeah, they have got away with one because there are 4 outside.
That's when you're grateful not to have a TV umpire. Good stop by Jake Lintop, 2 runs.
Yeah, well, it was pretty clear to us, wasn't it?
16 off the over, 147 for 3.
All right, so that is the first big-ish, well, pretty big over that they've had.
They've had 2 10s, but nothing above that.
So that'll help matters, but they could really do with a few more of those, and that's where the pressure comes in as they try and get that up there if they lose a couple more wickets. So Jake Lintott coming back on to bowl another over, and that's the perfect scenario for Lintott, isn't it? He wants them to try and attack him. Just 2 singles coming off Lintott's first over. And there'll just be another single to start off his second. Actually, do you know, I actually really love the 50 over format. There's just so many different phases of the game. And I still find it, I know it's not as fashionable as some, but I love the 50 over format. That is beautifully played. The reverse sweep brings a boundary for Sibley. He's played a range of shots. It hasn't all been conventional stuff by any means, but he has really been entertaining today.
Yeah, I think there was a perception that it got a bit bogged down in the middle, in that teams would just sort of go for singles for quite a spell. But I don't think that's the case anymore.
No, look, I think it's still an evolving format. Always has been. A little drop and run now. Clever stuff. Yeah, we've seen 50 over cricket evolve. We've seen the influence of T20 cricket on it as well. You still see sometimes the players who... Oh, look at Joe Root and his incredible run. No one scored more runs in ODIs than him this year, and proven to be hard to get out. But it's all based on solid technique as they turn down that single. It's, you know, the techniques of Test cricket still can form a solid foundation in one-day cricket. And yet there is still the importance of the big power hitters who can come in and score very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I love T20 cricket, but I think there's a slight issue with it at the moment. So many times you just see so many players get quick 20s and 30s and they get out and the one comes in and does the same. Whereas here, as you say, there's more texture to it, isn't there? There's more... You know, one player play a long innings, others play short ones around him.
Mm. There's been another single, so a few more coming off this one. In fact, 8 coming off that over from Lintoff. Not Lintott, even.
So 24 off the last 2. So, sorry, I'm putting a bit of pressure on the Warwickshire bowlers. Ollie Hallen-Dolby, change of ends for him.
You don't often see him bowl from this end, do we? Does he? He does sometimes.
Sometimes, but no, I think you're probably right.
Just when I think of him running in, I usually see him running towards me and not running away. Most of the time, the only time I see him running away is when I stop to chat to him. Oh God, it's that annoying Mel again.
It's all Yorkshireman. Signed a new contract recently here. Loves it here. There was some talk of Worcestershire maybe having had him on loan this season, perhaps trying to entice him with the promise of more regular first team cricket in all formats, including the T20.
I think it was good for him, that little stint, though.
It was, definitely, yeah.
He seemed to kind of recover his mojo a bit.
Yes, it was good for everyone all round, that loan spell. I rocked up the first day of the championship, Derbyshire versus Worcestershire. I thought, what are you doing here?
It was strange, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, I did the game at Northants.
He used to his old teammate Sibley against a single.
And I'm sure you've heard about what my colleague at the Cricketer, George DeBell, is doing this year.
No, go on.
He is sponsoring Ollie Hallen-Dolby £1 for every ball he faces. And in the first innings at Northants, he faced 97 balls.
I was going to say. Now you said that, I'll be hoping the Warwickshire keep losing wickets. Let's get Ollie in.
It might be an expensive few months.
Nicely hopped around there to play that down to fine leg. Blake has done pretty well here.
Yeah, this is a good piece of support from Blake. At the moment, they're both going at pretty much a runner ball, or almost a runner ball, which is what Warwickshire did. So we could be in for a very interesting finish. Exciting. When you think about it, it's been the fielding of George Garton that has been the standout. And we mentioned earlier that Warwickshire have struggled a bit in this one-day cup to actually find the wickets with their bowlers. And ironically, it's a bowler coming back from injury who can't bowl who's been instrumental.
Get the pace off that one, Hallen-Dolby. Tom Sibley's obviously suffering from sweaty hands. He just took his gloves off and dried his hands on the pitch.
He's not the only one. I told you that air conditioning wasn't going to make much difference.
I thought it was working, but it's blowing air in, but I'm not sure it's actually doing any good.
I think it's just rearranging the hot air in this room.
Right. And that's not us talking either. That'll be 1 down to third. If you can get the last ball through, that would be useful, because they needed a tight over after leaking runs during a couple. So he needs to avoid a boundary off this. Easy for me to say, sitting here, but he needs to avoid a boundary off the last ball of the over. Having gone for just 4 so far. Sibley may have other ideas. Well bowled. 4 runs off the over. Warwickshire just needed that a little bit. 159 for 3. 183 required to win. 21 overs to get them in. Which, I mean, that's around about 9 and over, isn't it? Eesh.
Yeah, this next 10 overs, well, they're all going to be crucial, but
8.7 all over.
Next 10 overs are where Surrey either put themselves in a position to make a charge at the end, or whether they come a bit unstuck trying to push themselves into that position. They're still in the game massively at the moment.
Good ball from Linton, wasn't it? And then Dolby's trying his hands on the surface now as well.
Well, if it's as sweaty out there as it is in here.
He's got his sleeves rolled up as far as he possibly can.
He always does that. He likes to get the gun show happening. Down the track and over the top. And that is no sweaty palms from Blake. Just a decent old swing of the bat. And that helps things no end. So Lintott is copping a little bit of tap after that first over where he just gave up 2 singles.
50 partnership as well, 52 now added between these two.
Tries to whip this one away. It's a leg by, so didn't get any bat on it.
Partnership 52 is in 8 overs, by the way. So they're going on quite well.
So they're basically in the money out there. They're pretty much doing what Warwickshire did in scoring about a run a ball, keeping it at that mark. And at this point in the game, well, they can keep on trying to, they can keep it under sort of 9 and over. And you're giving yourself a real shot in the last 10, aren't you? Put pressure on the bowlers.
Yes, especially against a team that aren't used to winning in this competition this season. They've lost the first 3 games. Sometimes knowing how to get over the line can be the issue when you're on a bit of a bad run.
Comes down the track, but then adjusted. And I wonder if we might see Charlie Taylor come back and bowl his complement as we finish off the over. 166 for 3. He's been the most economical of all the Warwickshire bowlers, going at just 4 and over. Ethan Bamber was tidy first up, but that was in the power play, bowled 7 straight when they were kind of getting themselves in.
Well, the last 5 overs went for 37, which is the most productive 5-over block of the innings so far. Of course, that did include the 16-run over of Robbie Yates. So Alan Dolby to continue.
comes down the track, and that so could easily have gone wrong for Blake. In the end, it's a good save, good bit of work in the outfield, but they'll come back for a third. But yeah, just a little bit of fortune as well.
Yes. Oh, it's Michael Booth is on as
I
subfielder.
was waiting to see the number because I didn't recognise who it was under the floppy hat.
Yeah, Booth back from injury, was named in the squad, didn't make it into the final 11, so I don't know who's off. It's Alan Dolby now into Sibley. That's going to be a dot ball.
Another handy all-rounder, Michael Booth, as well. Balls with decent pace.
Well, Charlie Taylor's gone off. Maybe he's got some homework to do.
Ah.
Perhaps his parents would come to pick him up. Pick him up early.
They're probably here. He's only 16.
That's crazy, isn't it? Oh, the stumps help Warwickshire there. That's a powerful shot, but we get one run for it. Might have been cut off anyway by Booth, but he didn't have to in the end. Oh no, Charlie Taylor's out there. It's not him.
No. Where is he? Where is he? You spotted him. Ah, yes. In the outfield.
Mid-off, yeah. It's around the wicket, Alan Dolby. Oh, was in the air for a while, but that's gone past Taylor. That's going to be 4. And Blake is going well here. 34 of 33.
He's kind of playing the type of innings. If Sibley is playing a Barnard-esque innings, then Blake is playing the part of a Zen Malik. In the way that first innings played out. Pressure will start to build on Warwickshire now.
I certainly will. Oh, that's a scoop shot. It's not that far short of the fielder, but just about escapes. And it's another single.
Remember the doubling of scores after 30 overs. So what were they, about 170?
They were 166 the end of the 30th.
166.
Yeah, so they will lose by 8 runs.
Well, Warwickshire 168 for 1 at the 30 over mark. So it's actually, it is quite similar, well, close run-wise. 2 wickets in it.
Last ball of the over. Oh, that's a good ball. Sibley seems to feel he missed out there, but 9 off the over. 175 for 3.
Yeah, just staying on track they are.
Oh.
Just need that one boundary per over. And they're probably on track.
Okay. That was Ed Barnard who was off and he's now returned.
Aha.
Maybe to put his bowling shoes on or something.
Get a fresh pair of socks.
Yeah. Lintott continuing.
Yeah, wicketless so far. He hasn't been wicketless all tournament. I suppose it's only his 3rd game. So it's a reasonably small sample size.
But he has taken wickets, he said. He's averaging 3 innings in his first 2.
Yeah. Because no Taz Ali today. He made way for Ed Barnard. Just a little bit flatter Blake. It's in a bit of a tangle. Of course, that clanging is really loud, isn't it? From the building site. It's
I'll be clocking off soon, I'd have thought.
down the track and straight down the field, but long on is there. He's itching, isn't he? Itching to get going.
But it's been a tight over so far. It's only halfway through it, but so far so good from Lintott.
Just having a little play around with the field. As Malik looks like he's going to backward point. And they've got 2 fielders behind point. And then it ends up on the leg side. Just a single though.
Variety of noises that are coming from there.
Well, it's 4:59 local time. So
Yeah,
do they clock off at 5?
I mean, I would if I was there.
As long as you don't clock off here at 5 o'clock and leave me on my own. Oh, tries to go for the slog sweep. It doesn't come off. So this has been a good over so far by Lintott. He's just got 1 remaining. If he can keep it tight here, might just return pressure a little bit to the Surrey batters. Oh, and he comes after him though. And that's the pressure release. He just needed 1 ball to get away, and Blake does that dismissively. Used his feet down the ground, and that has turned into what looked like a very good over into an okay over.
Yeah, 8 off it in the end. She's only marginally below the required rate. But Surrey are refusing to lie down here. A win for them would put them in a very strong position. It would be 3 wins and 1 defeat. They'd probably be 2 wins away from a quarter-final place, and they'd keep alive hopes of maybe topping the group and going straight to a home semi-final. So obviously plenty for them to play for. Whereas Warwickshire are playing to just really stay in the competition, Surrey are playing to put themselves in a dominant position.
So Alex Davies has come up to the stumps now for OHD.
Bowling to Dom Sibley. And this could be out, this should be out. It is out. Hannon Dolby removes Dom Sibley. He felt Warwickshire needed that. Sibley just misjudged that. The fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. I think it's Jake Lintott, isn't it, who's taken the catch. And I say it's a comfortable catch. I mean, I would have been ducking underneath the ball probably, but for a player like Lintott, that was pretty straightforward. Good innings from Dom Sibley, but he's not been able to see it through. He goes for 74.
Well, that really is the breakthrough that Warwickshire needed. Terrific innings by Dom Sibley. 74 off 80, and he's been the anchor. I wonder if Alex Davies coming up to the stumps might have played a little part in that wicket as well. If so, good bit of keeping, good bit of captaincy, good bit of bowling, and a solid catch as well. So critical juncture of the game now as it is Laws coming out. Yep, Tom Laws. Another one like Barnard who has come back from the 100.
So only players who've got a squad number of 30 who are allowed to come back from the 100.
You and your numbers, you and your symmetry.
72, talking of numbers, added for the 4th wicket between Sibley and Blake. And confirmation it was Lintott indeed who took the catch. He's been out there for much of the time, as far from the building site as he can be. On this field, he's mopping his brow. It's hot work out there.
It's hot work in here.
Well, yes, it is, but at least we're not running around.
That is very true. A really important moment here in this game, because should Warwickshire be able to winkle out another wicket or two here, things change dramatically.
So the Handleby second wicket of the competition this season. So new batter Laws plays out the onside. On the other hand, it is his 129th List A wicket. 78th game. He was a bit of a white ball specialist when he first played for Warwickshire, and then it sort of got reversed. He did more red ball cricket. Oh, well stopped by Charlie Taylor. Well, he's 16, so he should be able to fling himself around like that. Good stop. Yeah, I mean, Handleby actually, although he did get one or two opportunities this season, but his T20 opportunities have been fairly rare in recent years. He was part of the team that won it here, 2014. They did a reunion here, and Boyd Rankin turned up for that, which was great.
Yeah.
And I interviewed both of them, sort of stood them beside each other. We were trying to work out who was the tallest. We think Boyd Rankin won, but only because he had a little bit of hair, whereas Handleby didn't.
Oh, you know, I would have thought Boyd Rankin was definitely tall.
There wasn't much in it. There wasn't much in it.
I've got a photo of me. I interviewed him in Ireland, and they played their first test against Pakistan 2017, and I'm there holding my microphone directly above my head.
Yeah, it was great to see him when he popped in for that. Single to Blake. 185 for 4. Now just don't let the last ball go for 6, Ollie. It will be a really good over.
Yeah. From a Warwickshire perspective, they want to keep Laws on strike as much as possible early and try and get him before he can really get going. Just put Taylor back to long on.
And I was hit into the ground, and I've overstayed my welcome. Phil's far too polite. He should have come in and replaced me 5 minutes ago. But 185 for 4. 33 overs bowled.
Question for Surrey now. How they rebuild after the wicket of Dom Sibley. Blake has been out there for 41 deliveries and is scoring it a little better than a run of ball. So in some ways, the responsibility kind of falls on him as a set batter. That Laws is definitely capable of putting in some big overs. As Lintott continues. And that's nicely played over the head of Oliver Hannon-Dolby. And Blake continues on his merry way. A really well placed shot in the end. It's another 4. He moves on to 47, 1 stroke away from a really good half century. As we welcome Phil back.
He's batted very well, hasn't he? Considering we doubting whether he'd be, or questioning whether he'd be able to play bat.
Yeah, nothing wrong with his hand. And just playing with the spin. Must be the single. Charlie Taylor is out there fielding again. There you go. You were right in your assessment that he looks a bit like Chris Wokes, by the way. You heard me say that, Charlie Taylor.
Yep. Well, you can see very clearly that that's what he's modelled himself on, and if he's half as good, very successful, but I think he'll probably be better than half as good.
Yeah, Charlie is one of 3 brothers. They're all at Malvern College, which is it actually is it in
Worcestershire.
It is in Worcestershire, not Staffordshire. I wasn't sure if it was closer to Staffordshire. Oh, that has somehow got through, and that is going to be 4 runs. Alex Davies is just standing there with his legs apart.
He must have got a tap to that, touch to that.
He did. That's
because
not buys. No buys signalled.
No.
So it's just 4 runs. Little bit of fortune for Laws. No way through there. Yeah, so he's actually from a place now. It's spelt as if it should be pronounced Ulcester, but obviously it's going to be Ulster, isn't it?
Ulster in Warwickshire.
Ulster.
Yep. So
is what I thought it might be.
Yep. They have a club at Ragley Hall, which is the big stately home. The Marquis of Hertford, I think it is there, and Ulster and Ragley play their cricket in the grounds of the home, stately home.
End of the over from Lintott, and
it used to be a very small ground. It was one of those when you bowled, you really weren't sure which was the right end to bowl because it was difficult to protect. But they've actually expanded it over the years. It's the outfield's been extended. Very nice there, though.
Well, it is Charlie Taylor as well coming back into the attack. His brother Ed is a year older and is actually with Worcestershire.
Okay.
So, and Max is skipper of Warwickshire under 14s. So this is all courtesy, this knowledge of Frank Watson, who coached Charlie Taylor. His first lesson when he was 8 years old. You haven't seen the picture, or?
Yeah, I did see it.
Oh, you did?
I leant over your shoulder to see him in mid-action. Yeah. Yes, I did.
So thank you, Frank.
I thought that was a young Frank Watson, but then I looked again.
Well, Frank might have a few years on Charlie.
Oh, 1 or 2, I think, yeah. Here comes Taylor from the pavilion end. He bowled his first half dozen overs from the Birmingham end, but this one is just flicked away for a single by Blake, who moves on to 49. And Surrey still well in this game. 195 for 4. With Blake well set, and Tom Laws can cause a lot of damage. As Taylor runs away from us. He's in, bowls, and that's just tucks Laws off. He can only push it back down the wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, I do love this about this young kid. He's still a kid, really.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, he's there. Rob Yates, the captain, with him. Ethan Bamber has been hovering, giving him lots of encouragement and advice. He's had Ollihan and Dolby fielding close by as well.
In Bolton, it's getting good delivery, which Laws can only just work into the mid-wicket area. There's no run. He's at the age where largely youngsters are getting games playing in their local club, in second teams, and some 1 or 2 may be good enough to get into the first, but they're restricted on how many overs they can bowl, and they'd just be learning and being given a few overs. So what he's doing is remarkable. Ian bowls, and this one is pulled and lifted over the top of mid-on down to the fence, so whipped away by Laws. Just a fraction short, and Laws was onto it in a flash and helped bang it away. 199 for 4.
And this is where I find it interesting. How does he respond now? Rob Yates is straight in to have a chat with him, and Ethan Bamber is taking his time coming back with the ball as well, just to give his captain a bit more time.
It's good the way that Rob Yates is making sure that he's talking to him and he's helping him through, particularly on the shots where he's getting hit. He hasn't had many fours hit off him, but Rob Yates is quickly in there. He's in. This is driven. That's well fielded at short extra cover. That was a very well struck by Laws, but in the end it was Ed Barnard who, at short extra cover, got down to his right and wrings his hands now afterwards, because that was really travelling. That was had 4 runs written all over it, but well stopped. Again, Rob Yates comes over and talks to him. He comes again. Bowls, and that's in the air. Oh, and just scooped over the top of short fine leg and down to the fence for 4 more. So Tom Law's just beginning to get going. He's 13 off 12. Blake's 49 from 44. That shot brings up the 200 for Surrey. 203 for 4. After 35 overs, this last 15 overs is going to be really good ones to watch.
That fielder had actually just been brought up to short fine a couple of balls earlier by Yates. So on that occasion, Tom Laws has seen that and decided to make the most of it, and he did get enough on it as well. So now back to Lintop. He's bowled half of his overs. 33 runs on the board. No wickets as of yet. He's taken 3 apiece in his first 2 games in this tournament. Warwickshire. Geez, they'd love one now. There's a lot of open space on that leg side for Blake to manoeuvre the ball. And that brings up his 50.
Yeah, and it's been a very good 50. He came in. We weren't sure whether his hand was bad or not, but he's batted really well. And,
he's been handy.
Yep. Very handy. Yep. So it's his 50 sees the 204 for 4. Requiring a further 138 to win from 89 deliveries.
It's his 5th 50 in List A cricket. He muscles this one down to long on, does Laws. Without really timing it.
This is the one who could make a difference here, Laws, if he gets going.
All down the track, and that one has befuddled him as he comes down, the ball skewing away off Josh Blake's bat. I did say that Lintop would want them to be attacking him, as in it creating opportunities. But there's no opportunity when you strike it that well. That's gone all the way and effortlessly by Blake. Just down the track, used his feet, swing of the arms, and see you later.
I haven't yet seen a 25-foot tall long off. Who could have got that one? That would have sailed over everybody's head. It virtually pitched into the side screen at the far end of the ground. Beautiful strike. Warwickshire need to break this partnership if they're going to win. Surrey will be just bringing this down. 131 now required. So with 6 wickets in hand, they will still think that this is a real... If these two can stay together.
Oh yeah, they're in with a shot. As it's hit rather crisply, and they'll get another 2. It is absolutely in the realms. 14.1 overs remaining, 129 runs to win. That is very, very doable.
Yep.
Especially with these two out there. That one's in the air, but falls short. And,
Yes.
Just a little bit chancy, just as I say it, but
It almost was what Lintop was tempting them to do, try and lift it. He got them to lift it, but he didn't get quite the power on it. It was straight up the field route on that mid-wicket boundary, but to no avail.
end of the over. Surrey now 214 for 4 with Blake on 59 off 49 deliveries, and Laws is 14 off 13. Partnership of 31, and actually this partnership could be the key for Surrey. Warwickshire to feel on top. Going to have to take another couple of wickets.
Taylor, it all goes for a pull there. It was, just fired in a little bit quicker and shorter. And Blake looked to take that one on.
Yeah, good short ball. And you heard not just the crowd applauding them, but the players were all applauding the 16-year-old as well. Bamba straight in there with some advice. Yates giving him some encouragement. Remember, he's in the England's under-19 side as a 16-year-old as well.
Yep. He's in, bowls. This one is going, again, it's lifted over the top. Has that gone all the way? I think it has. No, it's forward. It was just bounced just inside the rope.
Yeah, Rob Yates helping out Jack Chantry there by signalling the 4. And again, these two, I just love seeing this, constant support and help, and seeing the development. And whatever Charlie Taylor goes on to do, look back on this and just see what it's like to watch a young fast bowler learning and developing. Right, they've sent back protection on the leg side. We might see another short ball coming in.
That's a fuller ball. Blake goes for the big drive over long on, and in the end he's beaten by that one. Good delivery.
Well, good bluff.
Yeah, they do well.
The bluff worked insofar as...
Again, he gets has the meeting of the advisory council. He returns. The shadows just beginning to lengthen a bit as he comes in. This is short, and this one has got over the wicketkeeper's head and has gone down to the ropes, to the boundary, and right behind Alec Davis for 4 off the top edge.
Well, it was the plan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the plan, and Blake did well enough to get that one over, but it could easily have gone wrong.
He didn't go through with a full shot there, Blake. He sort of pulled the bat down and got that edge and flicked it over. And in the end, it was a very clever shot, but wasn't quite where they were hoping he was going to hit it. But it brings 4 more runs, 222 for 4. And this ball beginning to race along. This is down the leg side. It's real wide. And just need to get him to hold this one together for these last couple of balls of the over. 223 for 4. It's a difficult time to bowl when they're beginning to get set. They've already put on 40 for this wicket, and in only just over 4 overs. So they're going along at a good old lick at the moment. Taylor in, bowls. That's Fuller, and that'll be another wide down the leg side.
And immediately up comes Bamba.
Yeah, we've lost the field spread because Barnard, Yates rather, has moved away from the mid-on position.
Yeah, they've
just got Bamba to talk to now, who's
3 out on the leg side, plus one at short fine leg.
He comes past them by Chantry, full driven through the gap between extra cover and mid-off down to the fence. Well stopped by Bamber, and they get back for a couple of runs there. So 226 for 4. Blake up to 69. And Taylor has got 1 ball to go in this, his 8th over.
It's been a little bit of a chastening one in some ways. And the couple of wides just exacerbating that. So it's important for him to to just try and get out of this over now.
Absolutely.
Just try and get out cleanly, avoid the wide. Singles okay.
It's flicked away behind the square. There's a man down there who will keep it down to a single. Slight misfield, but they don't run on the misfield. End of that over, so 8 overs gone from him. I think that might be the taking a break again, but it's been a good spell.
Yeah, and several of the players going and patting him on the back, and Ethan Bamber is still walking him back in the field and still giving some advice. It's like he's taken on the role of mentor for Charlie Taylor.
Ed Barnard coming back on to replace Jake Lintott at the Birmingham end. He's still got 5 overs available. Warwickshire got to find 13 overs. They got Hannah Dolby's got some overs up his sleeve. Bamber's got 4. He bowled 3. He bowled 7, didn't he, in his opening spell?
It's not just overs. They need to find wickets.
Yeah,
they really do.
I think they do.
It's been a little bit of an issue with them in white ball cricket.
Well, they have had problems bowling sides out.
It's a pretty good Yorker, well dug out. First ball, third Barnard. There's a lot of field changes going on, and just trying to settle on exactly the right combination for. Well, they've got this left hand, right hand pair at the moment. And Alex Davies is up to the stumps. When he did this for Ollenhan and Dolby, a wicket followed. Oh my goodness, and a wicket almost follows again. Laws this time. Inside edge. Was it inside edge, or the umpires just signalled by?
Yeah, I think he just missed into his pad when he went for the drive, and it scooted past the stumps.
It's a bit hard because he's got his back to us.
Well, it's masked by Alex Davies standing up, so it doesn't give you much of a view.
It doesn't. All I saw was a ball come back in. That one, he's clothed it, and it's gone. There is the wicket. Ed Barnard comes in, and after scoring a century, he gets the vital wicket of Blake, who's played really well for his 71. But he backed away, didn't strike it cleanly, and that is a really important wicket for Warwickshire. The 5th one to fall, 229, but a fine innings by Blake, who returns having put on 71 runs.
Well, he lost it. It was a full toss, which he was looking to hammer over the top of deep extra cover, and his hand came off the bat, so effectively his left hand was off the bat, and he was playing it one-handed, and he never got the power or anything behind it. And in the end, it was a comfortable catch. So a big wicket, that one for Warwickshire. And Blake, 71 of 57 deliveries goes, and it's 229 for 5.
Yeah, it was Zen Malik with the catch. So good in the field. We've talked about how good his outfielding is, but very, very good on the ring as well. And tell you another thing, Alex Davies came up to the stumps, and again, a wicket fell. Coincidence?
Well, possibly.
Probably. Anyway, it's worked on that occasion.
That partnership was worth 46 off 32 balls, so Warwickshire needed to break that. It was, if it had been around much longer, it would have started to cause some real problems.
Yes, it is. They're still not safe. 229 for 5 as Nickel Garantler comes to the crease. Another right-hander.
Must be honest, I don't know very much at all about Nickel Garantler.
This is certainly my first time watching him, even though he has been around and played quite a few list A matches, 10 of them. Highest score of 40 not out, averaging tick over 17. He's got scores of 15 and 4 not out, both at Guildford. Oh, first ball, they really like it, but umpire Conor McGarry says no.
Just missing leg stump, I think, on the, hit him pretty much on the full, just drifting. I think he got the benefit of the doubt on that one. Just looking at the replay. Anyway, he's, importantly, it doesn't matter what we think, he's still there.
They're putting the pressure on the new batter as well. A slower full delivery. But he deals with well for the single. And Laws gets just 1 ball at the end of the over. So this has been a really good over for Warwickshire. Wicket coming from it. And just 3 runs as well, one of them a bye. Tries to pull that one, and the ball just dribbles off the end of the bat. Terrific over, key over from Barnard. And he really is one of those magic players, isn't he? He's just so valuable. And Warwickshire delighted to have him back.
I was saying much earlier in the day, I don't know if I was on with you or with Clive, but I find that Ed Barnard as captain doesn't bowl himself enough in the matches where he's skippering the side. But it's a fault quite common with captains that they seem to give everybody else a bowl except themselves. And I just wonder sometimes whether Ed's better being captained rather than doing the captaining. So Clive is going to make way for Mel. We'll just have to hold on to everything here because Mel sometimes rips everything out as she goes. So she's being very careful this time. There we go. Yep. So Ethan Bamber is back into the attack, and this first ball is driven away nicely by Gruntler for a single. 231 for 5. What we'll do, Clive, I'll do 15 more minutes, then bring Mel back in. Okay, then everybody gets a bit of a dig at the end. That's assuming this game goes another 15.
It might take 5 wickets in the next 5 minutes. Looking elsewhere, I mean, Durham put up a real fight at Gosforth, but they're now 250 for 7. They need 77 more on 49 balls. Good game at Arundel with Sussex 185 for 4. Probably favourites need 132 and 98 balls. And Yorkshire are within striking distance of victory over Worcestershire at York.
Barnard down the leg side. This one is clipped away, but well fielded round the corner. And they get a single, 232 for 5, 110 required, off 70 balls. That's,
Yorkshire 226 for 3, need 5 more to beat Worcestershire, so they're going to win that one. They're all in the other group, so they don't affect Warwickshire or Surrey.
Bamber in bowls that short, and Mr. Grant was looking to pull that one, but at the last minute dipped out of it. It got up at him a bit more quicker than he thought.
I think he's been pretty effective with that short, slower ball. Bamber's. One of them I seem to remember got hit to the boundary, but generally it's been a successful delivery for him. Long on going back, so the third comes in. Inviting the scoop or ramp shot, perhaps.
bowls. This one is pulled, but down to long leg. And they get back, scamper back for the second. It's well run.
I mentioned that Durham making a fight of it. It's been led by Will Rhodes, former Warwickshire captain. 104 not out of 101 balls.
Oh, that's good from Rhodes. He's sort of seemed to be get a regular settled place in the red ball side. This one is going to be more runs tucked off the pad. They go for just the one this time. Yeah, signals as a leg by. So 234 for 5. Grantler is 4 and 15 to Laws. So far they've not really been able to get hold of anything in this over from Bamber. It's still a beautiful day here in Birmingham. It's been a little bit of cloud about during the day, but generally it's just been bright sunshine all day. Fantastic day for watching cricket. As Bamber comes in and bowls, and this one is pulled away, but out to the mid-wicket boundary. And Malik does the fielding off the final ball of the over. 106 now required from 66 balls, so 11 overs to go. Sorry, 236 for 5.
Yeah, well, so they had 4 overs where they scored 9 or more every over, total of 42 in 4 overs. That got the required rate down to back to below 9 and over, but it's now crept up to around about 9.5 and over with just 9 runs coming off the last 2. So Warwickshire pulled it back. Still with 11 overs to go, some big hitting, can still Warwickshire can get a couple of more quick wickets and the game could be pretty much up, but if not, Surrey will still have hope. And Ed Barnard to bowl his 7th over. He's bowling to Tom Laws. Sunrisers squad mates. That's going to be 2, yeah, just 2 for Laws. Then Malik doing some tidy fielding.
Fielding's been pretty good, I think, today. Wonderful run out and terrific catch from George Garden.
That's in the air, but it'll be safe. 1. Ed Barnard's probably the only maiden of the day. Coming into the team to be the 15th player Warwickshire used in the competition this season. Tom Laws is just the 13th that Surrey have used. Gone through that first one very quickly, and they have a bit of a discussion over the second. I think quite rightly didn't go for it. It's Kai Smith swooped onto the ball quickly and got the throw in, so just the 1 run. Warwickshire are perfectly happy with singles.
102 required of 63, so it's coming up, creeping up towards 10 and over.
Another single for Laws onto 20 at a run of ball. Nikhil Granton, not a player I've come across before. He's only played List A games so far. This is his 11th. Ooh, oh, he's got on top of that short delivery well, although he has it straight to a fielder, so it'll just be a single. Spoken to the first team in this competition last season and has played in every game this season, although he's only batted in 2 before now. 6 off the over with a ball to go, so they need a boundary off the last ball to make it a good over for Surrey. Well, you won't get it, it'll just be a single. 7 off the over, Warwick should be happy enough with that. 242 for 5.
It's nice and simple almost. It's 99 runs required off the last 10 overs, so virtually 10 and over. And
They've been going at the same rate for a while now. 39 off that block of 4 overs, 37 off each of the previous 2. 76 off the last 10 overs, 65 off the previous 10. But they will need to crank it up a little bit to pull off what would be a fairly remarkable run chase. Ethan Bamber to return.
he's got 2 overs left. So he needs to get to start his second over of this spell. All his overs he's bowled from this pavilion end.
1 for 34 in his previous 8. No one's bowled out yet for Warwickshire. They've used 6 bowlers, so some options for Rob Yates, who bowled 4 himself.
Pass umpire Chantry. This one he goes to launch away through the onside, but only out straight out to Zen Malik. Just a single. Grunt from Laws. Warwick should be quite happy for the singles. They're going to just prevent the boundaries. That's what they've got to do. Likewise, Surrey have got to start picking up some boundaries.
Off coming up inside the circle. Spotted delivery earlier when we think Warwickshire got away with having one too few fielders inside the circle. Charlie Taylor was racing to get in, didn't get in time, but the umpires didn't spot it.
Bamber bowls. This is whipped away again down to Malik, and again it's just a single. So, just ticking along. He won't be very happy with this so far. One speared into the leg stump. Laws waits. Got to start finding the boundary before too much longer. Bamber in, bowls, and that's short, and Laws tries to help it on its way through backward point, but in the end, a short delivery which goes past him at shoulder height through to the keeper, and there's a dot ball.
Yeah, again, that slow, short delivery working for Ethan Bamber. Slightly puts me in mind of what Ricky Clark was trying to perfect, which was the double bouncing slower ball, which, however, it was nipped in the bud as it was ruled illegal.
Bamber bowls this one again down the leg side. It'll be signalled wide. But, Laws trying to get everything on that through kitchen sink at that one to try and get it away, but couldn't get bat on ball.
So only Warwickshire's 3rd wide, so they are winning in that department unless they bowl a lot between now and the end of the innings, because Surrey bowled 9.
Yeah, we had those 2 in that last
That's
over
right,
from
yeah.
Taylor.
And just this one there, just those 3.
Here comes Bamber. This one is going to be launched away, and he's got full return for it. Just what he's been looking for. It was onto leg stump and whacked away over long on for 6 runs, and being returned from the corner of the Hollies stands. And I'll have a look at the ball now.
6th of the innings. Warwickshire hit 8.
Umpire asking Jack Chantry, so can have a look at that. Just it's fine, he said. So it brings 90 required off 56 balls. So that 6 makes a big difference, doesn't it, when you're looking at 10 and over. Get to 6. We've then got the rest to do. This one is hit back and into the ground, I think.
Yeah, not.
Oh no.
Where has he gone?
Yours is.
No, I think the bit has come off his bat, has it?
I think it has. I thought it had gone into the ground. He's out, I think.
No, I think he's replacing his
has he
bat.
broken his bat?
I think a bit of it has come off his
broken
bat.
his bat. Sorry, Clive.
Yeah, that's all right.
I didn't think it was out
No.
because the way it propelled upwards, it had to have come off the floor.
252 in 244 balls. The 250 came up in, so the fifth 50 came in 34 balls. Probably have to get the 650 a bit quicker than that if they're going to win this game, because they need to get nearly a 750.
Got the 10 they need off this over though, and it with a little bit of interest because that's crashed away. A full toss crashed away through extra cover for 4 by law. So he picked up 10 off those last 2 balls. 86 required off 54. So 9 overs to go. 86 runs. It's dropped slightly below the 10 and over now.
Second biggest over of the innings. 14 runs off it. Biggest over of the innings was the 27th over, went for 16. Warwickshire hit 16 off their 5th over. They also had a couple of 15s near the end. A bit of a committee meeting going on there with Warwickshire's various captains.
They've got a few out there, haven't they?
Ed Barnard will continue. He'll bowl his 8th over. Just need to keep a tight rein on this. Warwickshire, they keep sort of taking wickets and you think they're almost there, but Surrey are refusing to lie down. They're really making Warwickshire work to see this through. That'll just be 1 though for Grantler. Moves on to 8. It's Laws doing most of the damage at the moment.
Yeah, you feel if they could get Laws out, then they may feel that they can just control it. But Laws is the danger for Warwickshire, and he's the man that Surrey are relying on at this stage. 85 required from 53.
Again, will just be 1, and they'll have to hurry to get that, which they do. Rob Yates picks the ball up.
Again, the field's spread completely now. We've got 4 men on the boundary, on the ring, and the rest are back on the fence. It's a very defensive field from Warwickshire.
Well, going to run the first one hard, but again, that's a single, which doing well as Kai Smith. He makes a bit of a meal of that, tumbling over as he gets the throw in. On behind Dalby, preparing to have a bowl. Well, she need another couple of tight overs in there to push the required rate up. Could still be in for a tight finish here. Took the pace right off that one, Barnard. George Garton swoops on the ball, so there's no chance of another run.
They're almost hitting the ball too cleanly out to the fielders who are come chasing in. It almost requires perhaps just a push out to some of these fielders, and they can get those back for the second run. Sorry, but hit too many too cleanly. They've not been able to pierce the field. There's been no boundary in this over so far.
Short, slower ball, and again, there'll be 1. Can they get a second one? They're going for the second, and this could be tight, and that is very close, but it's not out. Guess who the fielder was that got the throw in? It was George Garton from the boundary. It looked close, but umpire in a good position says not out.
Yeah, you could just see that he just got the bat in before Alex Davis broke the stumps. So 262 for 5, 80 now required of 49 balls.
Again, pace off from Barnard. Again, just the 1 run. So took 7 off that over. And That leaves them needing 79 off the last 8 overs. Thank you, Phil Britt. Now, I think we'll hear from Phil again on Sunday from rugby. We'll be there for that one. Looking forward to that. So, 79 off 8 overs. So it's a fraction under 10 and over now required. Mel's back for the kill.
But who?
Indeed.
Who is
Who will
going
be the
to be the
carcass, yeah.
victim?
Yes.
It's shaping up to be a very exciting finish. 79 required of the last 8 overs.
We've had a tie in the women's 100
Have we?
between My London and London Spirit, so they couldn't divide the Londoners by scoring 151. In this competition, we have our first result. Yorkshire have beaten Worcestershire by 6 wickets with nearly 10 overs to spare. The other games all in the mix.
Wow, first ball, a vital dot. Garantlo, it's just a little bit cramped there. Pardon me if you heard me hastily remove my mic for a little cough.
It's the air in here.
Oh, that one flat battered straight back past Hannah Dolby. And Garantler just replayed that shot, didn't get it cleanly at all. This is where you really want all that experience of Ollie Hannon Dolby coming to the fore. He was the one who got the precious breakthrough of Sibley with the keeper up, and Davies is up again. On that one is heaved over the head. Oh, and over the rope.
Charlie Taylor couldn't reach. I thought he looked like he might, but it just kept sailing. It was very well struck by Laws.
It was similar though. Davies was up when he got Sibley. Sibley played a similar shot but out to deep mid-wicket where he was caught by Lintott. This time he just went straight at Laws and he had just enough on it. Good response by Hannon Dolby, just hanging it out wide of off stump. But that 6 coming so early in the over just puts the pressure back on Hannon Dolby. Doesn't want to give them a good over that keeps them in the hunt. It's already a good over. So he's just dropping backward point down and bringing square leg up. Hangs it out wide again. There is a fielder there. This might be out. This is out. Well taken by George Garton. Who else? Reliable in the field. And that is canny stuff from Hannon Dolby. He's strengthened that offside. Bowled outside the off stump again. And Laws, well, it was such a good innings from him. 40 off 31. He can't believe it as he walks off. He knows that he was in a position to take it home for Surrey. But he was outsmarted by Hannon Dolby. Yet again, takes a wicket with the keeper standing up and removes the set batter, the vital batter. 6 wicket falls for 270.
Angie Flores on now. You just feel it's been a really good effort from Surrey chasing the big total. You just feel Warwickshire keep getting wickets just when you really feel they need them. You think Surrey are really getting back into it. The wicket goes. And that was another really important one. 41 they added for that 7th wicket. If they'd added many more, then Warwickshire would have been under real pressure. But Hannah Dolby getting his 2nd wicket. Oh, Garton was just standing inside the rope. What he did, of course, was stay back. It always drives me crackers when I see fielders on the boundary come way in and then wonder why they can't catch the ball as it sails over their heads. Garton had stayed back there and took the catch well.
I'll tell you what, the ploy that is, all of those courts have happened when Alex Davies has come up, has stood up. You can't do it all the time, obviously, but it's been a tactic well employed, a successful one. And now Floris has to come to terms with the pitch, with the bowling very quickly. And applause, because Oliver Hannon-Dolby was hit for 6 early in the over, but he came back to take the wicket of Laws.
Yeah, you can see there's 7 in the over in the end, so not bad after when one of them was a 6.
Yeah, exactly. And the wicket to boot.
So more than 10 and over required now, still far from impossible. They are running out of wickets, that'll be a concern. 6 wickets down, but in this day and age, there was a time when you needed 10 and over, you'd be pretty much packing up and going home, but not these days. It's very gettable.
It is. It's just that still 7 overs. It's just that the pressure's on them now. They've got to have at least 2 or 3 really good overs.
Ed Barnard has got 2 overs left. Comes in, that's just a single. Incredible game at Gosforth. At Durham now need 23 with 2 overs to go. 304 for 7. They were way off the pace at one stage. Let's see what they were. Will Rose, 135 not out. Ed Barnard's in danger of no longer having the highest score of the season. They were...
Former teammate.
Yeah, absolutely. They were 97 for 6 at one stage.
Wow.
Durham, and 75 for 5. They might actually win that. Off his toes, Flores, so he's off the mark. 2nd ball.
Just noticing, I'm on Alex Davies up to the stumps watch because he's back up there again.
Oh, he's gone for the big shot, not got hold of it. Maybe it's a good job he hasn't, because it's fielded down there on the long off boundary. It's 1 run. Not a happy day, I'm afraid, for Chris Wokes, who's been playing for Welsh Fire. They've been fairly heavily beaten by Trent Rockets by 9 wickets with 28 balls to spare. Short and slow and 1 run. Wokes himself didn't come off too badly. 21 runs off his 15 deliveries. Trent Rockets overwhelming Welsh Fire in both the women's and men's match in Cardiff.
Oh.
I thought I had a nick up here, but the nick of the gloves and then the bell's been knocked off. Of course, it means something now, doesn't it? Because there's a joint prize now as well on the 100 for each club when they take the men's and women's results. Put them together. So a good day for Trent Rockets. Will it be a good day for Warwickshire? At the moment it's looking as if it could be, but they still have work to do. And that's going to be a tight 2. Yeah, they get there. Good running.
Yeah, the throw from Kai Smith was a bit wayward. Ended up mid-pitch. But good over from Barnard.
Yeah, just 6
Very
off
good.
it, which is absolutely fine from Warwickshire's point of view. Means that 66 required. They've only got 6 overs to get them in. When I was at school, that was 11 and over.
Jeez, I tell you what, we've had to get the abacus out today.
Or the slide rule. I'm
What's
just
the slide rule?
no, there you are. That's interesting. I am just young enough to have avoided the slide. We had to get one, but we never used it. So they stopped. I don't know, to be honest, because I never used the thing.
Well, I didn't
But it
use
was-
an abacus, but I know what one is. And Dolby in again, and that is a lovely big swing. And that also sails over the head of Charlie Taylor. We saw this happen early in the previous over that Oliver Hannon Dolby bowled, and then he came back and took a wicket. On that occasion, it was Laws who spanked him over long on.
Just on the previous subject, though.
Yes.
You know the Sam Cooke song, What a Wonderful World, the line about I know what a slide rule is for?
I did not know
I'm
that
not
was the
talking about-
line. Oh, goes down the ground again. Might be another boundary. Oh, that's brilliant bit of fielding by Ed Barnard. Around the back and onto the field of play. Really clever stuff. He's had a good all-round day. No, I know what a slide rule is for.
Yeah, I think this game's getting a bit too heated now for us to keep going on about slide rules. So very quickly, I don't know exactly what they were used for, but they stopped using the year before me.
Big swing and a miss. So that one stayed a little bit lower, skidded on from Hannon Dolby. So Garantler and Flores both shown that they can put the ball away. Warwickshire cannot feel safe yet. 58 required off 33. This one could go right down to the wire. This time along the ground, just the single.
You know what, I should be getting a bit fed up of Surrey's refusal to give up here. Every time they think they've probably just about done it. Surrey come back.
Again, this is why I love 50 over cricket, right?
Yeah.
Really, here's a full day's entertainment. Oh, well, Hannon Dolby went wide. Garantler went to the offside, and Hannon Dolby went even wider.
Yeah, ball was well past the blue line, but so was the batter almost. So, well spotted by Hannon Dolby. Garantler moving across. Well, they needed 11 and over before this over. They've taken 9 off it so far with 1 ball to go. So if Hannon Dolby can keep them down to a single, it's been okay.
Garantler won't be thinking about singles.
No.
But that's all he's going to get. Just couldn't get all of it. No clean strike, so it is okay. As on the
No more than that, Ollie, I'm afraid, but it's okay.
on the Clive scale, on the Clive slide rule, that over ranks as okay. 286 for 6 and 56 required off 30 balls, and they're probably the 2 most important numbers at the moment.
So it's now 11 and over to tie, which, of course, a tie is a tie in the competition.
Changing bowling, they're saving Ed Barnard, and Jake Lintott is coming back. Now this could be a big moment. Well, you're always saying that though. At the end of, when it gets down to the last sort of 6-7 overs, every over feels like it could be the key when the run chase is just a little bit tight. But bringing on the spinner at this stage.
3 fielders on the leg side boundary. He wants to pull. There's only 1 sweep on the offside, then long off is the other of the 5 fielders allowed on the boundary. Oh, well, it ended up hitting that straight. I'm not sure it was where he exactly intended, but it will be cut off, so it'll be 2. They're not quite at the stage of needing more than 2 a ball, so that's a useful 2 from Grantler. 288.46 the target, 341. Warwickshire desperately needing the win here. And that'll be a dot ball as Charlie, a single rather, as Charlie Taylor fields it. Didn't quite pick it up perfectly cleanly, otherwise he might have had a shy at the stumps.
They're going to be hunting that ball to put away, though. They need it. They need a boundary every over, you suspect.
Yeah. Yes, there's a goal that's just placed itself.
Extra fielder.
Yeah, long off. I'm not sure I'd be there if I were it. Oh, now this could be out. This was an awkward one. Well taken by Rob Yates. Normally a slipper, but a good catch taken there. It was swirling around. It was a really awkward one. It wasn't gracefully taken, but it was efficiently taken. And Flores goes.
Yeah, running and looking over his shoulder and trying to judge if he was going to have to put the dive in or not. In the end, he almost fell into the catch, but took it safely. It might not have been the most graceful, but boy, oh boy, was it important. And the gamble, if it was a gamble, to bring Linter on now, pays off for Warwickshire. As Floros departs, 7 down. Warwickshire edge just that bit closer. 53 required off 27 now.
Tom Elam, who bowled pretty well for us, 2 for 65. It's coming in now. I suppose it depends what age you are as to whether you consider him son of Mark or grandson of Alan. He's only batted once in the competition this season, scored 6 runs against Leicestershire at Guildford. So he hasn't had too many batting opportunities. Looking in his second 11 games, he's hardly had a bat. So it's asking a lot of him to come in, with the team still needing 53 to win.
Warwickshire they needed a game where the bowlers had a little bit more padding, a little bit more room to manoeuvre.
Yes, I guess it would be nice for them if they managed to bowl Surrey out. That would.
Yeah, that would do their confidence an awful lot of good. They're not home yet, though.
Indeed. Oh, he's attacking intent. He didn't. You can see what he's trying to do there. He hoped to pull it around fine and to beat Ollie Hine-Dolby inside the circle, but didn't quite manage it. Elam, but he is off the mark with a single. So he's come in with plans to try and make himself a hero.
Well, if he got them home from this point and they're needing 2 a ball, he would be a Surrey hero.
Yeah, I think it's the first time we've reached 2 a ball being the requirement. And I'll go over that now because that's just a single for Grantler. So 1 ball away from making this a very useful over. Jake Lintott. Oh, he certainly tried. A sweep slap, missed it completely. Elam. He's not going to die wandering, it would seem. But just 5 off the over and the wicket. Well done, Jake Lintott. And it has put Warwickshire pretty close, you feel, to a victory, with 51 required in 4 overs.
Yeah, that's going to take something pretty special now. It's going to take a really big over. I suspect it's got to be Grantler who goes for it as well.
Incredible win for Durham. They've won with 3 balls to spare to beat Glamorgan by 3 wickets.
Wow.
And Will Rhodes finished on 148 not out.
Oh, so he's now
So that's now the highest score of the season.
Poor Barnard.
In second place behind Will Rhodes. That'll irritate him.
Yeah, that won't it? 2 all-rounders. Used to be teammates here. Early Hannon Dolby in again. Oh my goodness, this will be out. Gone. Yates again in the right position. Ollie Hannon-Dolby again strikes and removes a batter who looks like the biggest threat. His third wicket, and you suspect that might be the one that seals the deal for Warwickshire.
Got the sense from the crowd there that they thought exactly that. Well, that's it. That's job done now. Big cheers as he picks up his third wicket, Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Yeah, it's his second catch. And surely now Warwickshire heading for their first victory of the season. Remember, this is actually their first home game. Started with 3 away games. Back in action on Sunday at Rugby School. Get there if you can, because it's great days there at Rugby School, and it'll be another crucial match, because every match will be crucial for Warwickshire now. They can't afford any more mistakes.
Yeah, one of the prettiest grounds that I've been to in England, as well as great entertainment. You just get to where you sit on those banks, so close to the boundary rope, and
what if the pizza van will be there this year?
They had some lovely vans there, lovely walk.
Yeah.
It really is. Honestly, we're not paid to promote these games, I would like to point out, but
sadly,
yeah, sadly, yeah, you're right. But look, it really is a brilliant way to spend a Sunday. So,
and if you're in the Birmingham area, it is, again, we're not paid to promote it, but it's fairly short. An easy train ride from Birmingham New Street, and a short walk to the ground.
20 minutes and a 10-minute walk. Here is Ollie Hannon-Dolby again.
James Taylor, the new batter.
One of 6, James Taylor,
Yes,
with a Crick Info profile.
Not the one that played for, who was it? Bengal?
The Bengal something or others. No, this is the brother of Tom, of course. Now current Worcestershire all-rounder.
Yes. That's right. There's a few Taylor. It gets very confusing, doesn't it, the Taylor? There's a couple of Taylor brothers around the circuit.
It's Elam on strike now. Oh, looks to go for the reverse. In the end, it's quite an unusual looking shot, almost like he switched to play a double-handed backhand in tennis. And it'll just add another 2 to the total. It's not enough. 50 now of 22 deliveries.
Yeah, I suppose. Sorry, just got to hope we have one. They hit out and managed to get a big score off 1 over.
It's pulled firmly, but there are 2 fielders out there. Oh, almost a collision. George Garton ended up having to dive over the top of Vance Jarney into a forward roll.
Memo to Vance Jarney: if you're going to trip up any fielders, try not to make it George Garton.
No.
He's all right there. Everyone's all right, and they're fine.
Boy, has he played a part today, George Garton.
Yeah. As was Vance Jarney. It was a very good innings from him.
It really was. It's been a good team performance. Lots of contributions. And that one's in the air once more. Garton's there. And what do you think he does? No doubt about it. My goodness gracious me. It has been some day in the field for George Garton. Good diving catch coming forward. Safest pair of hands. And the crowd really appreciating that one. He was almost taken out the previous ball when he was out there on the rope fielding with Vance Jarney. Good job he didn't take him out, so that he was there to take that ball. 9th wicket falls. It's that of Elam, and with 46 still required off 19. Warwickshire fans are suddenly a lot more vocal. They're feeling good about this now.
I'm going to be bold enough to call this now. I think this is a Warwickshire win. But, of course, Hannon-Dolby, he's got 1 ball left. That's his only chance to make this a fifer. Got 1 chance, Ollie. I mean, he's got 2 fifers in List A cricket. He can make it a third, but he's only got 1 ball to do it. He's bowling at the number 11.
Well, that would make the Warwickshire fans happy. First game at home. Only game at Edgbaston for them, barring a semi-final appearance. Oh, there he does go full and straight, and he does get it! Oh, it took Jack Chantry a while. He made him wait. But for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, the wait was worth it. And so it is for the Warwickshire fans. He takes a fiver, the experienced hand wins out on the day, and Surrey are all out for 296. What a performance from Hannon-Dolby. But there have been important contributions all around from this Warwickshire side, who score their first win of the one-day cup just when they needed it the most.
Yeah, absolutely. Hannon-Dolby finishing the 5 for the margin of victory, 45 runs, which in the end is actually quite a significant margin. Surrey did make a fight of it and did have Warwickshire worried at times. Notably when Dom Sibley made 74 and Josh Blake 71, but Warwickshire stuck to their tasks, fielded well, took their catches. Hannon-Dolby getting his 5 wickets. So there we are. Warwickshire 341 for 4, Ed Barnard 140. Vansh Jani 66 not out, and Zen Malik 58. And Surrey 296 all out. 74 to Dom Sibley, 71 to Josh Blake, 40 to Tom Laws, and 5 for 60 to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. 3 catches and a run out to George Garton.
That's what I mean about the various contributions. It's been a really good team day, you would have to say. And special shout out to young Charlie Taylor, the 16-year-old who...
Yeah, his first wicket, of course.
Yeah, got his first wicket in senior cricket.
Hannon-Dolby just getting applauded off. As the Surrey players come out to shake hands. They're still very much in it. 2 wins and 2. That's the thing that makes me think that 5 wins may be enough. There's about, I think, five or six teams now that have lost at least 2 in the group. So it's not done for Warwickshire. They'll probably still be bottom of the group without working out the net run rate right off the top of my head. But they'll be level on points with 3 teams. They'll be 4 points behind 3rd place, albeit they'll play a game more than all but 2 of the teams in the group. But still, definitely this keeps them in it. Smile there for Ian Westwood, the Warwickshire coach out there. The other game is still in progress. Sussex D47 in 39 balls to beat Essex. 4 wickets down. So I reckon they'll probably do that in Arundel. Yorkshire beat Worcestershire, Durham beat Glamorgan. So there we are. So do join us. Well, I say do join us. Try and be there at rugby on Sunday. But if you can't, join us on the stream. We'll look forward to that, and we'll see you there with news that Warwickshire have got their first win in this season's Metrobank One Day Cup. They beat Surrey by 45 runs.